across her pristine kitchen counter was too much to bear. "Looks great, Mom," said Guy, squeezing my hand and smiling. His way of saying sorry. I smiled back. After seeing Earl Rafferty, I needed to feel safe and get the balance of my life back to normal. We ate in silence, but I could tell that Gord was bursting to talk. He kept smiling to himself as if conducting a private inner conversation. Guy looked tense and apprehensive while Nancy's gaze bounced from one to the other. Then, when Gord had chewed up the last piece of chicken, his face broke out into a broad, beaming smile. "So, Anna," he said, directing his hooded blue eyes at me, "Guy tells me you're looking for an opportunity to broaden your horizons, turn a new page in your life, maybe get your feet wet in an exciting new venture." I winced at the string of cliches, but decided to follow suit. Yes, I'm definitely interested in branching out, striking out towards pastures new. "Good, good," he said, dabbing a napkin against his lips and leaning back in his chair. He really got off on those hackneyed phrases. Guy stared at me with raised eyebrows, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. "Well, as you may have realized, I'm a firm believer in family first. Family is the backbone of our society. More to the point, there's solidarity in blood." My jaw ached. When was he actually going to get to the point? "To that end, I'm happy to tell you that I'm the recipient of a very generous government grant, courtesy of my friends in high places who really came through for me yet again. It's earmarked for an important assessment project, and I thought you'd be the perfect person to assist Guy in getting it off the ground. I know it means mixing business with pleasure, but you can be sure our Guy is a consummate professional and won't let personal matters interfere with the work. In other words, no shenanigans in the boss's office, no kissing in the copy room." He winked. Guy gave a half-hearted grin. I'm not sure what to say." I stammered. I should have been gloating. After all, this was exactly what I'd wanted. "If I was in your shoes, I'd say yes," said Gord. "You'll be doubling your salary. Not that it matters. What's ours is yours after all." "Say yes, Anna," said Guy. "I can't wait to work with you." "I should finish this semester," I said, my voice a little wobbly at the thought of leaving all my students. "There's only a month left." Gord leaned forward. "Of course. Then I take it that's a yes." "Yes," I whispered. Gord pushed his chair away from the table and stood up. "Nancy, champagne's chilling in the fridge. Bring out the glasses and let's toast the newest member of our team." Nancy set out the glasses on the polished tabletop, watching anxiously as Guy clutched a white tea towel over the neck of the bottle. When he pulled out the cork with an explosive pop, I felt suddenly light and disoriented, untethered, as if my body would somehow spin off into the air. The school and Robin and all those kids had been like family to me for years, a steadying force, an anchor that had kept me stable and grounded. Now I'd agreed to become part of this perfect family and their successful business. I grasped the arms of my chair. Had I made the right choice? Or had I screwed up everything I'd worked so hard for? 21. May sunshine streamed in through the window, throwing the lines on Robin's face into sharp relief and revealing the frayed collar of his shirt. I told him I was leaving at the end of the semester. "I'm disappointed, Anna," he said, fingering the shark's tooth necklace. His nails looked yellowy, scored with deep ridges. His face had the caved-in, beaten look of a tired old man. "You know, I'm on the way out here, and I harbored a faint hope that you'd take over when I left. I've always admired your firm, unsentimental approach to the kids. You never patronize them." I studied the worn parquet flooring and the faded Persian rug, a relic from his pilgrimage to Marrakesh in the 60s. "I try not to." "It seems as if you know them so well, which makes me wonder about you." He sipped his coffee and grimaced. I guess I won't miss that vile brew we call coffee, I said, but my poor attempt at humor didn't deflect him.
Anna, I don't know much about your past, and I don't want to pry, but I could swear I detect some deep wounds there. I've worked for many years with troubled kids, and I can sense hidden pain. If you ever want to talk, I'm always here.
That was my cue to leave. I could already feel him digging into my head, lifting the lid from my secret store of memories so we could peer inside. No way would I let that happen. That stuff was private. Guy didn't even know about it. About Birdie. I stood up and searched my lexicon of niceties. I appreciate everything you've done for me, Robin. I've loved working here. I'll miss you all, and I'll never forget the things you taught me. All I could think of was how Gord would have been proud of the trite sentiments oozing from my lips. Taken aback, he realized the moment of revelation was over.
Of course, Anna. Goes without saying. And I'll be happy to provide an exemplary reference should you need it.
I backed out of his office, muttering thank you, and was almost clear when he stood up abruptly. His somber face lit up.
Wait! Before I forget, I must thank you. Bringing Guy in for that in-service in February was a brilliant idea, for you and for us.
I stopped dead in my tracks. Come again?
You recommended him. His brows knit. You told me you'd read some papers he'd written on education for homeless kids. Gave him a glowing reference. How could I say no when you were so persuasive? And now look, you're married to him.
I struggled to focus. The features of Robin's face became blurred and fuzzy. The springs on the wall clock behind me whirred and clicked. It must have slipped my mind, I said, feeling my throat seize up. I've been so busy with other things. Married life, you know.
I'm sure you have, he said, attempting a grotesque wink. After Guy's inspiring presentation, I put in a proposal to the board, and we're receiving extra funding for our Street Kids Outreach program.
Good news, I said, trying to breathe deeply, to focus on Robin's moving lips and make sense of something I'd tried to shove to the back of my mind. He sighed and knitted his fingers, resting his hands on his faded denim lap.
An old dog like me would call it romantic. Destiny. You two were meant to be together. You couldn't have planned it better, Anna.
But I didn't, I said more firmly. It just happened.
Of course. I'm not accusing you of anything, Anna. I'm just kidding. Lighten up, lovey.
Somehow I got to my classroom, though the floor seemed to tilt under my feet. I thought he'd forgotten my little note about Guy, hastily shoved under his door. Just a casual hint, a nudge in the right direction. Luckily, the kids had left for the afternoon, so I was alone. Nobody there to witness me fall into my chair and sweep the books and pencils aside to make space for my aching head, to collect myself, to focus, to think about Birdie and what happened at Patty and Lester Flats after the incident at the mall, to picture her wounded gaze when she watched me clutch at my swollen eye, to remember how her nose was dribbling from the after effects of glue sniffing. Patty and Lester perched like two stone gargoyles on the plaid couch, while Birdie and I stood in front of them trembling. A storm threatened outside the window, lighting the leaden skies with flashes of white sheet lightning. Sweat dribbled down my back underneath my sweatshirt, and I felt giddy, lightheaded as I struggled not to breathe in the putrid mix of sweat and rancid bacon fat.
You gave your sister a freaking black eye?
Lester stared right at Birdie. He'd been toking on Patty's medicinal weed, so his eyes looked big and unfocused. He nudged Patty and giggled.
She goddamn knocked her own sister out. Can you beat that?
Birdie shook her head. She was wearing a ripped gray t-shirt that had once been white. Her thin arms stuck out, her hands twisting the t-shirt hem into a ball. I didn't do it. Lonnie did. Lester's face turned purple.
Curb your wicked tongue, kid. You let your friend beat up your sister? That's worse. That's a coward's way out."
He turned his eyes on me.
"Is it true? Did she let them hit you?"
A small fist of anger bruised my heart. The more beaten she looked, the more I wanted to hurt her, crush her like a paper doll. I nodded. "Yeah," I whispered, feeling a rush of vengeance so strong I had to bite my lip to stay quiet. Patty held her arms out to me, her face fixed in a weird twisted grin.
"Looks like that eye hurts, baby. Come sit down next to Mama and I'll take the pain away."
I stood, rooted to the spot. She beckoned again.
Come, baby. Patty's not gonna hurt you."
Her voice was soft, so I edged forward until she grabbed my hands and yanked me down onto the couch. I'd never been that close to her. She smelled like dried armpit sweat and skunkweed. I shuffled away to the other end of the couch.
"Don't be scared now. Get comfy," she said, patting the spot right beside her. "I'm gonna make you feel good and take the pain away. Lester, fire up that weed."
The click of the lighter and Birdie's heavy breathing were the only things I heard. A cloud of smoke drifted by my nose, a pungent, musky smell. Patty's hand appeared in front of my eyes, the nails covered in chipped purple polish.
"Take a drag, baby. Your eye won't hurt no more."
I'd only smoked once, when Dwayne and Lonnie decided I could have the last toke of their joint. They'd all laughed when I choked my guts up. Now tears pooled in my sore eye. I shook my head.
"Go on, baby. It won't hurt. Take a hit. It'll make you feel real good. Relaxed."
I glanced up at Birdie. She motioned with her eyes as if to say, "Go along with it."
"Don't look at her, baby. She don't give a rat's ass about you."
I took the joint and put it to my lips. The smoke tickled my nose as I inhaled deep, feeling the hot, dry hit and holding my breath so I wouldn't lose it. When my chest was about to burst, I let it all out. Its bitter taste crept into my throat and mouth and nose. I handed it to Patty and fell back against the couch, my eyes heavy, my heart throbbing in my ears.
"Hey, Patty, you got that kid high," said Lester in a weird sing-songy voice. "I'll have to report you to the authorities."
"It's medicinal, Lester. Pain relief. No worries."
She sucked back a long drag, her throat straining to keep the smoke down, then exhaled a billowing cloud of smoke. Lester grabbed the joint and took a long hit. We all sat back looking up at Birdie. Her left foot tapped on the floor. She chewed at her fingernails. The other hand plucked at the hair above her left ear.
"Now, what we gonna do with this little bully?"
said Lester. Patty shuffled her leg up underneath her butt.
"How about medication? You got something to maybe knock her out a bit? 'Cause we can't deal with this kind of antisocial behavior here."
Lester eased his ass off the couch and shuffled into the kitchen. I heard him rooting around in the drawers. Birdie shifted from one foot to another.
"Don't need nothing,"
she mumbled. Patty stiffened up, her eyes bulging. I felt sick, scared, and sleepy.
"Did I ask you to open your filthy mouth, you little shit? Did I?"
Birdie shook her head. Nausea flooded my throat, but I couldn't move. Lester returned with a handful of pill bottles.
"I think we got something here might work, left over from the last kids."
He shook a couple of pills from each container into the palm of his hand and held them out to Birdie.
"Here, take 'em."
She shook her head and edged backwards, but Lester was on his feet in a minute, his chin jutting out like a freaked-out bulldog. I sat bolt upright.
"No, don't make her."
Patty's arm locked across my chest like an iron barrier. I started to cry when he got Birdie in a chokehold from behind, forced the pills into her mouth, and clamped his hand over her lips. Her feet pedaled underneath her like she was trying to run somewhere, anywhere. But she was stuck, her arms flapping like a bird's wings.
"The glass,"
he shouted to Patty, pointing at a half glass of Coke on the coffee table. She reached it up to him, and he pinched Birdie's nose and poured the liquid down her throat. He held a hand across her mouth for a few minutes of muffled sobs and moans. Her body heaved until there was no fight left in her. I tried to jerk myself away from Patty, but Lester swung around, let go of Birdie, and shoved me backwards. My head thunked against the back of the couch, jarring my teeth and sending a wave of pain across my swollen eye. When I opened my eyes again, Birdie was crawling along the floor, trying to pull herself upwards by holding onto a chair. Her body made weird, jerky movements like a half-dead wasp that you've batted enough to stun but is still trying to escape. She pulled herself upright and placed her hands on the wall with the flowery wallpaper. She was trying to climb up that wall, her legs jerky and splayed like a spider's. I cried so hard when she kept flopping down and getting up again, as if those flowers were a pathway to some magic woodland world, to a place where there was no pain and no terror. She did that until she collapsed in a ragged heap, knocked out by the meds they'd given her. I touched my tight, swollen eye that burned with tears, while Lester and Patty shook with laughter. 22. I made an excuse to get out of the staff meeting so I could leave school early. Besides, I'd squirmed my way through the first 30 minutes, chewing my nails, tapping my fingers on the table, and scrolling through my phone. It didn't matter now, I was quitting. I didn't give a damn what anyone said. I had to sort my head out and get control of myself before I went home to Guy. Had to come to terms with what I'd done to my sister. Betrayed her. Squealed on her. Let those junkies abuse her like that. And all because I was pissed off. Mad at her for letting Lonnie hit me. For choosing Lonnie over me. I was an evil bitch. Lonnie was right. I grabbed my bag from the classroom and was about to leave when Sabrina strode into the room. She stood there, hands on her hips, blocking my exit. I needed to get out so bad I could have mowed her down right there and then. But I didn't. I swallowed my rage and stood there, silently seething. "What's going on with you?" she said, moving herself into my path so I'd look at her. I couldn't. "It's best if you just let me get by," I said, holding back the prickly, jumpy feeling that set my insides rolling. "I hear you're leaving. How come you didn't mention it?" I didn't need a heavy discussion. My body was about to burst open if I didn't get out of there. Only told Robin today. "I thought we were friends. You could have shared it with me, Anna." Before I could stop myself, the hateful words spewed from my lips. "Then I guess we're not really friends." I might as well have punched her in the face. She stumbled backwards, her fake tanned cheeks sinking inwards. "You can be a nasty, heartless bitch, Anna," she said, then slammed out of the room. But I couldn't think about Sabrina right then. I had to stay focused on Birdie. What had happened to her at the Flats place? What I'd done to cause it all? Once I got in my car, I ran a couple of red lights and almost sideswiped a truck. So I was in a real state when I got to Linda Martin's office. Eyelids swollen from crying, head buzzing in confusion, breath coming in raspy gulps. I sat opposite her, trying not to look at the stupid posters plastered on the wall behind her. The only thing I could focus on was her t-shirt. Another Gap clearance special. Navy with white polka dots that danced in front of my eyes. "So tell me something I don't know already, Anna. I'm fully aware that too many kids in foster care are highly overmedicated. Don't you think we've tried to do something about it?" I blinked and looked up at her. "Uh-huh? What's that?" "The drugs. The overmedication. You told me you witnessed Lester and Patty Flat giving Birdie a cocktail of prescription drugs." I snapped back into the present and remembered why I was there. I'd had a breakthrough. Something that brought me closer to Birdie. "Yes, I finally remembered the place with the flowered wallpaper. Lester Flat, the mall cop, and Patty, his wife. They dosed her up for a week or more so she could barely stand upright, let alone get out of bed."
Linda rolled a pencil back and forth across her desk, scrutinizing its motion.
First, I already told you last time you talked about the flats. According to our records, Birdie wasn't at that particular placement. Second, wherever you witnessed this, and it must have been somewhere else, it's nothing new, Anna. Statistics tell us at least 1 in 4 kids in foster care is taking psychotropic medication. Half of kids in residential care or group homes are prescribed these drugs. Sometimes multiple drugs with serious side effects. All of us frontliners have tried at some time in our career to get the matter taken to the highest level. But no matter what we do, there's always some totaled shit of a doctor happy to prescribe even red-label drugs with only a 5-minute consultation. Sometimes to kids as young as 6. It's easier on the foster parents than trying behavioral therapy, and from the doctor's perspective, it gets those troublesome patients out of their hair more quickly. That's the sad truth. But I'm only concerned with Birdie. It might help us find out what happened to her. Linda checked over her notes. Anna, for the last time, there's no record of Birdie even being there with you. She ran away from the group home before you were placed at the Flats house. We do know for sure that you were placed there and they gave you drugs. Many drugs that messed up your memory of that particular time. But I remember every detail. I had a black eye. Birdie's friend hit me and I told on Birdie. That's why they drugged her. Linda looked at me as if I was talking gibberish. Anna, it's natural you feel some sense of guilt about Birdie. She was your twin sister, after all. I tried to hold back the urge to smack her smug face and kept my voice low and steady. But I distinctly remember smoking weed. Patty gave it to me. Linda folded her arms and bowed her head. Some major revelation was coming. I could hear her brain ticking as she considered the most merciful way to frame her response. She looked up again and waited for a moment, absently rubbing the tip of her chin, measuring my expression. Sadly, it was way worse than that, Anna. You were a severely traumatized kid. Removed from your family, bounced around from one home to the other. You lost Birdie, the only person close to you. That means you already had a high risk of developing mental and emotional disorders. You were given much more dangerous drugs that put you over the top. I had to stop her, tell her she was wrong. It was Birdie, not me, who was drugged into oblivion. You're all mixed up. Those notes are lies. Anna, you were injured physically, mentally, and emotionally when you left there. And then there's something much more important I need to remind you about. I stiffened up, clasped my hands over my ears, and shook my head. Not now. Please, not now. Okay, she crooned in a soft voice that sounded like air hissing through a crack in a window. A voice meant to pacify me, but instead drove me into a silent frenzy. I've always told you, you're welcome to go through the notes. But perhaps it's time for you to sit down again with a therapist. A trained psychologist or psychiatrist will help you deal with the tough details about your sister, to help you finally come to terms with the truth. I placed both palms on her desk and tried to steady my voice. I don't need a damn shrink. I just need to get the facts straight. My mind was racing, grasping onto ideas before they disappeared. Oh, and there's something else. A guy who works for you, Peter Carras. He's been hanging around the riverbank with some of my underage hooker students. He picked one up in his car. Then I saw him at Toons. He went into the back office with the owner, where the porn material is kept. Linda was sitting bolt upright by this time, eyes flashing. She flicked the pencil between her middle and forefinger. Why are you hanging around that place, Anna? What do you mean? A sappy look wiped across her face like grease on a window pane. When you were at the Levines, the therapist told you to stay away from places that have negative associations for you. You become disturbed, agitated, confused. You need to put all that stuff behind you. It's over. Try to heal. Be happy. You're married to a good man." She might as well have been telling a crippled woman to pull herself out of the wheelchair and walk, or a blind man to open his eyes and just see. I felt a sudden urge to tip her desk over. Instead, I balled my hands into tight fists. "I can't. I have to get it straight. What happened to Birdie? What's still happening to all these kids? One of my students disappeared for days, then was picked up by a known trafficker. I think this man, Peter Carras, is somehow mixed up in it all." She ran her fingers through her cropped hair. "Anna. Oh, Anna, you forgot." My breaths were coming short and fast. I told myself, slow down, focus on the T-shirt, the photograph of Linda standing in front of the Arc de Triomphe, the cube magnet with a safety pin sticking to its face. "Forgot? What?" She slid a sheet of paper towards me. "This is a memo written recommending your removal from the Flats home. Take a look at it." The words buzzed in front of my eyes like tiny insects, blurring then coming into focus on the social worker's signature at the bottom of the page. "Peter Carras," I whispered. She pulled the paper back, pressed her lips together and nodded. "Exactly. He made this recommendation, and you were the only one removed from the home. Almost 15 years ago. I have the full report somewhere here. You can read it if you like." I stood up and yanked my handbag from the back of the chair. "Someone tampered with those records, Linda." She shook her head. "Why would anyone do that, Anna?" "God knows, but why don't you ever believe me, Linda? And for once in your pathetic career, maybe you should goddamn well look into it." When I pushed the door open, I heard Linda say, "I can't change the facts, Anna. There's no mention of Birdie in the report. She wasn't there, and what's more, you already know that." I didn't hear the rest. I couldn't listen to lies. I rested my arms on the edge of the Stone Arch Bridge and looked down into the Mississippi River. Dark waters swirled and twisted on their way from St. Anthony Falls. Behind me, massed against the watery blue sky, stood the tall towers of downtown. Multifaceted blocks of concrete and glass crowded together like massive beehives, housing all the tiny lives that fueled the grinding machinery of the city. I always felt a crushing sense of insignificance when I played with that thought, that even those who are cherished by large loving families struggle daily with the idea of their own inconsequentiality. But when life becomes too burdensome and hopeless, they can retreat into the warm cocoon of family love until they get themselves back into fighting shape, ready to face the stress and turmoil of the real world. I had nothing left when Birdie pulled away from me. Nobody who cared. Only the overworked social workers whose solution was to shuffle the deck and concentrate on the neediest kids. As far as they were concerned, I already had a home with Patty and Lester Flat, even though I struggled for survival every day I was there. But every instinct, every feeling, told me that Birdie had been there. I wasn't imagining it. I had seen her standing in front of Patty and Lester, her leg twitching, her fingers twisting strands of hair. I'd felt the hard swelling across my eye as I watched the horrible scene unfold. A cyclist skimmed by behind me, and I was suddenly certain I'd been at this bridge with Birdie, sometime during our stay at the Flats. I had to trust myself. Linda's report was false, nothing but lies. So I searched the water to find Birdie's face, to bring her back to me. 23. Right after the horrible wall-climbing night, Patty and Lester kept Birdie in bed by feeding her a daily cocktail of drugs. A cup of multicolored pills before I left for school, and the same dose when I came home. I'm certain they gave her more drugs at noon. Every morning I tried to wake her, but she was so groggy she just turned over and fell back into a deep sleep. A couple of times she reached out to me and mumbled, "bathroom." At those times I dragged her out of bed and sat her on the toilet where she promptly fell asleep sitting up. In the dim, yellowy bathroom light, her face looked ashen, her skin papery. I tried to feed her water, enough to keep her going. She got some down, but the rest dribbled down the corners of her mouth, wetting the neck of her t-shirt. I told her not to take the pills, to spit them out, but she nodded her head towards the bed. I helped her back, tucked her in, then spent the rest of the day at school worrying she wouldn't survive, that she'd end up a slobbering vegetable. Even Colby noticed my distraction. After the incident at the mall, our literature discussions had changed. The air between us was electric, charged with possibilities. While I talked about books, I'd be looking at the way a beam of sunlight lit the curve of his lip, or the way his lashes cast a shadow on his cheek. I could smell him all around me. The warm tang of sweat and soap drove me to distraction. Instead of worrying about Birdie, I imagined his naked body in the shower. I felt him watching me, studying my every move, until he finally asked, "What's eating you? I can tell something's up." I put down my book. I'd read the same page of Madame Bovary at least 3 times. The part where Hippolyte's reeking gangrenous leg is finally amputated. I shrugged. Just can't take this stuff right now. It's pretty screwed up that all this shit was going on in 19th century France. I always thought those Victorians were supposed to be so prudish. I guess when you're trapped and everything seems hopeless, it can drive you to extremes. Is that how you feel? I turned away from him. Don't want to talk about it. He leaned forward and touched my arm. My skin trembled. Let's cut class. Go somewhere we can talk. We walked through Mill Ruins Park along the river. Halfway through, his hand slipped into mine and my heart softened. That's when I told him about Birdie and the drugs. That's when he stopped in his tracks and clasped both of my hands. You have to get out of there. Both of you. I'll help you. My phone buzzed in my pocket, anchoring me once again to the present. It was Guy. I couldn't speak. The choked-up feeling in my throat was for Colby. Another man. I'd forgotten about my husband, and then I remembered what Robin said earlier. Thanks for bringing Guy into the school. Anna, I tried to call you at school. Robin said you left early and you seemed upset. Is everything okay? Robin was right. I did want to meet him. But I couldn't think of it at that moment, when Guy was questioning me. I'm fine, I said, watching a mother jog across the bridge, pushing a stroller. I told Robin I was quitting, so I needed a walk to clear my head. Hey, I totally understand. You've put in a lot of time there. Invested your heart and soul into those kids. It's tough to turn my back on it all. I know. But you're doing the right thing. Those kids would suck you dry, and you wouldn't have made one iota of difference to them. How can you be so sure of that? I've met plenty of idealists who want to change the world. You have to work with the kids who want to improve themselves. Is that what Gord told you? Anna, you agreed to join us. Right now you're just feeling sore about leaving, but you'll get over it. And besides, Dad wants to get together to talk about the project. Give you a head start. You'll feel better once you get your teeth into something. See the light at the end of the tunnel. I shuddered. Now Guy was spouting cliches. But maybe I just hadn't noticed him doing that before. I just have to finish up at school, he said. Then I'll meet you back at home. We'll drive over to Mom and Dad's together. Talking to Guy had left a flat, heavy feeling in my heart. I wandered down the steps towards the car park, but something drew me in the other direction towards the sloping road that led underneath the arches of the bridge. Colby and I had walked this same path, hands clasped together, palms damp with apprehension, head fogged with possibilities. I trailed my finger along the metal railing until it ended at the arches. Clambering up the gravel incline, I stood underneath the arch, inhaling the river's scent of mud and rotting vegetation. the stones polished by years of rising and retreating waters. Maybe I could still find the place where Colby and I had carved our initials. I stood on tiptoe, running my fingers across the scummy gray stones. Surely there was something left to remember the place where he'd run his hands down my body, his head bent into the crook of my neck, his breath coming fast and warm on my skin, his hair tickling my face. He'd looked into my eyes like couples do in movies. I pushed in closer to him as he fumbled with his belt. His breathing was raspy and fast. The sudden rush of air chilled my legs when he pulled down my sweats and thrust forward, urgent. My body molded to his, warming me all over. His hand grasped mine and guided it to his erect penis. "Hand job, do you know what to do?" I remember laughing and saying, "Yes, I think so," even though I hadn't a clue. Then we were pushing and shoving against the stone until it scraped the skin from my ass. But I couldn't let go of him. I buried my face against his neck and moved my hand up and down until he reared and called, "Oh, oh, oh," when he came. Afterwards, he kissed my face. Tiny, shivery kisses all over. And when he swept his hair back to look at me, I saw his whole face for the first time, rather than the half-shaded one he presented to the world. It was beautiful. Now, 15 years later, I had to stand on tiptoe to read the letters scratched into the weathered old stone. He'd taken a penknife from his pocket and carved our initials. I saw the C.A., Colby Anderson, on one side of the heart, but the initials on the other side blurred out of focus. I looked again at the letters. B.H. Birdie Holt? Straining my legs to reach higher, I studied the B. There was no mistaking it. The original A was clear, but someone had scraped over it and changed it to a B. I swayed backwards, lost my footing, and flopped onto the ground. A cyclist screeched to a halt nearby, a young guy in racing clothes. "You okay up there?" he shouted. I turned around, barely registering his face against the glare of street lamps. "Do you need help?" he said more urgently. Everything snapped into focus, as if a spotlight was shining down behind me. "I'm fine, just lost my balance." He nodded and sped away. I checked my watch. I had to meet Guy at home, and I was already late. 24. Identical twins bond in the womb. As early as 14 weeks after gestation, they're reaching for each other. At 18 weeks, they touch the other twin's body more than their own. Scientific researchers have even filmed grainy videos of tiny swimming embryos, their transparent fingers lingering over each other's faces, gently caressing delicate eyelids, fragile noses, and budding ears, looking out for each other even before they're born. I believe it was like that for Birdie and me. Even though we had our own amniotic sacs, we shared a womb. We sensed each other's presence right from the start. We were inseparable, bound to each other. Things went wrong much, much later. According to Dennis, he fought a 24-hours-a-day battle to stop our mom from shooting up heroin when she was pregnant. Maybe in that watery uterine world, Birdie and I could sense the intensity of her hunger. But we had each other to keep away the danger. When we were tiny babies, Dennis said we wouldn't even take a bath alone. He had to put us both in the water, and we'd cling on to each other, slick as a pair of baby seals, longing to be close again. When I lost Birdie, I felt like half of me was gone. Like the limbs on one side of my body had been amputated. I had to find her to feel whole again, had to believe in the jigsaw of memories and images that spilled into my head at random intervals, inspired by a particular place or person, or maybe even a smell or color. But Guy couldn't know any of this. How could he understand what it feels like to lose the other part of you? When you look into a mirror and realize half your identity has been erased, and you have no idea where it's gone. I changed into something smart but comfortable to go to Gord and Nancy's. My other clothes were covered with smears of mud and grass from the riverbank. Pushing that part of the past into the back of my brain, I checked myself in the mirror. It was so much easier to think of clothes, to distract myself with the soothing details of a well-groomed professional appearance. I dressed in slim black slacks, a white shell top with a deep V neckline to show off my silver medallion, and a short, fitted houndstooth jacket. I tousled my hair and fastened on a pair of silver hoop earrings. Remembering Guy loved red lipstick, I applied it generously, then stood back to gauge the full effect. I hardly recognized the glossy, well-dressed woman who looked back at me. Success was at my fingertips. I should have been completely happy. And I was to an extent. Happy with Guy, excited at my new job, secure with money for the first time ever. So what was eating at me? Birdie. Birdie was the missing piece. Without her, I was a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage. As Shakespeare so aptly puts it in the words of the tormented butcher, Macbeth, when he muses upon the loss of his wife. Guy's face lit up when I ran towards his car. I sat back in the seat, pushed my hair behind my ear, and smiled. He was still staring when I leaned over to kiss him. "You are the sexiest, most incredibly gorgeous teacher I feasted my eyes on. I could eat you up." He traced a finger around my chin. "Let's do a little late-night detention duty tonight." I pushed him away. "You're so cheesy. And while I'm at it, please don't talk in cliches when you're trying to sell me on Gord's project. I despise them." He shot a pained look at me. "I don't. I'm just trying to be cooperative." "Sorry. It's just that you're catching the cliché habit from your dad." He pulled out from the parking spot. Traffic was heavy. "He does tend to get carried away sometimes. Then he falls back on hackneyed phrases. But the truth is, he's really very insecure." "You're kidding," I said as we pulled up at a red light. "He's the cockiest, most self-assured guy I've met." Guy took a long, deep breath. "I know he's all bluster and bravado, but it's all a front. He comes from humble beginnings." "So what's the problem with that?" Guy ran a hand through his hair. The other tapped at the steering wheel. "You don't get it. Dad has to be the best at everything. It's hardwired into him. But he's just a guy who scraped through a general degree in some state university and never made it any further. He built his business with hard work and raw charisma, but he's embarrassed by his poor vocabulary. Tries to compensate by studying the dictionary and memorizing quotable sayings." He darted a worried glance at me. "Don't ever mention I told you that." "Never," I said, pulling an imaginary zipper across my lips. We drove past the stone arch bridge. I turned my head away, those carved initials still lingering at the back of my mind. But I pushed the thought aside and tried hard to concentrate on the way the sun etched Guy's profile with light. "So, how does he feel about you and your doctorate?" "You're too smart to ask me that, Anna. You already know the answer, so tell me." The image of those carved initials kept reappearing at the back of my mind. How had Birdie's initial appeared on top of mine? But I sensed Guy had asked me something important, something vital to his own self-image. I studied his face, the slight furrow scored between his eyebrows, the long lashes behind the glasses, and the faint stubble on his chin. His vulnerability brought a lump to my throat. I wanted to lean against him, tell him I'd support him whatever happened. So I ripped my mind back to the present. "Okay, I'd say he's proud of you. But at the same time, you're a constant reminder of his own inadequacy, and that's what drives his engine. His need to dominate the upstart professor is in constant conflict with the guilt that he's competing with his only son. How's that?" I could swear tears glistened in his eyes. "Right on the money," he said, reaching out to grasp my hand. "That's why he's always needling me, always trying to call the shots. If he has the upper hand, then he feels he's less of a loser.
So he goes on the attack before anyone else can fire the first missile and put him down.
Why do you go along with it?
He shook his head. It's easier that way. When he's happy, everyone's happy.
You mean your mom?
Especially her.
But not you. I squeezed his hand. You put so much into that Street Kids outreach program. Why don't you just tell Gord you want to keep going with it? His eyes narrowed and he chewed his lower lip.
You mean well, Anna. I know you do. But you just don't get it. Going against Dad is like starting a mutiny. It's not worth the headache.
He paused for a moment, then lowered his voice.
Our family has had its share of troubles in the past, and now things have settled down. I'd like to keep it that way.
What kind of troubles?
He nodded. Mom and Dad went through a rough patch when I was younger, a long time ago.
What happened? He adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat, concentrated on the road ahead.
I don't know. Other women, I think. It's tough to talk about.
She left him?
She tried, but it's not easy when you have a kid and— Shit!
The screech of brakes and blare of a horn shattered the moment.
I almost sideswiped that guy.
A truck squealed by. The driver gave Guy the finger.
Can we talk about something else?
He said, lifting his glasses and pressing at his eyelids. But this is about your life and your ambitions, not your father's. So what's the worst that can happen? He'll have a hissy fit, and then he'll get over it. We're all adults, aren't we?
Sometimes Dad can be like a big kid. Mom and I know it's best to humor him at those times. Life runs smoother for everyone if we do.
He sighed as we pulled up to yet another traffic light.
But I promise I'll think about keeping the project going. I'll do it on the quiet.
I remembered Robin's sad puppy dog face. Robin's gung-ho about his Street Kids outreach program. Thanks to you and Brian, they got a grant for it. We pulled away, following the slow stream of rush-hour cars on their way to the suburbs. A light drizzle fogged the windshield.
That was the luckiest day of my life, coming to your school.
We pulled up at another red light, and he dipped over to kiss my temple.
I met you.
So what did you think when Robin first called you about the presentation?
Let me think. I should remember because his accent stuck with me. That weird Brit and U.S. mix. He rambled on a bit, then mentioned that I'd come highly recommended by some talented teacher at his school.
My face flushed, and I turned away to watch the drab-brown freeway walls flashing by. I glanced back, hoping the blush wasn't too evident. From the corner of my eye, I could see him grinning.
Holy crap, was that you? Were you the one who recommended me?
I watched a homeless man wheel a packed shopping cart up a steep incline away from the freeway. Guy persisted.
Come on, Anna. That's sweet. I love the idea that you noticed me. I remember when I got to your school, I had this weird feeling that something life-changing was about to happen. I mean, I don't usually believe in all that karma crap, but I was actually looking out for someone to walk up and tell me they were my secret admirer. And I was hoping like hell it wasn't the wiry female bodybuilder with the fake tan, or the weird science guy with the bedhead hair. But all the time it was you. I should have known. The way you were hanging back but still checking me out. You had a hungry look in your eyes, sort of predatory and brooding. I couldn't resist you.
I did no such thing, I said, playing with my silver medallion. You were the one checking me out.
I couldn't take my eyes off you. That wild dark hair and those lips. It was all I could do to stick to my notes. And I was terrified I'd develop a huge hard-on, and they'd kick me out for lewd behavior.
Beast, I said, snuggling closer.
I love you, Anna, he whispered.
My chest tightened. I felt that old fear creeping in again. But somehow I felt more connected to the present, to the reality of what was actually happening now. I'm glad we met, Guy. So glad. 25. Gord was in a prickly mood. I could sense it. As soon as I walked through the polished teak doors, the whole mood of the place was off. I had a nose for that kind of thing. When you move from one shitty foster home to another, you become an expert at reading the mood of the people in a house, at sniffing out danger. I've been in many abusive households, seen it all. The way a woman jumps up from the couch when her husband comes in, because she doesn't want him calling her a lazy slut. Or the way she hovers around the dining table, not tasting a bite until he takes the first and nods his head or grunts to let her know it's okay for her to sit down and eat. The way members of a family touch or don't touch each other. When a father or stepfather's hand lingers too long on his daughter's hip. Or when a mother's fingertips dig into her toddler's arm, leaving angry red splotches. The way the tendons in Lester's neck used to tighten up when Patty started moaning about her back pain. Or the way Lester walked past our bedroom in his raggedy boxers, stroking his crotch when Patty was passed out cold on the living room couch. When you're immersed in all that, you learn to make yourself so small you're almost invisible so you can blend in with the furniture. That's the only way to survive. I was an expert, but Birdie hadn't mastered the art of disappearing. Until later, when there was no other option. The first hint of discord was Nancy's swollen eyelids. Either she hadn't slept, or she'd been crying. As usual, she was immaculately groomed, and still greeted me with a kiss on both cheeks. But she was jumpy around Gord, as if she was deliberately trying to keep space between them. Her bright smile looked forced and weary, and her fingers bunched up on Guy's shoulders as she clutched him just a bit too tightly. Gord, meanwhile, was on overdrive. He wrapped Guy in a fierce embrace that almost knocked the wind out of him. Then he placed both hands around my waist and placed a long, damp kiss on my cheek. I pulled away, fighting the urge to slap him, but he was already on his way to the kitchen.
"Get some drinks together, Nancy. We need to celebrate the arrival of our newest team member."
She scurried by him, but not before he reached out and grabbed her ass in his hand, squeezing so hard she cried out. I glanced at Guy, who glared at his father with burning eyes.
"Damn it, Dad. Anna's here,"
he protested. Nancy froze rigid to the spot until Gord let go, a mischievous grin on his face.
"Chill out, son. My wife may be well past 50, but she's still got a great ass. I'm a lucky man."
He delivered a parting slap to her rear as she scuttled out of the way, then glanced around at us.
"Come on, loosen up, you two. Oh no, have I offended the professor?" "Cut it out, Dad,"
said Guy, moving away into the living room. But Gord followed like a hound, scenting blood. Gord filled the doorway, his face flushed with drink. His eyes fell on me.
"Anna, you've got a sense of humor, unlike the other ghosts in my family. They wouldn't know a good time if it stood up and smacked them in the face. As the Brits say, they couldn't enjoy a piss-up in a brewery. At least I think that's the saying."
He frowned as if searching for the right words.
"But I'll bet you've seen a bit of action in your time."
I looked at Guy, trying to get a cue from him. What to say? How to respond? And what exactly did he mean by the last comment?
"Cat got your tongue, sweetheart? Or has the professor briefed you already on how to deal with his vulgar clod of a father?"
Guy moved forward as if to shield me.
"You said we were coming here to celebrate, Dad. You could at least be nice to Anna."
Gord reached for his half-finished drink and swigged it back. Then he held up a hand to his mouth in fake surprise.
"Oh, dear. Better show some penitence. Take 100 lashes. Or maybe I might enjoy that too much."
A sudden loud crash from the kitchen had Guy and me up and out of our seats. We rushed in to find Nancy on hands and knees, trying to pick up shards of a broken wine glass with her bare hands. A pool of white wine was spreading across the floor, tinted with the pale tinge of blood. Her shoulders shook as she struggled to contain the mess. Guy swept over and pulled her up.
"Mom, stop. Get up."
He cradled her in his arms. I yanked some kitchen towel from the roll and wrapped her hands. Tiny dots of blood soaked into the white. It's okay, just minor cuts. Nancy was almost hyperventilating. So clumsy. Don't know what happened. Her eyes darted to the doorway. Gord stood there, eyes widening in horror. For a moment they stared at each other. The silence quivered. Suddenly his big body seemed to deflate, all the bluster fizzling out of him like a burst balloon. Nancy pulled herself away from Guy and walked towards her husband. She reached for his arm, gently steering him to the couch where he sat, legs splayed, head bowed. We all held our breath, watched and waited until he finally raised his head, then held her injured hands and kissed them.
"I'm a bad drunk," he said, looking directly at me with baleful eyes. "Been under a bit of stress lately with all this funding bullshit. I hit the scotch too early. Nancy warned me to go easy, but of course I never listened to her. I should. I know I should. She's my guiding star. I just don't appreciate her enough."
He reached for her, nuzzling his head against her waist. I could swear she stiffened at first, then took a deep breath and ruffled his hair. Peace was restored for now as Guy and I went to clean up the spill. Supper went without a hitch. Gord sobered up, then slipped back into professional mode, outlining the data-gathering techniques and focus groups I'd be involved with once I joined the project. Everyone was relaxed and loose until the coffee arrived. The cocktails and wine had loosened my tongue enough for me to blurt out, without too much warning, that Guy really wanted to opt back into the homeless kids' education project. Then all the goodwill fled, as if I'd wiped a whiteboard clean. Gord's face was tight with anger.
"So you've been whining about me behind my back, instead of facing me like a man, son?"
said Gord, his face contorted into an injured expression. I gulped, feeling suddenly stone-cold sober. "Actually, I brought it up, Gord. I know how passionate Guy is about the program." Guy was already glaring at me, and Nancy's hand hovered in the air, holding the cream jug. "I should get a refill," she blurted. But Gord's hand clamped down on her wrist and she sank back into her chair.
"Anna, my darling daughter-in-law, you must learn very quickly if you want to get along with this family that charity and passion don't pay the rent. Guy's condo, his import car, and your designer wardrobe are out of reach on a professor's pittance. He knows and Nancy knows that you don't get all that from doing goddamn charitable deeds for deprived street kids. All this good stuff comes courtesy of my goddamn business savvy."
He spat the words out as he jabbed at the side of his temple with his forefinger.
"Capiche?"
My mouth was dry. I nodded. He wanted to own all of us, Guy and me included. Suddenly he reminded me of Lonnie, who'd sunk her talons into Birdie and never let go, until she dragged her away from me. I dug my fingernails into my thighs just to let the sharp stab of pain bring me back to the present.
"I put a lot of work into setting up that project, Dad," said Guy. "I just wanted to keep in touch with Brian. Get some updates, that's all."
Gord glared at me, then reached for the drambuie and poured a glass. As he sipped, the anger seemed to drain away. We all held our breath.
"Okay, I guess that can't hurt. But keep it at arm's length, son. Carras advised us not to get in too deep with those kids. Too many problems, all kinds of liabilities, and too many other do-gooders with fingers in the pie."
"Carras?" I blurted, unable to stop myself. Gord glanced over at me, squinting as if to measure out what I knew.
"You know him?"
I shrugged. "Not really, but some of my students may be on his caseload, down on their luck teens looking to make money from unsavory characters down by the riverbanks." Nancy's face almost went purple, and Guy choked on his coffee. Gord's eyes flicked back and forth between them. He fixed a forced smile on his face.
"Please keep that to yourself, dear. Peter is a respected social worker. I'm sure he wouldn't choose to be referred to as the old guy working the underage hookers."
He winked at me and my stomach lurched. But I forced a fake smile and busied myself stacking dirty plates. Gord stood up, beckoning for Guy to join him in his study for a private word. Nancy silently cleared off the supper dishes, her bandaged fingers waving away my offer of help. I sat there wondering exactly what I'd stirred up with my impulsive comments. Before swishing off into the kitchen, she'd passed me the TV remote and curtly ordered me to put my feet up since I'd been at work all day. I guessed she was still embarrassed about Gord's ass-grabbing exploits and the kitchen incident, so I flipped through the channels, unable to settle on anything but the shopping channel, where someone was trying to push today's showstopper product, a $94 9-piece skin hydration set. I was just considering the idea of pulling out my credit card and ordering a set, when Nancy bustled back in to collect the dirty serving dishes. She mouthed, "Everything okay?" at me, and I nodded. Leaning my head back against the couch, I put the sound on mute and closed my eyes. Let my mind wander to thoughts about Colby and Birdie. Always Birdie. Colby actually came through with a rescue plan in the end. Reed, one of his gamer buddies, had his own house with a spare room that he was willing to let Birdie and me stay in until we got ourselves sorted. All we had to do was find the right time to sneak out with our few belongings. Birdie said she was working on her own escape plan and didn't need my help, but I convinced her Colby and his buddy would come through with their promise. We just had to wait until Patty and Lester were both out of the house, which was virtually never, since Patty was a permanent fixture on that grungy couch. She sometimes ventured out for medical appointments, or when the two of them made a trip to the Treasure Island casino just outside of the city. But the last time they'd gone, they must have lost a bundle because they came back yelling at each other, then slammed the front door so hard the walls shook. We ate instant noodles for days after that. That entire week after Colby came up with the escape plan, I stuck close by Patty and Lester, listening into their conversations by pretending to do homework at the kitchen table. I checked out the calendar on the fridge to see if Patty had scrawled down any appointment times. By that time, Patty had slipped into her usual lethargy and had lost interest in forcing medication down Birdie's throat. Instead, she shoved the pill cup into my hand and told me to give her the damned shit instead. So I switched Birdie's pills for junior aspirins and vitamin capsules that I jacked from the drugstore. I wanted her alert when the time came. There's no way I could drag her drugged body from that apartment. So after a few days, Birdie's head cleared. But it seemed like our plan was on hold until I could get Birdie to school with me, and Patty and Lester wouldn't allow that. I went to find Colby at the mall to tell him I still didn't have any idea when we could leave. But really, I just wanted to see him and touch him. Since the incident under the bridge, we'd acted like there was an electric force field between us. At school, when our fingertips touched, jolts crackled across our skin. Our desire for each other was almost palpable, a shimmering wall of sweaty teenage hormones. On the way to the gamer's store, I spotted Lester, who was working a lot of overtime, probably to fund their escalating drug habit. I caught him with his sweaty face pressed against the window of Tunes, his breath fogging a small circle on the window. Not wanting him to spot me, I hid around a corner. He checked to see both directions were clear before he slid into the store, and made his way to the counter where Earl Rafferty was perched, chatting like a madman into his cell phone. Lester loomed over him, his shoulders hunched. Earl broke off the conversation and nodded his head towards the back room. Lester plunged through the curtain into the darkness of the cubicles. I was so focused on him, I almost jumped out of my skin when two cool hands clamped across my eyes. "Doing some secret surveillance?" said a familiar voice. I whirled around to find Colby grinning at me. My heart did a somersault. I was burning for those hands to be all over me, but all I could do was swallow and make lame excuses. "Just checking Lester out. I think he's jerking off to porn at Earl's place." "Perv. People like him should be banned from fostering kids." he said, digging his hands into his pockets. I haven't found a good time for the escape plan. Patty never goes out. But it needs to be soon, so let's make it Wednesday. Colby reached a hand out to twirl a long, ragged tendril of my hair. I'd just started letting it go wild. He leaned close and whispered in my ear, I've been thinking that when you're at Reed's, I can spend some nights with you. I sometimes stay there at weekends, especially when my dad has people over. Imagine what it would be like to hold each other all night and wake up together. Back then I thought this was true love. The warm, slow burn in my lower body that made me squirm with an urge to run around in ever-decreasing circles until all that excess energy was used up. Then the seedy mall became a magic place, its graffiti-covered hallways and grimy corners filled with the hiss of whispered promises and the memory of breathless groping. I clung to Colby's hand. I can't wait till Wednesday. He glanced around. The mall was filling up with last-minute shoppers, office workers dropping in before starting the long commute home. He bent his head downwards and kissed me on the mouth. Our teeth thunked together and we pulled back laughing. I stood on tiptoe and kissed him softly, slipping my tongue into his mouth. The taste of gum and sweet saliva made my skin tremble. You're so hot, Anna. I can't wait until you're at Reed's house. In the meantime, I got something for you. He reached into his pocket. Here, read this, he said, taking out a dog-eared paperback. It'll turn you on. I checked out the cover. Tropic of Cancer by Henry Miller. It was banned everywhere when it came out. You'll soon find out why. Just don't show any teachers you have it. Stashing the book in my backpack, I glanced through the window of Tunes to see if Lester had surfaced. Must be watching a double feature, I said, pushing my hair away from my eyes. Maybe he couldn't get it up for the first one, said Colby, trailing a finger down my arm. See you at school? I nodded. How could I tell him that wildfires, tornadoes, even alien invasions wouldn't stop me from getting there to see him? That night, I could barely concentrate on my homework. Just the idea of hatching a real plan to get away from Lester and Patty had me perched on the edge of my seat in a permanent state of readiness. As if I could spring up and run 5 miles without stopping. But I couldn't forget about Birdie. Somehow I had to be able to get her up and out of that house before Lester took those few steps across the bedroom threshold while I was away at school and took everything from her. And I knew it was only a matter of time before he did. Do you take sugar in your coffee? Said Nancy. I blinked my eyes and snapped back to the present. Tuning into the past was becoming a habit. Images slid in and out of my consciousness until I barely knew what was real. And I had no idea how I appeared to other people around me when it was happening. Was I just sitting there, staring into space? Was I even talking to myself like a crazy person? No, thanks, Nancy, I said, taking a long sip. I could feel a jolt from the caffeine filtering into my brain. Nancy sat on the edge of her chair, occasionally glancing at the door. I recognized the posture. I'd sat opposite Lester and Patty that way, carefully monitoring their voices, gestures, tiny movements, always watching, testing the mood, training myself to spot the first sign of trouble. My body was exhausted by the time they stuck a joint under my nose, forced me to take a couple of hits, then said, "Get lost and go to bed and check on your sister." Correction. They didn't have to strong-arm me to smoke weed. I was craving it by the time it got round to me. The skunky sweet smoke was the only thing that took the edge off my constant state of tension. Don't let Gord get to you, said Nancy. Most of the time he's pretty accommodating. He just has this need to feel like he's in control. Make him believe he's running things and he's like putty in your hands. Then you can basically get on and do your own thing. Is that what you do? She tilted her head. Do what? Let him think he owns you? She opened her mouth to respond, but the office door burst open and the two guys strode out.
"Time to go, babe," said Guy.
I tried to read his face, but he wasn't giving me anything. What plan had been hatched in that office between father and son? And when would Guy fill me in on it? I wondered then where his loyalties really lay. If it came to some vital life-or-death business decision, would he choose Gord over me? That familiar sense of precariousness caused me to stumble against the chair when I stood up. Guy's eyes flew over to me.
"You okay?"
he mouthed. I nodded just as Nancy stood up to immediate attention, and Gord wrapped an arm around her shoulder. She didn't lean in towards him until he squeezed her close. It was like watching an intense war of wills that Gord inevitably won.
"So don't forget Thursday night,"
he said to Guy. "What's happening Thursday?" I said. Gord shook his head and grinned.
"Just a guy thing, Anna. One of our programmers is getting married and we're having a bachelor party." "I'm an unwilling guest," said Guy. "I'm not a fan of all that beer and male bonding garbage." "What did I tell you, Anna? My son is a wuss. He's afraid of letting loose and enjoying himself. But you'll change all that. Help him man up. I have high hopes."
We drove home with Guy barely saying a word, and later, when we tried to make love, he stopped halfway through and said, "I'm sorry, I can't," leaving my frenzied body screaming for release. I lay there staring at the ceiling, listening to the night sounds and wondering exactly what Gord was up to and how it involved Guy. 26. Noises at night are magnified. It's something to do with the darkness snuffing out your sense of sight. The clanking of railed cars shunting in the distance. The flack of a police helicopter circling overhead. The faint snuffling of Guy's breathing. Like a symphony I couldn't shut out. An hour later I was still awake, so I stroked the inside of my thighs and thought of Colby. The day before the escape plan, I stopped him at his locker once classes were done. He was shuffling through a deck of magic cards. "I started reading the book you gave me. I loved that bit at the beginning, about the book being a prolonged insult, a gob of spit in the face of art. But after that, it just rambled on about men wishing they had bigger dicks to use on women. Why is Miller such a misogynistic jerk?" He snapped the locker shut, pushed his hair from his face and sighed.
"I thought you, of all people, would see beyond the words. Can't you see he's just denouncing conventional art and morality? Asserting his own personal freedom? Distancing himself from the crippling tedium of mainstream society? It's like when you spell out the forbidden, you demystify it. Get it?"
For the first time, we were on a different wavelength. But I couldn't tell him that when you live with someone like Lester Flatt, who tries to grope you every time you pass by him at the kitchen table, or rubs his groin while he's sitting next to his stoned wife, it's tough to find subtlety and meaning in explicit sexual imagery. I followed Colby towards the exit door. "Tell me something," I said, grasping his wrist. "If you're so keen to demystify the forbidden like Miller says, then why are you too chicken to go all the way with me?" He looked scared.
"I'm not. I just don't want to take advantage of you."
"What if I want you to?"
"Are you serious?"
he said, stopping to look at me for a long, slow moment.
"Then let's go to Reed's."
The place was empty when we arrived at Reed's house, breathless from running.
"He's done around 6.
said Colby, unlocking the back door of a tiny white stucco bungalow. Inside was a typical Guy hangout that reeked of musty laundry and rancid cooking oil. He led me past a sink full of crusty dishes and a kitchen table stacked with empty beer bottles and open cereal boxes. I took it all in, savoring the idea that this would be my first time, that someone cared enough to want to be with me. It was the closest thing I'd ever experienced to being loved by anyone other than Birdie.
"In here,"
he whispered, pushing me into a tiny room off the kitchen. Warm, dark, and musty, it contained a narrow single bed covered with a faded blue bedspread. We never made it to the bed. Once the door banged shut, he pushed me against the door and started to tear at my clothes. I followed his lead, yanking his t-shirt over his head and groping at his jean zipper. Soon we faced each other naked. I'd expected his body to be pale and skinny, but his skin was lightly tanned and silky. I pressed against him, skin on skin, slippery like silk, every nerve end tingling when I touched him. He nuzzled the side of my neck. "You feel incredible." His warm breath tickled my ear and I kissed his cheek, his eyes, his mouth. Our lips were still pressed together when we stumbled towards the bed and fell back onto the sheets. I didn't know what to do next until he fumbled at his groin, pushed my legs apart, and I felt a slight stab of pain that set my thighs tingling. He thrust hard against me until he moaned and shuddered to a climax. And though I wasn't transported into a state of ecstasy, the feeling of closeness, of being folded against his body, was worth the world to me. For that moment, I felt I actually belonged to someone, that someone really cared. "I love you," I gasped, knowing that my heart would burst open with joy if I just let go for once in my miserable life. "I love you, Colby." An arm landed across my chest, zapping me into the present, and the sound of Guy's soft breathing whistling into the silence. I was warm and safe in this room. I'd experienced that same feeling when I clung to Colby all those years ago. We were two clumsy teens, experimenting with sex in that run-down little room. But I'd spent years trying to recapture the same intimacy in the arms and beds of many other men. It had eluded me until now. Colby, my first, and Guy, who I hoped might be my last lover, would always be the best. And that was something positive about my life that would never change. I could never risk losing Guy. And that's why he could never know about Birdie, even though I was so close to finding her. 27. Summer break was looming on the horizon, and I still hadn't summoned up the courage to tell the kids I was leaving. I was afraid I'd lose them. They'd see it as treachery or desertion, not a simple career move. I knew their way of thinking. It went like this. You start by trusting every well-intentioned adult who enters your life. You cling to them, believing they can actually help you. Then, one after another, they drift away, or cast you off when they can't cope with the ton of messy baggage you're carrying. I'd lived that life, always hoping that this time I'd land a permanent, nurturing home where good, kind people would cherish me and never let me down. It didn't happen for me. Until the Levines turned my life around, and then Guy came along and adored me. But the kids in my class, they'd poured out their hopes, fears, and deepest, darkest secrets into those journals, and I'd received them with the promise that we shared a bond of trust that couldn't be broken. How could I tell them I was packing up and leaving? I'd already lost Carla, hadn't heard a word about her since I'd seen her at the manicure salon. But Dane was actually close to graduating, and I couldn't jeopardize that fragile situation, especially when there was a faint chance he could go to college and make a better life for himself. Robin always knocked himself out searching for scholarships, bursaries, awards, anything to keep the kids away from the streets. That guy was dedicated, irreplaceable. Not like me. And though I convinced myself they'd easily find a replacement for me, I still felt guilty that I'd sold myself out for money and prestige. But there was no turning back now. I'd come too far. I stayed late at school on the day of the stag party, flipping through the journals, reading the same sentence 10 times over, until I looked up and almost jumped out of my chair. Dane was standing at the back of the classroom. He dyed his hair and now sported a cerise mohawk cut. Along with his wire-rimmed glasses, he looked like some half-human, half-goblin character from a Harry Potter movie. "Got a question?" I said, beckoning him closer. He shook his head. He usually talked in 2-word sentences. "Tell you something?" "Sure, anything." When he dug his hands into the pockets of the ripped trench coat and hunched his shoulders, he reminded me of Colby. A stab of pain ripped at my heart. "It's Carla," he murmured. I leaned forward and spoke softly as if he was a bird that would fly away at the slightest noise. "Okay, tell me." "She's with Rafferty. It's bad stuff." "What kind of stuff?" He shook his head. "The girls. He gives them stuff, gets them high, makes them work for him, hires them out." "For what?" "That's all I know," he said, shaking his head. It was useless to push him any further. "I gotta go now." I called after him. "If you find out anything else, Dane, I'm here." He nodded without looking back at me, then was gone. I stood up, my heart thudding. Rafferty, that sweet-faced bastard, that conniving prick. 15 years ago, I'd found out everything there was to know about Mr. Earl Rafferty and his business. The night before our planned escape, Lester and Patty had a couple of friends over. Trey and Anita. 2 wild-eyed junkies who'd stopped by a few weeks before and promised to bring along some quality meth. Perched on my usual chair in the corner of the living room, I was trying to write an essay outline when I heard Patty in the kitchen jabbering like a fiend to Lester while he stirred up a huge pot of mac and cheese. Trey and Anita sat like a pair of shabby scarecrows at the kitchen table, a scrunched-up brown paper bag in front of them. Trey was skinny with stringy yellow hair. Every time Lester passed by, Trey's hand shot out to cover the paper bag. I was just about to make a hasty retreat to the bedroom when, for the first time in days, Birdie dragged herself out of bed. She flopped down on Patty's couch, grabbed the sacred remote, and began to flip through the channels. My stomach churned. I had to get her out of the room before Patty found her there. The late afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, showing me how much Birdie had changed. Her body was so thin her shoulder blades poked through her skin, which was covered in pale peach fuzz. If Patty got pissed off, she could snap those bird arms with one twist of her pudgy fingers. "Come sit at the table," I whispered. Birdie looked at me with blank eyes. "Patty's gonna be pissed." "Screw her. Wait a couple of hours. Then the shit's really gonna hit the fan, Miss Goody Two-Shoes." "What are you talking about?" "How long do you think they can lock me up here like some sad junkie? Every day I have to fight off Lester the pervert while you go off to school like Miss Perfect Angel. I know you're in it with them. I know you're getting high on all their junk." I knelt down by her chair. Her eyes blazed out from dark hollows. "You don't know what you're saying. I've tried to help you. My friend Colby, he's gonna get us both out tomorrow. We're gonna stay with his buddy. We'll be safe there." "Too late for that," she said, slumping deeper into the cushions and hiding her face. "Ew, this chair reeks of armpits." I grabbed her arm, shocked at the brittleness of her bones. "What do you mean, too late?" "You'll see," she said, hoisting herself out of the chair. "You'll see." "Stick around, kid," Patty yelled as she, Lester, and the 2 ghouls shuffled in from the kitchen. Lester had a piece of macaroni in his mustache. Birdie's shoulders dropped. She frowned. "Cut the attitude," yelled Lester, holding out 2 bowls of macaroni. "Sit down with your sister and be grateful for the food we're putting in your stomach." "Good on you, Lester," said Trey. "Kids today have no respect. You show 'em who's boss." Trey's wife, Anita, sniffed and wiped her arm across her nose. She had wrinkled smoker's lips and hair so bleached it stuck out in fried blonde wisps. "You and Patty sure have big hearts taking in kids nobody else wants.
Too bad they're just trash, taking you for all they can get."
Patty shrugged and nodded her head towards me.
"The dark-haired one's all right, but the skinny one, she's a little witch. Can't trust her for a minute. She'd strip us bare and sell us for a few cents."
Birdie's whole body tensed until her sinews were two taut cords in her neck.
"I said sit the hell down," yelled Lester. "You look like a goddamn scarecrow, so eat."
I grasped her wrist. "Do as they say, please." Birdie's eyes burned into mine with such hate I wanted to retch. But she slowly sank down onto the chair, her head bowed. Lester clunked the two bowls down in front of us. I was famished but nauseous at the same time, so I dug into the noodles and shoveled them into my mouth. It was a rare occasion that food came our way without us scrounging through the cupboards for it. Birdie sat unmoving. "Eat," I whispered. "Don't piss them off." In slow motion, she reached for the spoon, picked up one piece of macaroni and placed it on her tongue. A look of utter revulsion flickered across her face. I tried to remember when she'd last eaten something more substantial than a handful of crackers. Lester and Patty settled themselves onto the couch, while Trey and Anita fumbled with the brown paper bag, pulling out a plastic baggie tied with a twist tie and a hollow glass tube with a bulb at one end. Trey held the pipe like a sacred artifact, while Anita tipped a tiny chunk of ice into the bowl. He reached into his pocket and took out a lighter. Flipping it on, he held the flame under the bowl. A fizzing, bubbling sound was followed by a sweet stink of burning plastic. Birdie's eyes tracked the pipe as it rose to Anita's lips. Her spoon hovered in the air. I wondered if she'd already tried it with Lonnie and was craving a hit. Anita fell back against the chair back, a blissful grin cracking her face. Trey beckoned Patty, who sprang forward and wedged her squishy butt on the corner of a cushion, then closed her eyes as he slipped the pipe into her mouth. The lighter clicked and flared. The meth sizzled, and all eyes followed the magic pipe as it rose through the air. Patty inhaled a lungful of smoke and sank back with a blissful grin on her face. Lester took his like a starving baby craving milk, and soon all four of them had blasted off to oblivion, chattering and blabbing about how great they felt, and how Lester was going to get right up and whip up a batch of strawberry waffles from scratch. But maybe he'd wait till he had another hit.
"Stupid junkies," mumbled Birdie. "Look at them."
"Let's get out of here. Go to our room," I whispered. "They'll be out cold soon."
"I'm not moving from here. I got friends coming. Friends who are looking out for me, unlike my dumb sister."
I put a finger to my lips and shook my head.
"If we lock our bedroom door, they won't notice, and tomorrow we're getting out for good." "Too late, baby. Lonnie called this morning. She's got friends who'll get me out of this shithole. Connected friends."
I was cold and prickly all over. It wasn't supposed to go like that. Lonnie wasn't included. It was just going to be Birdie and me like it always had been. I wanted to argue, to beg her not to go with Lonnie, but I stifled the urge and instead kept an eye on the crazy quartet, who were struggling to their feet and trying to dance to More Than a Feeling as Lester cranked up the music. "When is Lonnie coming? When?" Birdie barely glanced at me.
"Anytime soon, and she's gonna teach these losers a lesson when she gets here. A big fat lesson they'll never forget, and I'll be laughing my freaking head off when it happens."
Sick apprehension clenched my stomach. The macaroni sat like a heavy lump in my gut. Birdie watched the door and cracked her knuckles, watching, waiting, for freedom and revenge. I called in at the outlet mall on the way home. I knew Guy would be at some downtown bar having pre-stag drinks, and I had a whole lot of time to kill. Besides, all this stress and worry had drained me, and I needed a shopping fix. It was time to find some office chic stuff for my new job with Gord's company. Jeans, denim skirts, and plaid shirts wouldn't cut it in Gord's upscale empire. Slim, tailored, and sexy was the look I was after, though not too provocative. If Gord attempted to touch my ass the way he'd done with Nancy, I'd waste no time plowing him in the jaw. To hell with his stupid ego. After a major shopping binge for suits, little black dresses and a rainbow of fitted silk shirts and shells, I flopped down at a coffee shop table to sort through my stash. Carla's lingerie store was directly opposite, but she wasn't there anymore. She was working for Earl Rafferty now. He'd lured her away from her one chance to make a decent life for herself. Promised her manicures, pedicures, beauty treatments, and probably clothes. I imagine he'd come across as sweet and generous at first, easing her into trusting him. Only later, when he had her under his thumb, would he spring the real jobs on her. Maybe easy ones at first, then the unmentionable ones later. It was standard practice for jerks like him. I was about to sip my hazelnut latte when I spotted a heavy-set, broad-shouldered guy standing outside the lingerie store. His white t-shirt stretched across his muscular chest, the short sleeves revealing a bold zigzag tattoo down both arms. But it was his face that made my hand shake so hard. I spilled the hot coffee down my wrist. I'd seen that face before. The broad, flat nose, reddish cheeks, and narrow slits of eyes. A black baseball cap covered graying, straggly hair. A phone rang, and he lifted it to his ear with a hand as big as an oar. I knew him. Jimmy Mac Durbin, one of Earl Rafferty's henchmen and chief talent spotter. How did I know that? He'd recruited Birdie and Lonnie when they were hanging out in the mall, and he was there that night Birdie got her revenge. For that, she owed him and Earl Rafferty big time. Lester twitched his scrawny hips and tried to drag Patty off the couch to dance to their rubbish music. Her face glowed crimson from giggling when she gave one huge tug and pulled him on top of her. He struggled for a moment like a fat turtle, then said, "To hell with it," and started necking furiously with her. Trey and Anita just sat smoking as if that pipe was the only real thing that existed in the world. They were old hands, so it probably took a whole lot more hits to get them high. Birdie's eyes glanced over at the clock with the knife and fork hands. The look on her face was so cold and cruel I couldn't think of what to say. "I'm coming too," I mumbled. She shrugged. "Depends." "On what?" "If Lonnie lets you." "You can't leave me here on my own." "You left me here for weeks while they stuffed me full of drugs. What's the difference?" I leaned forward and grasped her wrist. "I helped you, gave you food and water, looked after you. You went off to school so you could make out with that nerdy guy." "How do you know Colby?" "That his name? Figures." "You've never met him?" "I have so." "He's a lousy lay." "Saw him at the mall. He was so easy. A genuine man whore." I heard a loud buzzing in my ears. "Where? When?" "Under the Stone Arch Bridge. It was freezing out. A crazy wind chill. He came so quick I barely got started." "You're a liar," I said, loud enough that Lester's head swiveled like a chicken's. He creaked to his feet and lunged towards me, probably to give me supreme shit. But a loud banging started up at the front door. "What the hell?" he gasped, bashing his knee on the coffee table. Patty and the two others stopped their babbling to gaze around in a shell-shocked stupor. "Did someone call the freaking cops or something?" said Trey, stuffing the meth paraphernalia into the bag and tearing it in the process, while his wife licked her finger and gathered the stray dust, not missing a grain. Patty's bloodshot eyes finally came to rest on me. "Lying sack of shit," she hissed. "Creeping around here like a freaking owl and watching everything. Lester," she squealed, "it's her. She sold us out. I told you she was trouble. Both of them ain't worth shit." I shook my head and looked down at Birdie, whose eyes were fixed on the locked door. The banging escalated to such a point that the neighbors would soon start to complain. A call to the cops might follow, and neither Lester nor Patty wanted to risk that happening. Panicked looks flew between them. "Ungrateful bitches, the pair of you. Sit tight and open your books. Patty, answer the door," said Lester. "Trey and Anita are gonna leave out back." The two Goulds vanished like a puff of noxious smoke, and Patty, launched from her meth fog into a grim reality, shuffled to the door and grasped the handle just as it burst open, knocking her flat against the wall. Lonnie swept in, her spiky hair standing up as if her entire body was plugged into an electric socket. She spotted Birdie and flounced over to her, ignoring Lester's sweaty red face. "Who the hell are you?" he bellowed. "Get out of my—" Lonnie was taller than Lester by almost a head. She towered over him, her eyes burning into the top of his freckled head. "Or what, you pervert piece of junky dirt? Or You'll call the cops. I doubt it. You've been hot icing it in here, and you call yourself a foster parent? Better than a crazy punk dyke." I crept behind the table as the door swung open to reveal Earl Rafferty and a square-shouldered man with a shaved head and flattened nose. Patty and Lester retreated to the couch, while Lonnie gathered Birdie into a bear hug. Birdie was sobbing, her whole body heaving while Lonnie whispered into her ear, "I'm gonna get you out of here, baby. Get you healthy again. No more Lester the sick pervert. You'll see, baby. Earl's gonna take care of him." Earl and Jimmy hovered over Lester, who'd shrunk into a shivering, quaking mass. Earl cracked his knuckles, dragged Lester up onto his feet, and snapped a sharp right hook into his face, demolishing his nose and sending a spray of blood across Patty's face. She yelped like a puppy as Jimmy punched him deep in the gut. Earl followed up with a thudding kick to his side. Jimmy let go of Lester's shirt and let him double over into a heap on the floor, sobbing like a baby, his nose streaming with blood. Lonnie guided Birdie towards the door. My legs were frozen. I could barely move. "I'm coming. Take me too," I called above Patty's whining. "What did you ever do for her?" said Lonnie, hand on her hip. "You let them dope her up till she was a freaking zombie." My legs loosened up and I ran to the door past Earl and Jimmy, who were at the sink washing the blood off their hands. "Birdie, tell them I fed you. I looked out for you, always." "Seems like I'm always telling you to get lost," said Lonnie. "So do it." Tears streamed down my face. "Birdie, don't leave me. I can't stay here." She stared at me from the shelter of Lonnie's arms, her eyes swollen and red. "You left me here alone while you went to school. And what do you think Lester was doing while you were out? Made me jack him off or give him blowjobs every other day while Patty was sleeping on the couch." I ran to her, grabbing at her t-shirt. "I didn't know, Birdie. You never told me. Why? Why didn't you say anything?" Her cheeks were wet from sobbing, and her eyes so weary I wanted to crush her in my arms and comfort her. I'd always promised to protect her, but I'd been so busy with Colby and school and my own miserable life. I'd forgotten about her pain and left her alone to fend for herself. "I'm so sorry, Birdie. I'll never do that again. I'll stay right beside you like always, like it used to be. Say you'll forgive me. Please." I waited for the magic words, but she just nuzzled her face against Lonnie's chest. "Guess you got your answer, bitch. Let's go, Birdie." When they vanished through the doorway, I wanted to throw up. Lester lay on the floor moaning, so Earl and Jimmy delivered a couple more kicks before leaving just to shut him up. I scanned the chaos. Smashed coffee table, scattered cigarette butts. Patty crouched over Lester, bawling her eyes out. I knew Birdie wouldn't be back this time. I had nothing. Nobody in the world. "Call the cops," whined Patty. "I think he's dead." I couldn't hear anything but a weird gurgling sound coming from Lester's nose as I handed Patty a Kleenex, picked up my coat, and walked out the door. 28. Grief is like anesthesia. You become numb and disembodied. A random mass of cells suspended in the ether. Your senses shut off from the to and fro of everyday life. When Birdie left for good, I had no purpose left. Protecting her had been my driving force, my reason to survive one nightmare home after another. Without her, I was a non-person with no direction, no family, no identity. And with such a weight of sorrow on my shoulders, it would crush me like an insect. When I left the Flats apartment and slammed their battered front door, I half slid, half ran downstairs to the street, only stopping to flex my fingers and touch my face and body to reassure myself I still existed. I tried to settle my breathing, tried to erase the image of Lester's bloodied face, and Birdie's head nestled against Lonnie's shoulder like a child reunited with her mother. The street was deserted. Birdie, Lonnie, and friends long gone. A bright moon shone behind ragged clouds, and I stood still for a moment to let the night sounds engulf me. A dog howled in a backyard. Traffic hummed on a freeway bridge. Then a siren sounded, its high-pitched whine edging closer. Patty had cleaned up the drug paraphernalia and called 911. The urge to escape jolted me into action. I ran, the damp air slapping at my face, until I shuddered to a stop at the corner of the block. Nighttime traffic flashed by. My head spun. Which way to go? I had no home, belonged nowhere. I stood, temporarily blinded by the glare of headlights, and rested my hands on my knees, bent my head and gulped in chilly mouthfuls of air. I had no home. So I started jogging in the direction of the mall, my only sanctuary. I ran, the tears sticky on my cheeks until I reached a patch of grass near the mall entrance. I flung myself down on the ground and rolled over and over on the gritty grass, pulled my hair, ripped my clothes, howled until my throat was raw and my face covered in snot. Then I lay there, burnt out and hollow, staring up at stars that shone like silver pinpricks in an infinite black expanse of sky. I'd already made my mind up to jump off the bridge into the river. The stars were just pointing the way. It would be so easy to let the muddy waters close in over my head and fill my lungs until they burst. Nobody cared anyway. My death would be insignificant, less impact than a fly smudged over a windshield. I got up again and ran towards the river. Exhausted, I stumbled down the bank towards the Stone Arch Bridge, the place where Birdie and I had eaten hot dogs and watched the tourists go by, envious of the bright, laughing faces of those happy families. We didn't know the truth then, but now I was wiser. Now I knew that families were just collections of disparate individuals thrown together by nature, parasites who suck the life from each other while trying to promote their own miserable, selfish needs. I grasped the painted metal railing, hiccuping and retching at the same time. I howled into the night like a stray, unloved dog. The river lapped and sloshed below me, its muddy brown water flecked with golden coins of light from the street lamps. All I had to do was hitch myself up onto the parapet. No problem. Wipe myself out. I was done with everyone, with every careless person who treated me as less than human. I hoisted my body upwards and leaned over the parapet, when a hand clamped down on my shoulder. I froze. "Don't move," said a soft voice. "Stay absolutely still." I turned around to see a gray-haired man with a silver goatee. A hand with pink manicured nails grasped my arm so tightly I couldn't move. "You might think things are so bad you don't have a choice, but you can't throw your life away." My head swam. The man's face blurred in and out of focus, like a picture taken too closely. I jumped down, and for a split second he loosened his grip. That's all I needed to yank myself away from him and sprint away in the opposite direction. "Are you okay, ma'am?" said an urgent voice. Someone was shaking my arm. I blinked my eyes and focused on the crushed coffee cup lying on the table. I glanced up at the red-haired barista. I was still at the outlet mall. At the coffee shop, I'd sat down at one of their tables after spotting Rafferty's henchman, Jimmy. A puddle of brownish foam leaked over the edge of the table and soaked into my jeans. I'm okay, I said, grabbing a handful of napkins and dabbing at the mess. Then I stuffed the whole lot into the garbage as I left, slamming the exit door open so fast I almost took out a middle-aged woman on the other side. I could barely remember driving home, but somehow I got back to the empty condo, stripped off my coffee-stained clothes, and poured myself a stiff shot of brandy. Afterwards, I lay back on the sofa, trying to collect my thoughts and orient myself. Guy was late because he'd gone to some stag party with Gord. I glanced at the pile of bags arranged in front of me. I'd been buying clothes for my new career with Gord's company, and somehow Gord was connected with Peter Carras, the man I'd remembered from the bridge the terrible night Birdie left me at the Flats place. I hadn't imagined his face glowing like a half-moon in the darkness. Carras, the man who stopped me from jumping into the raging waters. He was at the wedding celebration at Gord's house. Now memories of places and people were melting into each other, blurring the lines of what was real. The past was bleeding into the present. My phone buzzed with a text from Guy. "Rescue me, I'm too drunk to drive." The address followed. Some swish area about 3 miles away. I texted back, "Be there in 20. Traffic would be light, so it shouldn't take me long." To calm myself, I unpacked all my new clothes and threw them onto hangers, sliding them into place among the silks, cashmeres, and fine cottons. From the back of the closet, I extracted a stretchy red and black dress. It was tiny, with a plunging neckline. Strange how small items from the past kept reappearing, like Birdie's ring. I shuddered and snapped off the closet light. The dress fit like a second skin, hugged at my hips and ass, even though I hadn't worn it in years. But the underwear had to go. Panty lines were a no-no in micro-dresses like this. A pair of red strappy sandals and a slick of scarlet lipstick, and I was ready to deliver Guy from the bachelor party. 29. I drove along the tree-lined shore of Lake Calhoun. On the other side, the downtown towers twinkled like magic boxes, their lights reflected in the calm waters. The house Guy had directed me to was a grand 3-story detached mansion, partially obscured by trees at the top of a sweeping driveway. Every light in the place was blazing. Silhouetted figures moved back and forth across the windows. My stomach gurgled. I couldn't remember when I'd eaten last, so I texted Guy, told him I was waiting outside, and asked him to grab me some food on the way out. I waited a few minutes. No response. Texted again, and still nothing. Either he was too drunk to reply or he'd lost his phone. Neither were great options. I didn't want to drag him out in front of Gord and a bunch of leering revelers, and I also didn't relish the idea of rooting through someone else's furniture looking for his phone. The air was cool, and goosebumps prickled my arms and legs. Why the hell had I worn this skimpy dress? Some logic had directed me to unearth it from my old suitcase. Had the address jogged some lost memory? Some association with this house? I edged around a vine-covered wall and peeked in through a side window to a circular white vestibule. Inside, a speckled marble floor and a sweeping oak staircase led upstairs to a darkened space, from which the swell of laughter, chatter, and voices rose and fell. A small sitting room, lined with white couches, was off the hallway. Inside, I made out the shapes of couples embracing. A tall man in tan slacks and a white shirt open to the navel padded down the stairs holding the hand of a thin slip of a girl. She couldn't have been more than 15. Her eyes ringed with dark liner, her feet bare. She stopped for a moment to take in the crystal chandelier, the Baroque mirror, and the white Rodin knockoff on the walnut occasional table. But the man tugged her towards him and led her to the room beyond where the other couples writhed and squirmed on couches and chairs. I knew there'd be girls there. This was Gord's kind of place. Alpha males on the prowl for tail. Young tail, as young as you could get. Younger than your Botoxed wife sleeping soundly under her goose-down duvet. Slipping through an open side door, I padded into the vestibule, my shoes dangling from my hands. The lights were dimmed in that small sitting room, but the sound of moaning and heavy breathing was like a weird chorus. Glancing up the spiral staircase with its heavy oak banister and cream and black carpet, I weighed my options. Either thread my way through the bodies in that dark sitting room and hope Guy was slumped somewhere in a corner, or venture upstairs into the party proper. I decided to go upstairs, more chance of blending in with the crowd. As I climbed upwards, the din of laughter, voices, and muddled music grew louder until it became so deafening the banister vibrated. It was pitch black at the top of the stairs, the massive room lit with flashing lights that bounced off walls and bodies and faces. The place reeked of cigars, booze, and male sweat. I figured if I kept to the periphery of the room, I could go almost unnoticed because it was packed with men of all ages eating, swigging beer, playing cards in the far corner. A young girl lay stark naked on a nearby table surrounded by pastries. Men crowded around gawking and cheering as one after the other placed cannoli pastries in strategic positions on her body and attempted to eat them without using hands. Young girls with makeup-slathered faces sidled up to them and bared their bum for a slap, a feel. Some girls wore cowbells draped round their necks. I watched as drunken men took their hands and led them upstairs or down to the lower sitting room. These were the freelancers, the ones who offered special services to make extra money on the side. Money that came in handy for kids' clothing, or college tuition, or just more swag. Guy was nowhere to be seen, so I continued around the edge of the room, dodging the hands that slid my way. Someone started chanting up ahead where a knot of guys had gathered around another spectacle. As I came closer, I made out the back view of a familiar young girl. I edged round for a front view, and my heart slammed in my ears when I saw her face. It was Carla, her eyes squeezed shut, her half-naked body thin and pale as a child's. A drunk old guy who could have been an accountant or bank manager groped and kissed her, while the others egged him on. Without another thought, I lunged forward and yanked his stiff gray hair. He yelped and let go of her. Seizing the opportunity, I grabbed her arm, jerking her away from the crowd of wide-eyed men who stumbled backwards in shock. I shoved her behind me, noticing how her head lolled onto her chest, and saliva dribbled down her chin. She was high. "Goddamn animals," I hissed. "She's only 15.
"Who let this crazy bitch in?"
yelled a bank manager. His buddies edged forward, their eyes hungry, eager to teach me a lesson.
"Where's security?"
I squared off with them and held up my cell phone. I hadn't totally forgotten life on the streets. "I'm recording all this. Come any closer and I'll scream bloody murder and phone the cops." They paused, weighing up my threat, considering their options. "Maybe there'll be a nice spread in the paper so your wives and bosses can see what fine family guys you all are. Just let me out with the girl and everything's cool." Palms held upwards. Bank manager held the other guys back.
"Okay, cool. No worries. Take the girl and get the hell out of here."
A loud wave of music drowned my voice out. Bodies swam in front of me, lit blue, green, and red by the dancing lights. A tall girl with pneumatic breasts waltzed by, and bank manager and his cronies turned tail to follow her. A bald guy wearing a black silk shirt turned back to me and whispered,
"I'd get the hell out of here if I were you. Earl doesn't take kindly to anyone that messes with his girls."
I realized I'd have to leave Guy here, since he was nowhere in sight. But across the room, surrounded by a sea of faces, I spied Carras, slugging beer from a bottle, standing behind Gord, who was bent over the cannoli girl, head bobbing as he struggled to lick the cannoli cream from her thighs. Things began to blur, and for a moment I forgot Carla was still hanging onto my arm. Bald Guy tapped my arm and I sprang backwards like an electric volt had charged through my veins.
"You okay?" he said. "Only you look like you're gonna keel over."
I shook my head and backed away. Carla whimpered behind me, coming down from whatever drug she was on. I grabbed a cloth from one of the food tables and draped it around her shoulders. Across the room, the door to the spiraled staircase glowed like a magic portal, and I slithered around the edge of the room, letting the lights and music swallow us into blessed oblivion. After 5 minutes of driving, Carla moaned that she wanted to throw up, so I pulled up onto the grassy roadside and helped her out. A stream of booze gushed out of her skinny body until she was dry heaving. I stopped at a gas station and bought her a bottle of cold ginger ale and made her drink it. By this time she was giving me furtive sideways glances. "Why were you there, Anna?" she murmured, clinging onto the neck of the old sweater I'd found in my back seat. "My husband was at the stag. He asked me to pick him up." She leaned back against the seat and closed her eyes. Tears leaked from beneath her lashes. I laid a hand on her bony wrist. "It's okay. You don't have to go back. I'll take you home." When she shook her head, her whole body moved. "He'll come and find me. It's too late." She lifted the tablecloth and turned sideways. Tattooed in stylish looped script across her buttocks was a signature, Earl J. Rafferty. The car swerved to the right, almost hitting the guy in the next lane. I tried to collect myself, grasped the wheel tight with both hands. I'd seen that signature before. The night I almost killed myself on the bridge, I kicked the gray-haired guy in the crotch before I ran away. I didn't like the way his manicured body invaded my space, hated the clammy pressure of his fingers on my wrist. He yelped, doubled over clutching himself as I ran past the dark stores and cafes, to the mall, the only place I could think of. Maybe Birdie would be there. She'd take pity on me, let me sleep on a couch somewhere. Even the floor of some motel room would do. But then that sharp knife twisted in my heart again. She'd left me for Lonnie. She screwed the only guy I'd ever cared for. She despised me now. I'd seen the hatred burning in her eyes when she went off with Lonnie. The stores were 5 minutes from closing, so I wandered around in a daze trying to figure out where I could go. Alone, unwanted, and scared. The world closed in on me, and hope was a distant dream. I drifted towards the gamer's store. There was no more rescue plan. Colby was my only hope. I slept on the couch in Colby's basement for 2 days until Birdie showed up with Lonnie, supposedly to check up on me to see if I was okay. But I knew she just wanted to hit me up for food or money to buy drugs, or even piss me off by making eyes at Colby. Her hand shook so badly I almost felt sorry for her, especially when I could see she was freaking Colby out. He didn't know she'd told me about their little session. I figured I'd forgive him for it. But when his mom came back from her job at the hospital and found Birdie and Lonnie rooting through the fridge, she said she'd had enough and told me to go back to my social worker. Said she was really sorry, but she couldn't take on the cost of feeding all these extra mouths, or risk having junkies and troublemakers in the house when she had her grandchildren to look after 3 days a week. Birdie was long gone by that time, though I knew she'd be back when she was hungry or needed money. She'd never leave me alone. I hoped Colby would stand up for me, plead my case with the same cool logic he'd used in all our literary arguments. But faced by his mother's demands, he became a tongue-tied kid. Not the enigmatic shadow boy with the cool intellect and sexy whisper.
"Reed went ahead and rented his spare room out," he said, a sheepish look on his face. "What will you do?"
I shrugged. Maybe hook up with Birdie and the other kids at the Capri Motel. The workers there are so slack they won't notice another body sleeping on the floor, and it's near the mall, so I'll have something to do after school. Of course, I had no intention of going with Birdie. As long as Lonnie and Dwayne and all her druggy loser friends were around, I had other plans of my own. Colby touched my cheek and bent to kiss me. I turned away, my heart frozen.
I didn't mean to do it with your sister,
he said, his eyes limpid with tears.
I wish I could take it back now.
Don't matter anyway. Not like we were gonna get married or anything.
But I like you. You're smart and interesting, not like the others. There's something special about you.
Words come easy when you're kicking out someone who has no place to go. You hope it softens the blow, dulls the edge of the pain, but I wouldn't give him that satisfaction. I wanted to make him suffer, stick in my own knife and twist the blade. You of all people coming out with a cliché like that, I said, picking up my backpack, the only thing I'd taken from Lester and Patty's place. I was done with garbage bags. I really thought you were more of an original thinker. The truth is, you're totally derivative. You plagiarize your ideas from Google and pass them off as your own. The good news, on the other hand, you were a great first lay. He stood at the door of his miserable turquoise-painted bungalow looking utterly defeated, and was still watching as I turned the corner. I thought I'd loved him. Poor sucker. I stuck my hand in my pocket and felt the comforting edges of his dad's rare baseball card collection. Shit will hit the fan when he realizes they're gone. I reckoned I'd sell them for enough to keep me in food and clothes for a couple of months until I figured out how I'd survive. And I would survive. I was sure of that. 30. Recent scientific studies have shown that identical twins aren't as identical as we previously thought. And fraternal twins are often the total opposite of each other, like me and Birdie. Birdie could be smart if she put her mind to it, but she didn't use her brains like I did. She was way too trusting. When she was a kid, she'd knock herself out to make people laugh and be happy. Dancing, singing, playing tricks. A happy kid, always trying to spread joy. Later, she changed. As a teen, she had the attention span of a 2-year-old. She was edgy, impatient, a wrecking ball set to shatter the harmony of a moment, always restless, searching for the next great thing to appear, to the point where she could barely enjoy the present. Things became worse with the drugs. She was also a sheep, preyed on by anyone that promised to lead her to that golden future. The paradise place, where she'd finally settle and enjoy the now. I, on the other hand, was way more cautious, weighing out every minuscule move I made and calculating the consequences. Only now do I understand the deep differences in the way we handled the grief that comes with the loss of a family, of being cast away and unwanted. I closed up, became numb and cold, shut myself off to deal with the rejection. But Birdie needed attention like a junkie craves a high. She'd do anything to get it, and most often it was something risky. Shoplifting, casual sex, drinking, toking up, selling her body to anyone who was interested. Too bad the drugs opened the door for all the other reckless behaviors that shaped her life after the age of 14. That's why I started to try and differentiate myself from Birdie after the Lester and Patty incident. She bleached her hair and flat-ironed it until it was silky blonde. I kept my natural black waves and let them grow wild. She wore blue contacts and plucked her eyebrows to a slim arch. I got into the habit of wearing granny glasses and burying myself in baggy hoodies. Other kids called me the hippie. I sprayed myself with patchouli oil and thought a lot about Dennis. He was my history, my only relic of the past. So I immersed myself into anything that reminded me of him. Old Grateful Dead music, books by Jack Kerouac and the Beat Poets. I combed thrift stores for tie-dyed t-shirts. One rainy Saturday, I got the D tattoo behind my knee. A psychedelic D. I wanted to carve the memory of him into my body so that I too could claim I once had a family that cared for me. That's also when Birdie got another kind of tattoo, like the one Carla showed me after the stag party, just before I took her back to her mom's house. Guy finally showed up from the stag at 4 o'clock in the morning. I heard the hiss of frantic whispers and the sound of someone fumbling with the lock. He wasn't alone. At that moment, I vowed that if he was with a woman, I'd cause such a scene, he'd wish he'd stayed out the whole night. Guy had no idea how fast I could escalate, how many objects I could throw at him before he made it out of the door. I sped through the darkness of the bedroom into the kitchen and found some paunchy old guy in a windbreaker rifling through Guy's pockets as he lay, limbs splayed across the couch. Grabbing a heavy silver candlestick, I flicked on the light. "Who the hell are you, and what do you think you're doing?" The old guy pulled his hands away and held them up in surrender, his bloated face sagging with fear. "Ease off, lady. I'm just the cab driver. Your husband's so loaded he threw up in my cab, messed up my carpet. Now I gotta get it cleaned before I can work again." I lowered the candlestick. "How much?" He ground his teeth together. I could tell he was wondering if he should risk hardballing me. "Make it an even 100 and I won't say another word." "Stay right there and don't move," I said, reaching into Guy's pocket. He moaned and clutched at his stomach. "I'd say that guy's gonna toss his cookies right about now," said the cabbie. I lunged for the garbage can just in time to catch a projectile of vomit. "I guess you're thinking all men are pigs now," said the cabbie as I wiped off Guy's mouth with a kitchen towel. "And you'd be right. Shouldn't tell you this, but you might want to ask him about that party he just came from. I've seen it all in my time, but these rich guys are something else. Messing around with kids. I have a granddaughter same age as some of those girls at that party, and I tell you, I'd slit the throat of any guy that interfered with her, and that's after I broke both his knees with a baseball bat." Guy's wallet was empty except for his ID. I breathed a sigh of relief and nodded at the guy. "Wait here." I came back from the bedroom with a wad of bills. "Here's 300. Thanks for your trouble." He flipped through the bills and looked up with a smile. "Mighty generous of you, lady, and don't forget, you ask him about that party, and then you tell him to stay the hell away from that house. I know that place, and nothing good happens there." When the cab driver left, Guy stirred again, his face ashen. I turned him onto his side, spread a large bath towel under his head, covered him up with a blanket and left a big glass of water on the table beside him. I didn't want him in my bed until he'd washed every vestige of that filthy house away. He was still sleeping when I left for work the next day. I didn't have the heart to wake him up before he'd slept the booze off. Besides, I had important business. I needed to get to school early so I could convince Robin that getting Carla into a teen support program might be the only way to extricate her from Rafferty's clutches. It had to happen before he destroyed her like he'd done with so many others in his miserable career. That guy was a verminous creep who should have been stamped out long ago. Too bad he had friends in high places. Wealthy, influential customers who made sure the cops stayed away. I could barely start the car. My hands were so sweaty I couldn't grip the ignition key. My mind raced, slipping from one event to another, then back and forth in time. I knocked my forehead against the steering wheel. Take a deep breath. Slow down. Don't think so much. Stay focused on just one beautiful thing. Ruth Levine's calming words slid across my messed-up mind like balm on dry skin. Snap out of it. Control yourself before Carla becomes Birdie and the past sucks away the present. Whenever that happened to me, I was borne back in time by a current so strong, I feared I'd never return to Guy and the new life I'd carved out for myself. That's why I'd loved The Great Gatsby so much. When Nick tells Gatsby, "You can't repeat the past," I wanted to shout along with Gatsby, "Why, yes, of course you can." The past never leaves you. It just lies in wait, sneaking into your present like an unwelcome guest at your party who refuses to leave even after everyone's gone home. And though you try to shut it out, it shows up over and over again until you have to finally face it, deal with it, and then erase it from your life. When the door to the underground parking garage swished open, The sky was leaden and a shower of spring rain slapped at my windshield. But something in my gut told me that was only the beginning. In the distance, a thunderstorm was brewing on the horizon. 31. The first few nights after I left Colby's were rough. After a sleepless night huddled behind the door of an unlocked storage closet, I decided to quit the mall and head to the Capri Motel. I'd met a couple of decent kids on my way to the ice machine the night I was there after Donna's house. Whole families lived there. Worn-out single moms with bleached nests of hair who pinned up their kids' school drawings or put special Star Wars or Disney princess bedspreads on the beds to make those bare cubicle rooms look a little more like home. But no matter how hard they tried, they were still stuck in a grungy hotel room, buried in a mess of diaper packages, no-name cereal boxes, empty chip packets, and baskets of musty laundry. I thought they might welcome me in if I offered to babysit, but then I'd be just another mouth to feed. They didn't need me. A sullen 15-year-old, if their skinny, uncomplaining 9-year-old was perfectly capable of feeding the baby and looking after her toddler twin sisters. I ended up moving from room to room, a night here and a night there on someone's floor or couch, if I was lucky. I'd look for the next party, hand out a few free beers, and soon I was everyone's welcome guest. Sometimes I even scored a spare blanket to lie on. I spent the day at school, the evening at the library or the mall, then went back to the motel to sleep and shower. Just about every night was party night, starting around 10 and going on till dawn. It was tough to get a decent sleep, but I managed a few hours once everyone was so hammered they passed out or someone called the cops. At those times I hid in the closet or bathroom because I was a runaway, and I didn't want them to take me back to my own social worker. My mornings were precious. At 6, when everyone was still comatose, I took a quiet shower and slipped outside to sit on the wooden bench seat by the drained pool, a cup of coffee steaming in one hand and a book in the other. I imagined the world had stopped just to let me enjoy a silent hour of reflection before school. Unlike the other kids who came up with every excuse in the book to get out of going to class, I cherished my time there. I had a single purpose: to watch my marks climb upwards. It was my only chance of an escape from the dead-end life I was living. Colby transferred out of all my classes. When I passed him in the hallway, I pulled my hoodie over my face. I was sure he knew about the baseball cards, but he didn't say anything. I figured he owed me a favor, and selling them had given me enough money to buy food and favors for at least a few months. Beyond that, I had no plan. I soon found out which motel rooms housed the prostitutes and junkies, and avoided them in favor of the rookie party animals. Everything was working out until Birdie showed up again with Lonnie in tow and ruined things. At the time, I was staying with 3 girls who'd been caught shoplifting and were ordered by the court to attend school, but instead they spent their days painting their nails, dyeing their hair, and calling up guys to join a party that never seemed to end. We'd just finished the extra-large pepperoni pizza I'd bought when the door flew open and Birdie burst in, followed by Lonnie. I barely recognized them. Birdie had transformed into a painted doll, her sleek blonde hair expertly cut into long, choppy layers. She sashayed into the room like a model in her white crop top and matching skinny designer jeans. Lonnie followed close behind, a deep mahogany loop of hair hanging over one eye, and the rest cut short and spiky. With her black spandex tights and pierced eyebrow, she resembled a villain from a superhero movie. I huddled deeper into my hoodie to hide from their scrutiny. "Get the hot wax out," shrieked Lonnie. "Your sister's got a unibrow." "Don't tease her," said Birdie, standing over me. "Ain't her fault she got no money and no style." "What do you want?" I mumbled, clutching my book. I was rereading The Great Gatsby. Birdie tapped her foot and tried not to look me in the eye. "You never went back to Lester's place, then?" You guys almost killed him. What am I gonna say? Sorry, Lester, they didn't mean to smash your face in? Oh, but I did mean every bit of it, said Birdie, her hands curling into fists. I wanted to make that dickhead suffer. Lonnie loomed up behind her. Damn right. Some foster parent couldn't keep his miserable little prick in his pants. Okay, so what do you want? Birdie placed her hands on her hips and posed like a model, turning this way and that. You like? All this costs more than $300. I glanced through my raggedy bangs. Looks okay for turning tricks. Where'd you get the money? Wouldn't you like to know? She said, tapping the side of her nose. You working for that Earl guy? Might be. Earl's our buddy, said Lonnie. He done some favors for us, so we do favors for him. Get dressed up, go to nice parties, act friendly, meet some real nice guys. In other words, said Birdie with some emphasis, we get paid to have fun. Something you'll never understand. I shrugged. It sounded like the worst job in the world. I guess, if you like that sort of thing. Birdie flew towards me. Feeling the heat of her anger, I tried not to look up. You're such a snob, always judging me. Think you're better and smarter than everyone else. All you do is sit in a corner and read about life. You never tried living it. I slammed the book down. You came here to give me shit? You're wasting your time, Birdie, said Lonnie. Let's get out of this toilet and go to the martini bar. I glanced up. You're not old enough to drink. Birdie looked smug. Earl got us ID. We can go to any club we want because he knows everybody. Not like you, still drinking your Burger King pop and milkshakes. Anyway, I came to make you an offer, one time only. I can pay to get you cleaned up so's Earl might be interested in hiring you. I'll take the money from my own pocket. I shook my head. I'd rather have all my teeth pulled without freezing than work for that pimp scum. Suit yourself. I guess you got your reasons. Her painted lips drooped at the corners. For a moment, I caught a glimpse of the old Birdie, the wacky kid with skinny spider legs and a fragile heart. A thick wave of emotion flooded into my heart, but I turned away before she saw the tears welling in my eyes. But I really mean it. You're my sister, after all. You said your piece. Now let's get the hell out before some fat-ass social worker comes and takes you in, said Lonnie, grabbing her shoulder. I looked up through my hair at Birdie, who still hadn't made a move. You don't have to do everything, she says. You got your own mind. Lonnie elbowed Birdie aside and stood in front of me, legs planted firmly apart. I thought of Ursula, the sea witch from an old Disney movie. Bitch, you lost your say in her life a long time ago. She's someone else's now. Tell her, baby. Tell her. Birdie closed her eyes and shook her head. Come on, sugar. Tell Big Sissy what you done. Blood rushed in my ears, like the sound the wind makes when you lean out of the window of a fast-moving car. What did you do, Birdie? Tell me and we'll fix it. Ain't no fixin' now, baby. Now you made a promise, said Lonnie in that saccharine voice. Birdie pursed her lips together. Her eyeliner was smudged. Check this out, said Lonnie, lifting up Birdie's tiny shirt and exposing her bony back. Written in large flourishing loops across her skin, on either side of her nubbly spine was a name. Earl J. Rafferty. I jolted upright. It's not too late, Birdie. We can get out of here, find Dennis. He'll take us in. I have money. Lonnie tried to hook her arm into Birdie's, but she shook it away, her eyes fixed on mine, daring me to jump up, grab her, and not let go. It's too late, she said. Damned right, Birdie, said Lonnie. You don't break promises with Earl. Birdie reached into her purse. I gotta go. I mean it, Birdie. I'll look after you. We'll be okay. I scrambled to my feet and caught her wrist in my hand. Suddenly, Lonnie was in my face. Her green eyes glowed like alien cat eyes. Bitch don't get it. She ain't going with you. And if you try and take her, I'll send Earl's man to mess you up so bad nobody will want you. Now come on, Birdie. Birdie stuffed a wad of bills into my hand. I can look after myself, Anna, she whispered. Don't worry. I stuffed it back into her hand. I don't want your whore money. You sold yourself to a pimp. She shrugged. It's just a job. I'll do it until I save enough money to go to Vegas. I can be a dancer there. I grabbed her skinny wrist so hard I could almost snap it. Idiot! He'll never let you go. Lonnie's hand was on my throat so fast my arms flew upwards, releasing Birdie. I could end it right here, she hissed. Just say the word, Birdie. Tiny white dots of light danced around in front of my eyes. Birdie shook her head. Let her go. And before I could stop her, they were gone, leaving only a cloud of cheap perfume behind them. After a productive day at school helping Robin fill in the paperwork for Carla's teen support program, I dropped by Linda Martin's office to find her in a flurry of activity sorting papers into piles and stashing them into a filing cabinet. I'm off to Cancun tomorrow. A week in the glorious sun, sipping on margaritas and lying on the beach. Can't wait to leave this behind, she said, glancing out of the window at the overcast sky and the thin curtain of drizzle that blurred the outlines of buildings and trees. I shivered, imagining her lumpy body in a bathing suit. Would she choose one of those floral types with a little skirt at the thigh, or maybe a tankini with a loose flap to disguise her pudgy midriff? I chastised myself for being so superficial and slumped into my usual chair. She fidgeted with her stapler and hole punch, shifting them from one side of her desk to the other. Easy to tell only half her mind was on work. I leaned forward, trying to catch her eye, but she transferred her attention to the paper clip magnet. I'll get right to it, Linda. You need to get the cops onto Earl Rafferty. Her eyes snapped open in surprise. Dreams of golden beaches shattered for the moment. She exhaled deeply. Anna, I told you it's in your best interest to stay away from those downtown places. They're bad karma for you. I placed both hands on her desk and leaned forward. I don't want to ruin your holiday, Linda, but I'm done playing games here. And by the way, I'm recording this entire exchange. She leaned against the back of her chair, squinting at me. Her face flushed with scarlet streaks. What exactly do you want? Yesterday, I dragged one of my students from a stag party. She's underage, barely 16 years old, but she was drunk, high, almost naked, and in the process of being assaulted by men old enough to be her grandfather. She also has Earl Rafferty's name tattooed in bold script across her back. I sat back and took a deep breath. And your esteemed colleague, Peter Carras, and a number of other so-called respectable members of our community were willing spectators to the entire proceedings. I could almost hear Linda's heart thumping. I'd presented her with something way too big for her to handle, but I wanted her to suffer, to worry about me every time she lifted a frozen margarita to her lips. You're sure about this? She said in a small voice. I nodded. Damn sure. And Birdie had the same tattoo 15 years ago. A grin twitched at the corner of her lips. She covered her mouth with her hand. Sorry, Anna, but you're doing that transference thing. What the hell are you talking about? You had me going there, she said, smirking as she busied herself with her pencil holder. But now I realize you're just confusing Birdie with this girl that you say you rescued. Another thing, why would you, a respectable teacher, frequent that kind of party? I believe the school board might have a few questions for you. I flipped her pencil container over, sending pens and highlighters rolling across the desk. You stupid bitch. You wouldn't know the truth if it slapped you in your dumb face. Her fingers flexed into claws, as if she was trying to restrain herself from scratching my eyes out. What's that saying? You can take the girl out of the street, but you can't take the street out of the girl. I believe our meeting is over, Anna. I have places I need to be. She stood up and began to pack her briefcase, but I wasn't done. Make the most of your holiday, Linda. It'll be your last, because when I take Rafferty and Carras down, I'll take you with them. You and all the others who screwed up my life and Birdie's. You'll be lucky to find a job flipping burgers for minimum wage. She clicked her bag shut, then pushed her face towards me, her cheeks puce with anger. Get the hell out of here, Anna, and don't come back until you've checked in with a psychiatrist and completed a course of treatment. I can't deal with you anymore. You won't accept the truth. You mean your version of the truth? Just watch yourself, Linda. I'll be back when I can finally prove you're being paid to lie. I'll call security, she said, picking up the phone. Her hand shook. I stood by the door and looked back. You'll need security when I'm done, because you'll be looking over your shoulder to see who's after you. Out, she screamed. I swept down the hall as if my feet were barely touching the ground. Time to set the wheels in motion. I'd been waiting 15 years for this chance. 32. Guy's face was still sickly white when he came back from work. I'd bought takeout sushi, but he took one look at the seaweed salad and slumped down onto the couch, head in his hands. How about a chilled club soda? I said, clearing the containers up and stacking them in the fridge. He nodded and groaned. I'm hungover, but worse than that. I feel like crap about last night. He flopped back against the cushions, his face the color of plaster. Why do I let Dad talk me into these things? Okay, what happened? I asked as innocently as I could. I wasn't about to tell him I'd actually witnessed the whole disgusting debacle and had rescued a minor from the marauding clutches of some of the city's most upstanding citizens. I wanted to hear it in his own words from his own mouth, to test his honesty. It was pathetic. All these old guys leering at kids, touching and interfering with girls who could have been their daughters or granddaughters. And they acted so entitled. I was ashamed to be there among them. I perched on the arm of the sofa. You were drunk. I got your text. He scraped his fingers through his hair. I was wasted. Lucky I passed out before I tried to punch the crap out of some of those perverts. I'm glad you didn't end up coming there. I stayed late at school. An emergency. I chewed at my lip, hoping he hadn't spotted the lie. He grasped my wrist. Anna, I want to be honest with you. I don't want any secrets between us. Okay, I said, tilting my head and wondering what was coming next. It wasn't just a drinking party. There were girls there. Strippers, prostitutes, underage girls. I couldn't tell how young. Selling themselves to men who should have known better. I wanted to get out, but Dad kept feeding me drinks, and like an idiot I drank them. I can't believe I was so spineless. I should have left, but I stayed like the dutiful son. I don't want to be that kind of guy. I detest them all. So I don't need to worry about what you were up to all night? Anna, I love you so much I can't think of anyone else. I'd never cheat on you. You have to believe me. Things I saw last night were so disgusting. It sickens me to even think about them. I stroked the top of Guy's head. So why don't you talk to Gord? Tell him how you feel. He looked up at me with hopeless eyes. He'll just blow it off. Say it was just guy stuff. Accuse me of being soft. If the girls were underage, then it becomes a crime. Doesn't he get that? He nodded, wiping his hand across his eyes. I could lose my job if someone had seen me there. But he'll say I'm exaggerating. Claims it's all harmless stuff, that nobody's going to snitch. It's like some weird old boys club. All the same, you should have a word with him. I work with kids who are exploited. I know how they get trapped and can't get out. You don't want to be a part of that. He took my hands and smiled.
What did I do to deserve you, Anna? You're the best thing to ever come into my life. I swear I'll talk to him. Just for you.
I never found out if Guy followed through with his promise. And Gord must have laid low that night because he didn't make his usual daily phone call. Instead, we stayed home and spent a quiet night drinking wine, eating pizza, and watching The Sixth Sense, one of Guy's favorite movies of all time. When the kid cowers under his blankets and says, "I see dead people," the buzz in my head grew louder with each sip of wine. Later, when Guy was passed out, sleeping off the last remnants of his hangover, some strange impulse drove me to clear out the old stuff I'd brought from my apartment. When I flung the first case open, the stink of rancid cooking oil and musty closets had infused all the cheap clothes I'd brought. A black lacy blouse with diamond buttons, a white linen shirt with a mustard stain on the elbow, a pair of designer jeans with glittery embroidery on the back pockets, a cropped white top stained with brownish makeup around the neckline. I held it up to the light and remembered Birdie wearing it that time she came to the motel. But how did I come to have it? Stuffed underneath in a ball of tissue paper was a tiny knitted hat, a baby cap, pink, white, and blue crochet, with the tag still on. I shoved it back into the case together with the white top and slammed down the lid. I wouldn't open this case ever again. There were things inside that were lost to me, that I could never explain, that I didn't want to explain. I dreamed the baby dream again that night. Couldn't remember when I last dreamed it. I was at a carnival, pushing a stroller round. A small baby sat inside dressed in a yellow romper suit. I wasn't sure if it was my baby or if I was just looking after it. Because it wasn't clearly a boy or a girl, neither did it seem to matter. I entered a large theater. On stage was an important man who I knew was my lover. Hot with desire to see him, I worried about the presence of the baby and how he'd feel about it. The audience sat at round tables talking and drinking wine. I parked the stroller to watch the show, only to turn back again and find the baby was gone. I ran through rooms, pushing that empty stroller, crying, "Where is my baby?" Then, "Where is the baby?" because I was suddenly sure it wasn't mine. I knew I was just watching it for someone else. Finally, I came upon a table of old people playing cards. One of them looked familiar, a woman with a broad face and cap of mousy hair. She reminded me of Linda Martin, but older. I was sure she'd taken the baby. "Give me the baby," I screamed. "I know you have it. Give it back," I screamed again, clamping my hand around her throat. Here's where it got weird. She'd hidden it behind the stove. It lay on the floor in that tiny cramped space in its lemon-colored romper, sleeping. She shook herself free of my hand. "I took this baby because you weren't looking after it," she said. "That baby is soiled from head to toe." And when I picked up the tiny warm body, its diaper was wet and heavy. "I'm going to love it and take care of it," I said, placing it back into the stroller. "I will. I will." I woke up still whispering, "I will. I will." The room was stifling. Guy snored lightly and my eyes wouldn't shut. It was 3 a.m. I tried to breathe, but my throat was still choked with guilt, sorrow, grief. The dream was all about Birdie. I knew it. 33. I saw Birdie again, when I was still living in the motel, dodging the social workers. After all, I was still only 15 and legally too young to be living alone. The baseball card money had dwindled to just a few bucks, so I had resorted to my old habit of shoplifting and selling the stolen stuff on the street. But I was terrible at it. I looked like a deadbeat with my matted curls and baggy sweatshirts. Store detectives zoomed in on me as if I was wearing a sign on my back that read, "Amateur shoplifter right here." Strangely, I did my best stealing around perfume and beauty counters. Those painted ladies in the crisp white coats didn't expect the scruffy teens slouching around the sparkling glass counters to have any interest in cosmetics. And so I stole lipsticks, brow pencils, eyeliners, anything I could get my sticky hands on. One rainy Wednesday afternoon after school, I ventured into Dayton's for nostalgia's sake. Hadn't been there since the Donna era, and I felt the need to look at pretty, clean things. 4 months of sleeping on motel carpets leaves a layer of sleaze and grime that can't be removed using threadbare motel towels and cheap soap. At first, I started with a squirt of Narcisco Rodriguez hand cream, the black one with the hint of sandalwood and musk. I rubbed it on my chapped hands, imagining that one day, when I had money, I'd bathe in the perfume, then rub the cream all over my body. Having money meant being clean and fragrant, meant sleeping under crisp white cotton sheets instead of a stained towel or old sweater. Rows of lipsticks gleamed in open display cases, and I was just considering how to transfer a few into my pocket when someone yanked my hood down. I almost jumped a foot into the air and whirled around, expecting the grim face of some mean store cop. "You still couldn't jack a raindrop in a thunderstorm," said Birdie, grinning, her mouth glossy with scarlet lipstick. Dressed in a tiny suede bolero jacket and form-fitting jeans, she glowed. I'd never seen her so beautiful. "And what's with your hair? It looks like a plate of leftover spaghetti." "I like my curls," I muttered, twirling the ends of one around my finger. "Easy to look after. And the bathrooms are lousy where I'm living." "Where's that?" I shrugged. "Still at the motel. You know, hiding out." "You're sleeping on floors?" "Yeah." She took a pen from her Louis Vuitton purse and scrawled something on a piece of paper. "Here's my address. You can come in the afternoon, around 3, when Lonnie isn't there, and get cleaned up. I'll lend you some clothes." I stuffed the address in my pocket. "You still working for Earl?" She shrugged and chewed at her index finger, flaking off the tangerine polish. "Kind of. Except now I got myself a regular, a special boyfriend. He's loaded and he's crazy about me. And I'm clean, off the junk and all that. It's been 3 months now." The cosmetician glared at us, her heavily penciled brows knit into a frown. Birdie shot a screw you look at her and pulled out her wallet, fat with bills. I watched in awe as she peeled a few off and slapped them on the counter. "We'll take the biggest Narcisco Rodriguez gift box, and you can wrap it for my sister." The deflated woman disappeared behind the counter and busied herself with pink paper and black ribbon. "Does he know how old you are?" "Doesn't care. Says he loves me for my spirit, and I make him happy. He's going to leave his wife. She's frigid, a real witch. He promised. Just as soon as he gets the balls to tell her." Sounds like something from a lame soap opera. She flipped a wing of her hair to the side and looked away as if she wished she hadn't told me. "I know it sounds cheesy, but he's different. He says he wants me to have his babies because he knows they'll be beautiful." Her eyes were glassy, her expression trance-like, as if she was poised on a cliff edge above a turquoise ocean, gazing towards a sun-tinged horizon and the happy place where dreams finally come true. For Birdie, this fantasy of luxury, a family and babies of her own, was so real, nothing else mattered. I moved around to face her, make her see sense. "You must be high or something. How could you have a baby? You're still a kid. You don't even know what it takes to be a mother. We never had a real mother." She finally looked at me, her tear-filled eyes furious and defiant. "What do you know about what I want? What did you ever know?" I staggered backwards, her words knocking the breath from me. She was so wrong. I'd always had her back, always put her needs first when we were kids. Then Lonnie came along and trampled over the life we'd built and the memories we'd shared, broke the bonds that held us together. "Your package, miss," said the sales clerk, breaking the tension between us. She presented the pretty wrapped package to Birdie, who shook her head.
Geez, can't you see she's the one who needs it?
Birdie said, her voice raspy and sharp.
Oh, and keep the change. Get yourself a donut and coffee.
She swept away from me in a cloud of perfume. I clutched the beautiful package, my head filled with the certainty that she was heading for another massive betrayal. Then I thought of supper and wondered how much I could get on the street for this extravagant gift my sister had just sprung on me. I decided instead to return it the next day, when another sales clerk was around. I'd had the presence of mind to grab the receipt just as Birdie flounced off in a huff. A couple of weeks later, I looked Birdie's place up. Her directions led me to a concreted glass downtown tower block with a security system, and real plants on stone tables in the front lobby. Pretty good for a 15-year-old high school dropout, I thought as I schlepped my plastic bag of dirty clothes across the polished marble tiles towards the elevator. That same morning, I'd just made it down the motel's rear fire escape as a pair of social workers in beige trench coats and shades descended like enemy agents to scour the rooms along our hallway, checking for runaways like me who'd slipped through the cracks in the system. My options were running thin. Soon I'd have to go back to sleeping in the mall, or even check out the homeless shelters, though they usually asked way too many questions, and all for the dubious pleasure of sleeping on a sleazy mattress recently vacated by some old drunk with a leaky bladder and night sweats. No way I'd ever stoop to that. Birdie met me at the door of her apartment, wearing a fluffy pink housecoat, her hair wrapped in a towel.
You stink like a toilet,
she said, grabbing the bag of clothes from me.
Strip off in the bathroom, and I'll wash everything before it pollutes the place.
I couldn't figure out why she was acting so civil to me, but I was glad to be back on semi-friendly terms with her. And where was her bodyguard, Lonnie the lioness? The bathroom was clean and modern, black granite and white cupboards. Through the open door, I heard Birdie humming like she used to when we were kids playing in Dennis's backyard. A wave of optimism washed over me. Suddenly my grim world seemed beautiful again, if only for that moment. Whenever I felt that way, I'd run over all the good things in my life, as if I was flipping through the pages of a Sears catalog. I was young, free for the time being, and still likely to graduate high school. The sun shone through the bathroom window, and the prospect of a hot shower in a bathtub without a hair-encrusted scum line was the most wonderful idea in the world. I stepped inside the spotless shower enclosure, drew the ruched white curtain, and stood under a steaming spout of water to wash off every trace of filth from my body. I scrubbed until my skin was raw and tingly. Fluffy, thick towels hung from hooks on the door. I guessed this was where Birdie entertained Earl's important customers, including her new sugar daddy, who was probably bankrolling the entire place. But I didn't even care if some guy had wiped his ass on them. I was just happy to be clean. I rooted through the cupboards looking for scented body lotion and found some lavender rosemary organic stuff that smelled okay. My head was buzzing now. After I left Birdie's, where would I go? Maybe she'd let me stay with her. I was just about to shut the door when I spied a stack of small photographs shoved into a corner. Straightening up, I listened for Birdie, but all I heard was the sound of water running in the kitchen. I grabbed the pictures and flipped through the fuzzy images. The first few were of Birdie, posing in pigtails and skimpy schoolgirl costumes. So her special guy liked them young, really young. She pouted, sucking a huge lollipop, and spread her legs to reveal lacy panties. In another, she flipped up her skirt to reveal her skinny, bare bum. The last few featured a man. Only his dark hair and husky shoulders were visible, since he never faced the camera. Someone had snapped a pic of Birdie on her knees in front of him, her head down between his legs. On another, she lay across his lap while he brandished a leather whip. His head was cut out of the shot. Too bad. I'd hunt him down and scratch his evil eyes out if I found the bastard. But I couldn't figure out who the hell took these pictures and why this guy would want them, unless he got off looking at them afterwards. I shuddered at the thought of Birdie with this creep, and suddenly I was really, really scared for her. In the last photo, he'd been careless, and in his haste to mount a naked Birdie, he'd allowed his blurred face to drop into the frame. I slipped the photograph into the folds of the towel. Something told me it might come in handy later. For what, I had no clue at the time. I emerged from the bathroom to the aroma of toast, a plateful of it next to jars of peanut butter and jelly. Birdie's hair hung in soft tendrils around her bare face. She looked like a 12-year-old kid who'd just plucked her eyebrows for the first time. "Feast?" she said, a grin spreading across her face. I settled myself onto the white leather stool at the breakfast bar and shoved a whole piece of toast into my mouth. "I am so sick of Twinkies from the 7-Eleven, I mumbled, my mouth stuffed with food. She pushed a massive glass of chilled orange juice towards me, which I gulped down and set to work on the next slice. Birdie nibbled at the corner of a piece of toast and stared at me. "You need to pluck your eyebrows. I like them this way. Nobody bugs me." "You mean guys?" I nodded, helping myself to another slice. Wonder Bread had never tasted so good. Some real sleazy types hang out at the motels. "You gotta get out of there, I told you," she said, pouring coffee into 2 Hello Kitty cups. "You always did like Hello Kitty." I remembered her nose pressed up against the window of a souvenir store, her big sad eyes lusting after a Hello Kitty cookie jar. "Now I can buy things whenever I want," she said, slugging back the black coffee. I helped myself to sugar and cream, not knowing when the next fresh cup would come along. "Doesn't come free, I guess." Her eyes narrowed as she fidgeted with the teaspoon. "Meaning what?" "I mean, what do you have to do to get all this?" Her cheeks flushed. "None of your business." "Play naughty schoolgirl? Is that what you do?" She stood up, spilling coffee across the counter. "Have you been snooping?" "Didn't take much effort to find your little porn collection." I expected an all-out screaming match, but she was silent, pressing her lips together as she tore off loops of kitchen towel and mopped up the mess. "You know the law would call this jerk a pedophile, and you're only 15, so it's statutory rape." She wiped and wiped until the paper towel disintegrated. "You don't know anything. He loves me. He takes care of me." "That's why he takes those pictures? Because he loves you, or because you let him get off on sick schoolgirl fantasies?" I shoved the plate away. I wasn't hungry anymore. I looked around the place, at the pink fluffy beanbag floor cushion, the candy pink and blue striped rug, the white futon stacked with rainbow pillows, the posters of Zac Efron, Leonardo DiCaprio, and pouting models in skimpy bikinis. It was like a prepubescent girl's hangout, a real turn-on for this guy. "Does he chant Daddy's home when he comes to visit?" Birdie gnawed at her nails, a sure sign I'd hit a nerve. "What does Earl Rafferty get out of this anyway? Did he set you up? Does he get a weekly cut?" She shrugged again. "Maybe." I wanted to take her and shake her by her skinny shoulders. The pounding started up again in my head. "Don't you get it, Birdie? Or do I need to spell it out to you? They're all using you. Earl's a pimp, your sugar daddy is a pedophile, and you're nothing more than a whore. And an underage one, for that matter. They took you when you were only 14. I could barely breathe. I wanted so badly to drag her out of that stifling dollhouse of an apartment. She slumped down on the stool again, only this time fat tears oozed from her eyes. "I'm pregnant," she whispered, placing her hands across her tummy. I curled and uncurled my fists until they hurt. "You mean that creep didn't use a rubber?" Now her shoulders were shaking. "He says it's like screwing someone wearing pantyhose. He can't enjoy it. And you allowed it?
Does he know? About the baby? She shook her head. I'm gonna tell him. And what about Earl? What do you think he's gonna say? About what? You're more stupid than I thought. What's he gonna say when his big investment is out of action for a year or more? She was sobbing now, with big heaving gulps that made her whole body shake. It'll be okay. He says we'll live together and have the baby, in our own house. He promised. Who? You and this creep? She nodded, looking up at me with wounded child's eyes. I remembered a poster on the bedroom wall at the Penners, bear the cross and wear the crown. I'd always thought Birdie would be the princess with the crown. But now I realized it was about me. She would always be the cross I'd be forced to bear. A cross that would eventually crush me under its colossal weight. I felt cold and shaky and sweaty at the same time. Where's Lonnie? Birdie wiped her hand across her runny nose. Another old Birdie habit. Gone, she said in a small voice. A phone rang from somewhere. Birdie sprang to attention. We both looked towards the bedroom. Gone where? She left you? She shook her head. Not exactly. The way she was gnawing at her fingernails, I knew something was up. I caught her wrist. Tell me. Tell me everything. She reached for a cigarette pack with shaking hands, fumbled, then dropped it. She pissed Earl off, so he sent her to the boats. Which boats? Up north, Duluth, at the port. She's working the ships. I thrust my face into hers. Doing what? You service the crew. But it's not as bad as it sounds. You get to cruise the lake. I stood up so fast I knocked the stool over. The ringing started up again. I have to get that, she said, looking up at me with puppy dog eyes that kept darting towards the phone. I scanned the room. Where are my clothes? We have to get out of here. You don't understand what kind of danger you're in, Birdie. You're coming with me. We're gonna find Dennis. It's not too late. By that time, I was crying. Tears streamed down my face as she ran into the bedroom to get the damn phone that wouldn't stop ringing. I slammed closet doors open to find my clothes, until the last door smacked against the wall, revealing a washer and dryer. My clothes were still damp, but I ripped them out and stuffed them into a plastic laundry bag. I needed to get away from there, but I had to find something to wear. I stormed into the bedroom to find her perched on the edge of the bed talking in a little girl voice to someone. Yes, I'm waiting for you, baby, she crooned. Can't wait for your hot bod. She swung around, saw me, and covered the phone. Get out, she hissed. I need clothes. Just help yourself and leave. He's coming over. She watched as I pulled the mirror doors open. Flowery perfume wafted out of the closet, one side taken up with a row of lacy baby doll pajamas and frilled little girl dresses. I yanked them off their hangers and threw them to the floor. Birdie strained her neck to see what I was doing, then went back to talking in hushed tones. From the other side, I grabbed the white crop top and embroidered jeans and struggled into them, amazed they actually fit. A knitted tan cardigan was roomy enough to cover my midriff, so I took that too. For good measure, I snatched a dress, a red clingy one, and a denim shirt. Then I spied it. Her secret dream. On the floor in the corner, a Babies R Us bag, filled with bibs and toweling sleepers, tiny booties. I took the pink and blue knitted hat from the top of the pile, stuffed it into my pocket, then backed out of the closet with my stash. Birdie glared at me angrily, but she was a prisoner to that phone. Tell your pervert boyfriend I'm going to the police to report him. She threw the phone against the bedspread, but he must have heard me. Shut your mouth, she screamed. Just get the hell out of here and don't come back. I'm gonna do it, I yelled. Tell the asshole I'm really gonna report him. You'll see. Her hand flew out to the side and grabbed the ceramic Hello Kitty jar from her night table. She hucked it right at me. I dodged, but it glanced off the side of my head. I lunged towards the door. You don't deserve me, Birdie, I screamed, but she slammed the bedroom door shut with her foot.
I swept the jam and peanut butter and coffee cups off the breakfast bar on my way out. I never made it to see the cops, because the social workers were waiting for me at the motel when I got back. Never found out if Birdie's pimp or sugar daddy had ratted on me. She was the only one who knew exactly where I'd been staying. I still can't be sure who told them, because everything that happened next was a blur. Down at the social worker's office, a dough-faced woman with a lisp told me how fortunate I was that the Flats had agreed to take me back, which was truly selfless of them, considering what Birdie and her friends did to Lester's jaw. But they'd both assured the authorities that there were no hard feelings, and since I wasn't the troublesome one, I'd be better off without the influence of my delinquent sister. In other words, the income from one foster kid was preferable to none. The words they threw at me suddenly merged into a blur. I fixed my eyes on the mustard yellow walls that pressed in on me, squashing me into a two-dimensional cutout. I thought about Colby and school and the mall, and how I was always fighting to eat and sleep and learn, and how Birdie would try to have a baby, and the kid would live a crappy life as well, with a brainless kid for a mother, and I couldn't save her from Earl and her own stupidity. Then something snapped inside me, twanging like some fraying thread that had held me in check for the last 6 years of neglect and abuse, but now was stretched to breaking point. It came apart so fast, I swear I heard it ping in my ears, sending shockwaves across my brain. That's when I let it all go, buoyed by a tidal wave of anguish and rage. I screamed, kicked, thrashed, swept pens, pencils, staplers into the air, watched orange fire flare from their edges. I screamed and yelled every curse that came to me, every piece of filth I could muster until my head rang with the sound of my own voice. Then someone with hairy arms grabbed me from behind, and I felt the sweet stab of a needle in my shoulder. Purple clouds rolled across my eyes, and my limbs went numb and woolly as the sun was finally blotted out. 34. At breakfast, Guy reminded me we were invited over to his research assistant, Brian Metcalf's place for supper, but I barely registered the information. My mind was stuck on Earl Rafferty and Birdie and my meltdown in the social worker's office. How things can change so drastically in 15 years. This was my life now. Friendly but casual dinner parties, reading the papers in bed on Sunday, a bowl of fresh fruit balanced on my lap, and fresh ground coffee steaming on the night table beside me. My thoughts drifted to Brian's place, and I imagined a quaint 1.5-story craft-style bungalow, complete with dad, mom, new baby, and eco-friendly hemp or bamboo cloth diapers. A front garden filled with lavender bushes, and Spot the dog prancing around like a trusted old friend. No snarling pit bulls or hissing feral cats ready to carve your eyes out if you messed with their territory. I knew I'd have to get to the mall at some point that day to calm myself down. But there was no need to dress up in a fancy new outfit, with the likelihood of a rancid stream of baby vomit on the shoulder. Instead, I'd scour the stores for lovely baby gifts. Guy beamed at the mention of it. He tossed the rest of his coffee back, leaned over and stroked my hair. "Maybe it'll give you some ideas," he said. The sun broke through a cloud and lit up the kitchen. "Meaning?" He shrugged. "You know, baby stuff. The maternal instinct." My mind went numb, like cold water had trickled into my head. I shrugged. "Maybe." "No pressure," he said, backing off. I wanted to hug him for his sensitivity, but I dug my nails into my palms instead. He stood up. "See you back here at 5. I'll get the wine." "Thanks," I said, my voice husky with the tide of emotion I was holding in check. He was so good to me, and so good for me. I didn't deserve him, and all the loveliness he'd brought to my life. The sun on his hair, the gleam of the orange juice jug, the velvet mounds of peaches in the bowl. All now so familiar to me. I could have burst out in song right then. Instead, I reached up and caught his fingers, traced the smooth edge of the wedding ring, took in the calm contours of his mouth. "See you at 5," I said, relishing the certainty of it. At school, I went to see Robin again, asked him what was being done about Carla and Rafferty and the whole sickening mess. He shook his head and gave me a bloodshot, mournful look. "I've talked to the cops, Anna. They assured me they're looking into it. Seems they've had their eyes on this sleaze Rafferty for a long time now. But they can't get anything concrete on him. Every time they get close enough to flush him out of his rat hole, all their witnesses clam up. He's got too many friends in high places. Probably has so much on them they won't spill a thing." I studied the crepey pouches under his eyes, the thinning strands of hair plastered across his crown, the frayed collar on his faded plaid shirt. Maybe I could pick up a couple of new shirts for him, get him a haircut, spruce him up a bit, then the cops would take him more seriously. I'd learned long ago that appearances count for a lot in our screwed-up society. He shook his head, scratched at his wrinkled ear. A tide of sympathy washed over me. After all these years of dedication, he deserved to be sitting on some California beach, soaking up the sun for this last chapter of his life. Every ounce of his energy had been drained trying to fix a corrupt, screwed-up system. "I wish I could do more, but I'm only one voice in the grand scheme of things, and I'm afraid it carries very little weight. So I offer a Band-Aid to a bleeding system. If I save only a few kids, I'm happy. I've done my bit." I left his office so agitated I almost forgot how to get to the exit doors. Then I reached my car without even realizing how I got there. Thoughts cranked through my head like an endless film reel. Nothing was being done about Rafferty, which meant I had to do something. And besides, I'd made a promise years back. At night on a bridge. Street lamps throwing cones of light onto the sidewalk. River foaming beneath me. Freeway traffic roaring by in the background. The concrete trembling underneath my feet. I'd be the one to take Rafferty and all his cronies down. God only knew how I'd do it, but I would. For Birdie. For my twin sister, who'd vanished from the face of the earth. I'd screw them all over and destroy their miserable lives. I didn't shower for weeks after I went back to the Flats place. I woke up in that beige bedroom with the 2 single beds, my head foggy from the drugs they'd given me to calm me down. I lay there looking at Birdie's empty bed, its poster of Zac Efron tacked above the headboard, and realized how she'd felt all those days she was a drugged-up prisoner in this same room, while I went off to school and flirted with Colby. Guilt stabbed at my gut, and I curled into a ball until the pain subsided. The stink of leftover Chinese takeout and boiled hot dogs seeped through the space under the door, and the spider web of cracks spread across the ceiling like a living fungus. I squeezed my eyes shut. Rules didn't count in that house. Expect the unexpected at all times. The Flats were opportunistic beasts disguised in sagging bodies, who'd successfully fooled the authorities into believing they actually cared about the lives of vulnerable children. I squirmed onto my stomach and pressed my face into the pillow, vowing that Lester would never touch me like he touched Birdie. The only way I could be sure was to become so unkempt, so disgusting he'd steer clear away from me. As it happened, I needn't have worried. Their crack buddies, Trey and Anita, had become regulars at the house, so Lester was occupied in a downward slide towards addiction. Hence the urgency that I returned to the family fold to help fund his growing habit. At first, I missed a few days of school. My brain was so blurred from the drugs they fed me, recommended by the helpful social workers who'd managed to check off another prickly client from their caseload. I didn't speak, just shuffled around in my hoodie and showed up at the kitchen table. Patty, now thin, courtesy of her cranked-up meth-fueled metabolism, usually slid a plate of burnt macaroni and chopped wieners toward me. Her stained yellow fingers twirled a lock of her stringy hair. "Eat. Don't want you wasting away. Myself, I'm not hungry." she said, placing her hands on her hips so I'd notice her skinny waistline. "But I want to say, I'm glad to see you back on your own. Your sister was one big mess of trouble." I nodded and tried to eat. It was easier just to go along with her. Lester and Patty fought a lot more. Seemed he wasn't getting so many shifts at the mall. Not surprising, considering the way his hand shook when he handled his revolver. No doubt some paunchy supervisor got panicked, imagining the aftermath of a mass shooting at the mall. Emergency workers bagging up innocent victims, the whirling lights of cop cars and ambulances flashing in his eyes, and some blonde news anchor shoving a microphone into his face while he blubbered to the cameras that he'd always thought Lester was a decent family man until he got into the drugs. Lester screamed that his fucking boss had always been on his ass, only now it was way worse, and Patty should get a fucking job instead. See if she could handle the day in and day out of it. She yelled back that if she was out of the house, he'd be shooting up from morning till night, instead of waiting till after 6. "What difference does it make when I shoot up? I'm gonna do it anyway," he said. But when he suggested getting another foster kid, I almost threw up my noodles. Patty was surprisingly astute for once, and soon put him straight that they'd never qualify for a new kid. They only got me back because nobody knew what to do with me. At night, Trey and Anita showed up, more decrepit than ever, their faces pocked with sores, their eyes vacant and bloodshot. They'd graduated to shooting up rather than smoking. Lester and Patty were headed the same way, but hadn't registered that they too would be walking skeletons if they kept up with the junk. When Lester wasn't working, they slept most of the day, so I usually smoked up a bit of their spare weed to prime myself for the outside world. Then I let myself out to go to school. I'd given up socializing there, just soaked in all the lessons, did my homework in the library, and if any do-gooder teacher tried to collar me and get me to open up about my problems, I gave him or her the evil eye, pulled my hood over my head and clammed up. I got good grades, so they all backed off eventually, after 3 minutes of silence. Besides, I probably stunk of days-old sweat. And in those heated, stuffy offices, the stench soon spread like a pestilence. After school some days, I found my way to Birdie's apartment to watch the comings and goings from behind a cedar bush on the opposite side of the street. I wanted to see if she was showing yet, make sure she was safe, and maybe even catch the sugar daddy creep who'd screwed up her reasoning until she couldn't think straight. Sometimes I brought a book with me. One hot May afternoon, when the sky was so blue I wanted to fly right up among the clouds, I cut school early and went to Birdie's. I was sprawled out on my hoodie in the clearing behind the cedar bush, reading Zola's L'Assommoir. I was totally blown away that someone in another country, living in a distant century, could capture the abject misery and squalor that addiction brings. I threw myself full tilt into a Zola phase. I vowed to work my way through every book he'd written. They made me feel I wasn't alone in my misery, that other human beings had lived lives of endless suffering, and Zola recorded it all in graphic detail. A car pulled up and stopped outside the block. I flipped the book shut and craned my neck to see. I'd already watched a stream of people come and go, but I had a gut feeling this one was for Birdie. Something about the way the car, a prowling BMW with tinted windows, purred to a gradual stop, then sat there, its motor throbbing like a heartbeat. When the door finally swung open, a man with sleek reddish-brown hair, shiny cheeks, and wearing a sharp navy suit hoisted himself out. He straightened his shoulders, adjusted his shades, and checked around him like he didn't want to be seen in that dumpy street. He slammed the door shut, and with a quick glance both ways, hopped up the steps and pressed the buzzer. The pink curtains on Birdie's window parted for a moment, revealing the pale flash of her face. Bingo, this was my guy. I heard the faint twitter of her voice over the intercom, and then he was inside. My cue to check the car out and maybe key its brilliant black flanks. Carve out in crooked letters, "I am a sick pedophile." My hand itched to get started. I waited a few moments, then picked up my hoodie, now dusted with dry grass and leaves. The air was stifling. Heat shimmered like a curtain, but I still pulled my arms into the sleeves and flipped the hood over my curls, then shoved my hands into the pockets to touch the rough edge of my locker key. Sidling up to the car, I checked out the street. It was quiet enough. The busy cross street was way up ahead, and late afternoon traffic din would drown out the screech of my key on the paintwork. I placed both hands on the smooth flank of the car, still warm from the journey across town. He must have really gunned it in his haste to get to his naughty little schoolgirl, led by the forbidden urges that scrambled his brain and coursed like a fever through his flabby middle-aged body. The key was out in the open now, its sharp edges poised above the slick shellac of the paintwork. I breathed deeply, almost afraid to defile its beauty. After all, I too lusted after something this gorgeous. I rubbed the sharp tip on the rear panel just enough to hear a scraping sound so high-pitched my teeth ached. A sudden swish made me jump backwards and shove the key back in my pocket.
"What do you think you're doing?"
said a clear young voice from the passenger window. "I'm calling the cops." I spun around, prepared to escape down the street and over the bridge when the door snapped open.
"I saw you," said the voice. "I'll call my dad. He'll report you. You'll go to jail."
I was looking at a tall young guy about my age, wearing a navy school blazer with a crest, a rich snob with rosy hairless cheeks and a snow-white shirt. Did he know what his creep of a father was up to? What fake line had he given this kid to get him to wait like an idiot in the car? "Your dad is a freaking John who diddles underage girls," I screamed from the other side of the street. "Tell that to the cops." His face fell. The hand holding the cell phone dropped to his side.
"Say what? Come back and say that to my face," he screamed,
his new man's voice cracking into a girlish shriek. I glanced upwards to see the pink curtains shift and his father's face look out onto the street. Who'd harassed his precious, shiny son? But I'd disturbed his sleazy session with Birdie, and I hoped to hell he wouldn't take it out on her.
"I said come back!"
the boy shrieked again. So I gave him the finger and ran down the street, my hair flying out behind me, my body drenched with sweat under the hoodie. Away from that car and away from the poor little rich kid with the sicko dad. 35. I'd never set foot inside the baby store at the mall with its pale blue sign above the window, and the rows of sleepers, dresses, and pants so tiny they'd fit Esther Penner's perfect dolls. I ran my fingers across display cases of baby booties and smiley face bibs and hairbands for bald baby heads. I'd neglected to ask if baby Metcalf was a he or she, but yellow or mint green would work for either sex, so I loaded up my cart with one of everything in those colors. Mom's with strollers and Dad's carrying babies and snugglies milled around the aisles laughing and chatting. Pastel-colored posters of smiling cherubs beamed down on me, reminding me of Birdie's broken dreams. Shoving my purchases towards the pink-cheeked sales clerk with the blonde ponytail and unicorn-covered smock, I paid cash, threw out a wad of 50s and 10s and 5s, so she had to sort through it, glancing up at my frowning face every couple of minutes. I could sense her confusion. "Why aren't you happy? A baby brings joy to a home. You should be brimming with hope for the future. Just put it all in the same package," I said, unnerved by the polished gloss of instant happiness that exuded from the place. "I'm going as fast as I can, ma'am," she said. Finally, I grabbed the bags, stumbled through the door into the mall, and breathed in the tropical scent of air freshener. My shoulders instantly relaxed. I headed towards the coffee bar and promised myself a fat, sticky pastry. A sugar fix was exactly what I needed. I saw Birdie a month or so after the car incident, the last week of school before summer break. An early heat spell had charred the grass to a dull brown and polluted the air with dust. Sizzling heat pressed down on everything, blanketing me in sweat. It got so bad I actually caved in and showered in Patty and Lester's moldy tub. Patty had given up housework months ago, so the place was rancid. The air conditioner was bust, so they lay on the couch most days, a creaky fan whirring around in front of them, barely stirring the heavy air. Patty usually shoved a couple of bills into my hands and told me to go to the store for slushies and hot dogs. That's what I lived on those weeks before the summer break. The fridge was empty. Nobody bothered to go shopping anymore. Any spare cash went to Trey and Anita and a troop of other junky scarecrows who showed up wherever a good time could be had. Birdie left a message shoved into my locker to meet her in a diner just a couple of blocks away from the school. I was starving and hoped she'd buy me supper. 2 months of leftover noodles warmed up day after day had left me craving a fat, juicy burger and hot fries with ketchup. I barely recognized her when I walked in. She sat at a window seat. Sunlight blazed through the blinds, casting a shadow of slats across her bony chest. Her face was so thin the skin looked transparent. A network of bluish veins spread like a web around her temples. Her eyes were sunk into dark sockets. She chewed on her nails, and I noticed a bald patch above her ear where she'd been pulling her hair out. "What's up?" I said, sliding into the seat opposite, noticing how she persistently drummed her knee on the underside of the table. "You look like shit." "Screw you," she said, twirling a piece of hair between her fingers. The waitress, a lumpy 40-ish woman with spiked burgundy hair, swept up to the table. "You have to order. It's not a drop-in center." Birdie looked right through her, reached into her purse and slid a couple of fives onto the table. "2 coffees, 1 black in, 1 with triple cream, and an order of fries," I added. Burgundy hair shuffled away, mumbling to herself, and I looked at Birdie. I wasn't going to ask again. "The baby's gone," she said, staring vacantly out onto the street. I breathed an inner sigh of relief. "You lost it?" She shook her head. "They made me kill it." Her eyes brimmed with tears. She wiped her arm across her face, and I handed her a napkin. Next thing, she'd be blowing snot bubbles like she did when she was a kid. "Who made you do that?" I leaned back as the waitress placed the coffees onto the table. She glanced at Birdie, but I glared up at her. Didn't want any of her fake concern. "That guy I was seeing said he'd changed his mind and couldn't deal with the responsibility, and his wife would make his life hell for him if he left her. She'd take more than half his money in business. Then Earl found out and told me I had to get rid of it. Just like that. They sucked my baby out in a few minutes." "Did your guy tell Earl about the baby?" "I don't know, and I don't care. I loved him. He said he wanted me to have his babies because together our kids would be the best. So I didn't take my pills. I thought he loved me. He told me over and over again." "Don't you know he was lying to you, Birdie?" I grasped at her skinny wrist and tried to get her to look at me, but she just shook her head and stared down at the table, jabbing at her paper napkin with a fork. "There's no way he'd let some teenage horse brat pollute the happy family home." She looked up at me with wounded eyes, but I had to keep going, had to make her see sense. I remembered the fine-skinned boy in the BMW. "He has a kid already." "How do you know that?" she said, tears running down her cheeks and a tiny dribble running from her nose to her lip. I felt as if some evil hand was clawing at my heart, squeezing the breath from me. "I saw him." She glared at me with bloodshot eyes. "So it was you sneaking around out there? You scared him off?" "You're crazy. You think that guy would leave his fancy wife and kid for you?" Her eyes drifted back to the street again. I couldn't tell what she was thinking anymore. That connection between us was long gone. She looked back at me with those sad puppy eyes. "I knew about his son, but he said the kid was going off to college and wouldn't need him anymore, so he'd be free." "And you believed him?" "He said I was the best thing that ever happened to him." I asked myself which soap operas this guy had been watching to come up with bullshit lines like that. Did he tell you that when he had his hand up your schoolgirl panties? Or when he was spanking your bare ass?" She doubled over and retched into her napkin. Burgundy hair flew over so quick her feet barely touched the floor. "You need help, honey?" she said, hovering over Birdie, then glaring at my wild mane of hair, which was tangled and greasy after a year's deliberate neglect. "Fries and ketchup?" I said, realizing she'd probably spit on them before she brought them to me. I didn't care. I'd eaten worse at the Flats place. "Now he's gone, finished with me, and he won't return my calls, and Earl's pissed," whispered Birdie, her eyes darting to the door. "I mean really pissed. We're not supposed to contact the clients. He says I'm becoming a pain in the ass." My skin felt cold and prickly, despite the hum of heat. I reached out to her, clasped her hand. "You don't have to go back to him. We can leave here." "What can I do? Go back to Lester's hellhole?" "We'll run away," I said, my body feeling suddenly lighter. I'd been waiting for this chance to get Birdie alone to talk some sense into her. But I had to make sure about something first. "What about Lonnie? You still hanging with her?" Birdie picked at a dried spot of ketchup on the table, eased it off with her fingernail. "Haven't seen her in months. Don't know where she is. Nobody knows. She never came back from the ships. Earl says she got sick, but I haven't heard a word. And I guess there's no search parties out looking for her." "Why would they? Nobody cares. You don't either. You're probably glad she's gone." I couldn't lie to her, so I said nothing, just waited until she was calm again. "So there's just the two of us again, like the old times. We'll run away somewhere, get the hell out of the city, hitch a ride up north, maybe even ride all the way up to Canada." The fries appeared, and Birdie actually ate a few, dipped them daintily into the paper cup of ketchup. I tried to hold myself back from stuffing them down 3 or 4 at a time. I was so hungry I couldn't fill my mouth quickly enough. "Could we really get there?" she said, a smile twitching at the corner of her lips. I nodded in between bites. "I bet we could find Dennis if we tried." The food and the idea of being with Birdie were making me dizzy. She shrugged. "I have money, and we can sell some of my stuff. There's enough to keep us going for a while, until we get a job." "We could be waitresses," I said, a spark of hope crackling inside me. She rested her elbows on the table and smiled. "Maybe I could work in a clothes store or do makeup at Dayton's." She grinned and we clasped hands. Suddenly I knew she was back, for real. "We're gonna do it tonight," I said. "I'll come back to your place with you now. Make sure you're okay. Then we'll head out on the road. Maybe even get a bus." A cloud passed over her face. "Remember Esther and her dolls?" I nodded. "I dreamed about my baby, how beautiful she would be." Tears oozed from the corners of her eyes. "She was perfect, like those dolls, but so soft and pretty. She smelled like soap and powder, and I held her in my arms. I sang to her and told her I'd always be there to protect her from all the bad things no matter what. She was so small. I touched every tiny toe and counted her fingers. When I cuddled her, she looked up at me, and I knew she loved me. More than anybody else in the world. She'd always love me." Birdie had always ached to hold Esther's dolls. She'd even pressed her face to the glass so hard Esther had to push her aside and make me polish away the smudges left by her sticky nose and mouth. "I love you like that, Birdie," I whispered. "We'll be okay together." She smiled through tears, and our hands clasped so tight I felt the old electricity again. The charge that bonded us together. Sisters. Forever. "I love you too, Anna, and I'm sorry about Lonnie and the way we hurt you." "I forgot about that already," I said, my heart so big in my chest I thought it would burst. "But you gotta wait here for now," she said, getting up. "Don't want anyone getting suspicious. I'll be back in an hour." I pushed my chair back. "No, I'm coming with you. I'll stay hidden just to make sure you get out okay." She smiled at me with real love in her eyes. Again, like the old times. Always looking out for me, Anna. You never change. But this time you'll have to trust me. My heart thudded so hard it seemed deafening. I couldn't let her out of my sight. She'd never come back. I knew if she walked away it would be the end. The diner door swung shut, and I watched her disappear down the street, walking with that awkward pigeon-toed limp. She crossed into a shimmer of heat that scrambled her figure into 1,000 wavy lines until she was gone, as if she'd never been there. My sister. My Birdie. Gone from the empty chair across from me, the faint scent of cigarette smoke the only evidence she'd been there. Birdie was here, only a minute ago. Wasn't she? I picked at a cold fry, dropped it back into the bowl without even touching it to my lips. It felt cold and heavy like a dead finger. I waited there until Burgundy Hair threw me out a couple of hours later. Then I hung around outside till it was dark. I left just after 10. Back at the Flats place, bodies were passed out on the couches, chairs, and floor. 6 of them stretched out, the pipe lying unguarded on the table. I lit the tiny crumbs of meth left in the bowl and inhaled deep, waiting for the smoke to blast me into oblivion. To a place where there was no image of Birdie, cringing under a sweating pig of a captain in the stuffy cabin of some rusty tanker up north, while the rest of the crew punched, cursed, and jostled each other into a lineup outside her door. A couple of weeks later, I pulled myself up from my stupor. After a few days without a hit, I saw the grime in every crack on the ceiling, every spore of mold that spread in damp patches down the wall, and I couldn't turn that dark feeling off. I knew eventually I'd have to get myself up and out of that prison. One evening, Lester and Patty actually went out, made the effort to drag themselves to Trey and Anita's dump of a place 2 blocks away. I'd seen them there before, with a crowd of deadbeats slouched on the steps outside, drinking beer, smoking, and waiting for the next hit. I ate a hasty supper of leftover hot dogs, then walked to Birdie's apartment building, avoiding Trey and Anita's place. Once there, I sat by the cedar bush to watch for her. The pink curtains were gone, but someone moved across the window. Hope soaring in my heart, I raced over to the door just as a guy leading a chocolate lab stepped out. I slipped around him and into the lobby before he could protest. Birdie's floor was silent, so I sat by the elevator, waiting for her door to open. I didn't want to knock and get her in trouble, so I stayed still, like a zombie, my head reeling because I needed a hit of something, but I had no way to get it. I must have been tired because I fell asleep. When I woke up, the moon was full, like an orange disk in the hallway window. I gazed at it, hypnotized, as if I'd somehow slipped into another life. Someone had placed a bottle of water and a bag of chips next to me. I wolfed them down, cramming handfuls into my mouth, even though I tasted nothing but oil and salt. Then I remembered Birdie. Maybe she'd left them. Maybe it was a sign that she was okay. I scrambled to my feet, ran to her door and smacked it hard, slapping the wooden panels with the flat of my hand. "Birdie, it's me! Open the goddamn door!" I screamed over and over. Nothing. Not even the sound of breathing. I smashed at the door again, this time with my fists, calling for her, my voice cracking with the pressure of tears. The door next to Birdie smacked open, bouncing off the wall. A guy in a plaid robe stuck his head out. "Nobody lives there, so stifle the noise or I'll call the cops," he yelled, slamming his door shut again. I fell to my knees and flopped forward onto my stomach. If I could only look under that door, I might catch her making tea, or doing her laundry or painting her nails. But all I saw was the moonlight streaming through her window, and all I could feel was the bone-crushing, choking sadness that comes when you realize you're totally and absolutely alone in the world. 36. As I'd expected, Brian Metcalf's place was cute as a dollhouse. A tiny white stucco bungalow with 2 triangular peaks on the brown shingle roof, neat beige timbers crisscrossing the exterior, a mini glassed-in porch complete with 2 cedar rockers, and flower boxes stuffed with pink and white petunias below the front window. 2 manicured globe cedars stood on either side of the front steps, and a brass mailbox with matching carriage lamps gleamed a cheery welcome.
"Brian's pretty frugal when it comes to investments," said Guy, opening the car door for me. "Said he picked this up for $190,000, sunk 20 into it, and now he reckons it's worth $275 at least."
Brian's house was the exact opposite of Gordon Nancy's, small and cozy, with eco-friendly bamboo floors, leaf-printed calico drapes, and natural cedar furniture. Brian and his wife Judy welcomed us inside with a whispered hello, index fingers plastered to their lips. Seemed baby Scout, who actually called their kid Scout, had finally decided to take a nap, so we tiptoed around the woven straw bassinet into the living room. I glanced at the rosy-cheeked baby, perfect, peachy, and untouchable. She reminded me of Birdie's dream baby. I turned away, anxious to forget the episode in the diner and the words I could never say to Birdie, that her baby wouldn't have stood a chance if it had lived, that it was better to get rid of it than risk another baby condemned to a life with a mother who was still a child. Swathed in cream organic cotton, baby Scout would be pampered, protected, fed lactose-free soy milk and peanut-free vegan organic food, dressed in reused, recycled, non-toxic organic clothes. Its life would be dust-free, additive-free, germ-free, danger-free, and possibly fun-free until it grew into a timorous child whose sheltered life was dominated by a long list of foodborne and household allergens. I could see it all by scoping out the kitchen and the assortment of boxes and jars scattered across the counter. And Judy looked like she'd just blown in fresh from the set of a kid's show, makeup-free with scrubbed apple cheeks, even white teeth behind pink lips, tousled shiny curls, never tainted by color or charred by the heat of a flat iron, bold dark eyebrows and baggy jeans topped with an embroidered white cotton smock, easy to flip open at a moment's notice for an emergency breastfeeding. And so sweet she set my teeth on edge. I wasn't good with women like Judy. They threw me off with their unfailing kindness and sweet dog-like patience. I could handle Sabrina and her hard edges, but Judy was infinitely more threatening when she tilted her head, radiated maternal bliss, and listened with such interest to everything I said, or rather mumbled to her. Under her gaze, I felt like an imposter, as if sooner or later the 10 or so years spent bricking up my shameful past would turn out to be an utter waste of time, and those monstrous secrets would force their way through the crumbling wall of lies and denial. Then the real monstrous me would be revealed. Women like Judy had a way of teasing out those demons.
Let and appos. Pause the words for a moment and give your mind a gentle rest. Coming up is a soothing melody for your relaxation. Take a deep breath, relax your body, and enjoy this peaceful interlude before we continue with our story.
They'd shake their glossy curls, win your trust with an intimate smile, and try to wear down your guard until you blurted out every appalling secret in the vain hope of friendship and acceptance. I'd always got on better with men who could be distracted with sex, or tantalized by the mystery of my shady secret past. We settled down at the kitchen table with our ginger and goji berry tea, which Judy assured me was a deep detoxer and bowel cleanser. I'd have preferred a large glass of Pinot Grigio, but she probably would have pressed a burning crucifix to my forehead if I'd mentioned alcohol around that baby. I'd already sinned enough by not checking the labels on the baby clothes for chemical contaminants, and though she'd unwrapped our gifts with the required bursts of oohs and ahs, she couldn't hide the slight downward droop of her mouth and the tentative way she handled the little dresses and jackets with thumb and forefinger, then placed them immediately back in the bag. Brian served supper to give Judy a much-deserved rest, said the ever-considerate husband and father. He carried out a clay casserole dish of eggplant lasagna made with brown rice pasta. Too bad it turned out to be a steaming mush covered with a layer of sticky goat cheese that would have been better eaten with a spoon. Smiling and nodding at appropriate times during the hum of conversation, I plowed my way through the large, chunky pasta island and its accompanying beet greens and arugula salad. Meanwhile, Judy kept popping out to do some more expressing. When she left the room, Brian explained that her milk production was so high it made her nipples leak even through the special pads. I had trouble with the melted goat cheese after that, especially when Brian kept eyeballing me in a shifty corner of the eyeway all through supper. Sometime in between the apple cobbler and the nettle tea, he placed his hands flat on the table and drew in a long breath. Something's coming, I thought. Did I have anything to worry about? I reached for Guy's knee under the table, squeezed it. He was real, flesh and blood sitting right next to me. Wouldn't fly away like some gorgeous dream in the hot rays of the sun. Anna, it's been bugging me ever since I saw you at school. But I know we've met before, and I couldn't put my finger on it. I shook my head, then turned and smiled at Guy, who tilted his head as if waiting for me to confirm Brian's hunch. Unless I'm suffering from early dementia. I talked to you a few months ago. You came to ask questions about Guy's research. I thought you were a journalist writing a feature. Judy had just arrived back to find us all staring at each other in a kind of stalemate. What's going on? She asked, hugging her breasts and easing herself onto her chair. Wet milk patches spread across the front of her smock. Guy grinned. Brian thinks Anna was scoping me out months before I actually met her. Now they were all looking at me, waiting for me to spill the goods. Maybe I checked him out for a presentation, I said, but I never claimed to be a journalist. A small frown flickered across Brian's face. I could have sworn. But with the baby's arrival, it's been a sleep-deprived few months, so my mind is mush. I was just about to redirect the conversation when a piercing wail echoed through the kitchen. Baby Scout was awake. It was like battle stations to the ready. Brian and Judy swept into immediate action, ushering me and Guy politely out through the front door. Not soon enough for me. The moment we were in the car, I sighed, closed my eyes and leaned my head back against the soft leather car seats. On the drive home, I nodded off. In that state between consciousness and sleep, I pictured myself searching Guy's number online, then actually making that call to Brian. My heart lurched a little at the sudden memory. I'd known exactly what I was doing. I just didn't want to admit it. I stayed quiet for the rest of the drive, just mumbled in monosyllables while Guy prattled on about the happy Metcalf household. Later in bed, he traced a finger across my stomach. Were you really stalking me? Just doing my homework, I said, turning my face away from his scrutiny. You little predator. You know, the idea of you watching me, itching to get your hands on me, really turns me on. You are so impossibly vain, I said, propping myself up on my elbow and trying hard to look disapproving. But how could I not lust after you? You're perfect. So are you, Anna. Perfect for me, he said, pulling me close and wrapping his arms around me. I closed my eyes and breathed in his scent, marveling that he really was mine. Much later, I lay awake staring at the ceiling again. Sleep was so elusive those nights. I couldn't slow down my thoughts enough to relax. I was barely getting by on 4 hours a night. No wonder I spent the day in a semi-hallucinatory state. I really had sought Guy out, deliberately engineered him into my life, lured him, seduced him, and now we were an item. Only I was in deeper than I'd intended. He'd caught me off guard with his gentle devotion, making me unsure of my next step. How could I hurt him? But I'm a person who always likes the last word. I never forget when I've been wronged, because then I have to exact some kind of payback. You could call it an obsession with revenge, like with Lester and Patty in the final days I spent with them. 37. Financially strapped, Lester and Patty moved on to manufacturing their own meth. That was the darkest time for me. Can't remember too much about it, only that I barely made it to school much for a month or two, preferring to hang around the apartment, sucking up the remnants of any junk the flats left when they crashed out of their meth high. Anything to deaden the ache of being completely alone. To stop myself asking, what's the point of living? I'd smoke to get jacked up with enough energy to do homework, make crazy plans to change the world, find Birdie and whisk her away. I don't remember sleeping or eating then. My reality was a buzz of voices and color and twitching limbs that jerked and flickered in a fast-forward motion. My world was in chaos. But I do remember what happened before the explosion, though my memories are always blurred at the edges and colored with a yellowy tinge. Like old home movies, overexposed to the sun. Linda Martin said I was there. I must have been, but Birdie wasn't. Where was she? Selling herself to the highest bidder? Screwing crewmen on a cargo ship in Duluth? Working a strip club in Vegas? By that time, I didn't care. Time slipped back and forth, one day overlapping another. I remember old rock music blaring in the background, Janis Joplin, me sitting against the hallway wall, crouched on the edge of the action. I imagined I was her, shook my long crazy hair, tipped back a beer. Fuck the world and everybody in it. Lester and Patty and friends were in top form, all hell breaking loose as usual. The place reeked of burning plastic, everybody jerking around like crazy old puppets. Then some old crone with a drooping stomach and skinny legs decided to mess around with Lester. Patty caught her straddling his lap, legs twined around his back like a fleshy vine. So Patty grabbed a handful of her hair and dragged her backwards onto the carpet, thumped her in the ribs once she was down, called her a two-bit whore. Everyone yelled, "Catfight, catfight." Then another guy, Todd with the glass eye, flipped out on Trey, claiming he was hogging the pipe, elbowed him in the throat, wrestled him onto the floor next to the crone who was sucking in air like a fish out of water, wrapped himself around Trey, chewed on his ear, then spat out blood. And I thought to myself, how weird that this was all going on next to the counter, with the boxes of macaroni cheese and the spoon collection on the wall, and the framed picture of Elvis against the wallpaper with its sickly orange and yellow flowers. And Janice screamed, "You say that it's over, baby." It's never over. That's when I planned to get myself out the next night. Put an end to being stuck in this miserable hellhole with these dangerous, useless people. My plan was drastic, but in my frenetic state seemed totally reasonable and logical. They'd graduated to using the shake-and-bake method to make their stuff, so next day, all it took for me was to convince them to use a heat gun to dry out the meth in a plastic water bottle. I had the sense to throw myself behind the kitchen door before sparks shot up. 3, 4, 5 blasts of scorching light, like fireworks on the 4th of July. Patty screeched to Lester, "Don't throw it, shake it," and the bottle blew up like a bomb in their scabby faces. They were rolling on the floor, their clothes blazing with toxic chemical flames when I called 911. I jammed a dishcloth into my mouth to keep out the smoke and crawled back to the bedroom in time to curl up under the blankets like an innocent victim. The firemen burst in and hosed Lester and Patty down until they blubbered like mad chimps. I covered my eyes when the paramedics led me away through the smoke and burning stench of flesh. Though I squinted at my soon-to-be ex-foster parents through gaps in my fingers on the way out, I heard their moans and saw their swollen, bloodied faces and arms, the tatters of clothing still sticking to their blistered skin. Outside it was raining. A fine sheet of drizzle soaked my hair. I tipped my face upwards to taste the clean, fresh droplets. Dew from heaven sent down to tell me I'd never go back to the hell I'd left behind, ever. So the Flats were the first to pay for their sins, but I wouldn't forget the others who wronged Birdie. Like Earl Rafferty, his henchman Jimmy, and worst of all, the main man, the rotten piece of scum that robbed her of her innocence and all her dreams, then took her away from me. I'd pay him back. I'd take him down, destroy him by taking everything he had. 38. We always dressed up for our school grad, just the same as if we were teachers in some ivy-covered prep school in the suburbs. Robin dutifully trotted out his one and only suit, a navy double-breasted pinstriped number with shiny bare patches under the arms. Probably a genuine vintage piece, straight from the streets of 60s Carnaby Street in swinging London. From before his beach bum hippie phase. Everyone else did their best. I'd shopped long and hard for my dress, spent nights at the mall trying to calm the turmoil inside me, walked around sucking in the fruity tropical scent that reminded me of everything clean and safe. That's how I'd felt as a kid, sloping around the polished hallways in my hoodie, chewing on my hair, breathing in the aroma of clean and happy and bright things. The scent of possibility, of what I could be if I just kept my head down and pushed forward. If I could graduate, then I'd have the key to all the glittering secrets the mall promised me. That's what I hoped for Dane and Carla. Dane would actually graduate from my class along with Haley, who'd been accepted into a nurse's aide program, Clarence, who'd start auto mechanics at the local tech college, and Viola, who'd already applied to become a cop. I'd convinced Dane to check out some graphic design schools, and he was floored when he heard back from a couple. I found the perfect dress after 4 hours of wandering, just right for afternoon tea, acceptable at even the swankiest college prep school. A 50s-inspired flared white cotton skirt printed with brilliant blue cornflowers, topped with a white glazed cotton shirt with starched wing collar and 3/4 sleeves, all tied together nicely with an indigo cotton sash. I scraped my hair into an Audrey Hepburn pleat, slipped on some pearl earrings, applied a final slick of scarlet lipstick, and twirled around in front of the mirror. The tulle petticoat rustled and crackled underneath the cotton glaze. I felt beautiful. I'd achieved success in my job, and I had a beautiful, safe home. A wonderful, gentle man loved me, and I loved him back in my own limited way. My heart swelled with joy. If only it could always be this way, but it wouldn't. Birdie was always there in the background. The memory of her needling at me like an itch that couldn't be scratched. The vengeance still to be exacted, thrumming like a discord in the harmony of my new life. "You're a vision," said Guy, sweeping into the room. "Did you ever consider a modeling career?" I snapped out of my dream. Adoration burned in his eyes. I could barely look at him. You could say I was a late bloomer. It was a crevice, a crack in the armor, enough to entice him. He caught my hand and kissed it. "Tell me what you were like as a kid. I want to know. Did you have a dumb hairdo or zits on your chin?" The drawbridge clanged shut, all entries barred. "There's nothing to talk about," I said, turning away. "It's all in the past now." He touched the stiff points of my collar, a playful smile on his face. "You know I'm a patient guy, Anna. I'll wait. And whenever you're ready, you'll tell me."
I wondered what I'd ever done to find someone like Guy.
Then I remembered. I'd made it my business to find him. Why pretend to myself I hadn't? It was time to be honest with myself, to quit the lying and self-deception. "You're a good man," I said, kissing him on the lips. "A good guy, Guy." He caught me around the waist. "I always feel so happy around you, so complete. Something about you is so real, so familiar, as if we've met in another life." "Don't get all cheesy on me," I said, looking at my reflection in the mirror next to his. If only he knew. We had met in another life. On a day when two very different lives collided on a street. Me tracing the sharp edge of a key with a nicotine-stained finger, the stink of days-old sweat on my clothes. Him standing by a gleaming BMW, shiny hair and clear skin like a young prince. The look of panic in his eyes. "Tell me what you said," he screamed as I ran down the alley, away from the scene of my sister's undoing. "Maybe we did," I said, wiping the smudge of lipstick from the corner of his mouth. He smelled like lemon and shaving soap. I could have lapped my tongue into the crevices of his neck. He was mine, all mine now. What would his father say if he knew? It would tear him up inside, make him sweat a little at the thought of someone so close knowing all his dirty secrets. But I caught sight of the time and remembered Robin's obsession with punctuality. "Gotta go, it's grad day." "Dinner tonight, somewhere special," he said, catching me around my waist. "A rare steak and some blood-red wine by candlelight," I whispered. He kissed behind my ear. "Then I'll bare my neck to you, my favorite sexy vampire." "Promise? You know I'll suck you dry," I said, tearing myself away to grab my purse. My face was so flushed I'd need a full blast of air conditioning to settle down. Robin had invited a group of local musicians to the ceremony. They played a folksy version of Pomp and Circumstance as the graduates filed in. Scented candles burned on the front table next to bowls of bright yellow daisies. We sat in a circle in the multi-purpose room, my skirt rustling with a slight trickle of air conditioning that blew from the aged wall units. The light tinkle of the tambourine and the heady floral scent of candle smoke made my heart ache. For some strange reason, they reminded me of my mother, for the woman I'd never known. When she was young and hopeful and full of life. I wished I could have seen her then, but I rarely touched that hollow place, barely thought of the shadowy figure that was always out of reach, closing a door before I got to it, turning a corner when I was too far behind. I'd never know when and why she lost her way. But then the sounds and scents lulled me into a daydream, and I found myself slipping back in time again to think about another graduation day, my own high school grad. After the explosion at the Flats place, the medics rushed me to hospital. Social workers, doctors, and nurses flitted in and out of my room, discussing, conferring, trying to figure out why on earth I'd landed back at a known meth house. I was malnourished, anemic, and I had a raging chest infection. I was also suffering withdrawals from a whole smorg of drugs. I lay in that cool white bed and willed myself back to health. My body was so weak they had to feed me an iron-rich diet and pump me full of vitamins and antibiotics. When I left that place, I was physically healthy, but my mind was still a nest of dark, angry confusion. I could barely focus long enough on a thought to sort out what was real from what I'd imagined. Enter Rachel Levine, the first human being, after Dennis, to show me love, patience, and real kindness. Dealing with me at 16 was like approaching a snarling dog. Stay back, hold out a hand, let the creature come to you. Don't impose yourself, Wait till she's ready." And Rachel waited, sweet-faced, soft-voiced, and firm, always there, just like Guy and Dennis, at the beginning. I enjoyed 2 blissful years with the Levines. Their home became an oasis of calm. Birdie had disappeared from my life, sucked back into that nightmare world I'd narrowly escaped. I was free to concentrate on my studies, graduate with honors, win a bunch of scholarships, and buy a sky blue tulle prom dress. I'd finally let Rachel take me to a hairdresser, who struggled to get a comb through my tangled hair, then gave up and promptly cut it into a pretty face-framing bob. After that, I'd shrugged the hoodie off and emerged from my chrysalis, to also discover it was okay to be pretty, to show my face and be proud. Now the perverts and predators had been banished to the margins of my new middle-class life. I didn't think about Birdie again until my high school grad. Rachel and her husband were in the audience. I smiled at them as I crossed the stage, palms sweating, teetering on heels too high for comfort. I grasped that diploma like a talisman, beaming when Rachel pressed a bouquet of roses into my arms, then steered me into the common room among the dizzy swarm of 18-year-olds feasting on party sandwiches, dainties, and fruit punch. Hugs from school friends, breathless promises to stay in touch, and plans for the summer made my grad day feel almost normal. Until I thought I glimpsed Birdie outside the window. A flash of denim and skimpy crop top, bleached hair and hollow eyes, pushing a stroller. Inside, a baby sucked on blue Kool-Aid from a bottle. She stopped and stared at me, her eyes bloodshot, her mouth slack and drooling. I blinked, and she was gone. Dropping my plate on the floor, I ran over to the window, placed my palms flat against the glass, and searched for a sign. A plastic soother, wheel marks in the dirt. Nothing. "You okay?" said Rachel, taking my arm. "It was her. I saw her." "You mean Birdie?" I nodded. Rachel's face was calm, her voice soft enough to quiet every raging demon inside me. "It's natural that you'd want to see her here, to be proud of you today." I accepted her explanation and let her soft arm wrap around my shoulders to guide me back to the coffee table. I told myself I must have imagined it. I've often lied, stretched the truth, made things up. I've done it a whole lot of times. Like telling the cops it was Patty that told Lester to shake it, don't drop it, not me. I didn't think of Birdie again until my first year in college. I still went to the mall then, but to buy things rather than find shelter. I'd discovered guys, found that I could actually be attractive if I dressed up and made an effort. Their sudden attention was a revelation to me after years of hiding behind a hoodie. In my first year, I went on the pill and slept with 3 or 4 guys. All of them had money. I made them buy me stuff: drinks, food, college t-shirts, school binders with gold crests, writer's journals with gorgeous covers, and books. So many books. I impressed them with my reading list: Burroughs, Proust, Wallace, Melville, Monroe, Atwood. I read them all. Even tried to discuss them, but none of them held a candle to Colby, who, for some reason, never made it to college. I heard from one of our ex-high school buddies that he'd taken a carpentry course at some community college and lived out in the sticks making garden chairs and kitchen cabinets. So once they'd bought me enough gifts and I'd eaten my fill, I slept with them. Strange, they all seemed so grateful and so persistent afterwards. But after I'd bared my body to them and abandoned all control, I couldn't bring myself to look them in the eyes again. Then I hightailed it back to the mall in search of familiar ground and a new outfit to lure the next sucker. I'd become a slightly different version of Birdie, more educated, more respectable, but way more sly and calculating. One afternoon I went there. I used the back entrance, walked by the benches where the deadbeats and junkies hung out. That's when I saw Lonnie. Or at least a cartoonish, used-up version of her. Caved-in mouth, broken nose, and fried clumps of hair sticking up from her scalp. She hunched over a bottle, pushing away some old drunk who was whining for a shot, then yelled at him and shoved him off the bench. I stood a few yards away, far enough to bolt inside if I had to, far enough to get to mall security if I needed them. "Lonnie," I said, very calm, very confident, because of my shiny shoulder-length hair, nice jeans, and Hollister hoodie. She looked up and grinned, showing yellowed stumps of teeth. "Well, if it ain't the bitch sister." "Charmed to see you again. Where's Birdie?" She shrugged. "Hell if I know." A necklace of purple hickeys adorned her neck. Who would kiss her now? "Oh, but you do know," I said, despising her as much as I always had, maybe more. "Could be up in Duluth on the ships. Can't say. I got out before it killed me. Or maybe she went to some pussy palace near Vegas. I heard they like 'em young there." "She's still with Earl?" She squinted up at me like I was an idiot. "You're a real dumbass. Earl never lets go, until he don't want you no more. I guess he's done with me. Can't blame him. Nobody wants me now." That was when she started to cry. Big gulping sobs until the old drunk nuzzled at her neck while she took a long swig from the plastic bottle. She handed it to him, and he kissed her full on the lips. Told her he loved her. I'd seen enough. I left. Sabrina, who'd forgiven me for my bitchy comment about our relationship, nudged my shoulder, and I came to just in time to see Dane cross the stage to receive his diploma. My eyes were misty. He'd taken the first step in a long journey towards a good and decent life. When he passed by my seat, I held out a bunch of red roses. "You did it," I whispered, daring to hug him for the first time. "I knew you could." He wiped a sleeve over big, teary eyes and said, "Thanks, Anna, for everything." After a long burst of applause, he gathered himself up to walk back to his seat. Carla looked shell-shocked when she walked across the stage, like she didn't belong there wearing that mortarboard and gown. And when I pressed the flowers into her arms, she blinked and said, "It's so unreal, all of this." "Believe it," I said, letting her go. "It's the beginning of a new life." She was set to take culinary arts at the nearby community college, then go to live with an auntie in the country who owned a bakery. She was safe. Every year it was like this. I lost a couple, saved a couple. But it was all worth it. Maybe it made up a little bit for not rescuing Birdie. But it didn't. With all my education and reading and scheming, I couldn't save the one person who mattered to me the most. What kind of sister was I? A failure. That was the real story of my life. I couldn't tear my sister away from the man who ruined her, who blew the whistle to Earl. I imagined his call. "Hey, this little whore gets pregnant and expects me to play happy families with her. What kind of game are you playing, man? You expect me to pay premium dollar for this kind of trouble?" So Earl takes care of it, gets rid of the precious baby and exacts a punishment. "You belong to me, and you don't mess around with VIP clients. They don't give a damn about you and your baby and your dreams. I bought you. I sell you. You're a product. I have to protect my clients." His client. Not a man, a coward, a predator, a monster. I cursed him until my head ached. The man who led Birdie on with false promises, who sucked the life from her, then threw out the carcass. I cursed him until my blood burned. Go back to your shiny house and wife and son. I will find you. I have found you. 39. The first official team meeting to mark the beginning of my new career in Gord's empire fell on a scorching Monday in late July. It came as a bit of a shock to actually work during the summer months. My last few years teaching had meant long, lazy summers spent traipsing around the mall, maybe trekking further afield to the outlets at Albertville, meeting for cocktails, swimming in Fran Cusick's condo pool, or soaking up the sun on a Lake Calhoun beach. One summer, I'd even hopped in the backseat of Sabrina's SUV to tour casinos up north in Lake Country with two of her buddies. I'd never taken a real trip, mainly because I barely had enough money to pay the bills and fund my shopping habit. But I'd loved those summers for their laid-back laziness. Idle, sunny days would turn into hot summer nights. I had no plans, just slept in, ate takeout, washed my hair a lot, and tanned. If I met a guy, I usually slept with him, made him my summer romance, then ditched him when school started up again. It was sweeter that way. No ties meant no complications. My first official meeting as Gord's employee was scheduled for 3 at his suite of offices 2 blocks away from the university. Guy said he'd join us a little later when he could get away from school. I parked near the university so I could take a walk by my old alma mater, past the gray stone columns and the burgundy sign emblazoned with gold letters that spelled out University of Minnesota, and beyond that gate, the white colonnades and brick facade of the library and lecture halls. I'd missed the place so much, I decided to start taking my morning jogs around the campus. How many times had I walked through these gates, feeling a surge of pride and gratitude that almost bowled me over. I'd survived the horrors forced on me by an uncaring system, and only I knew the magnitude of that achievement. I felt in control for the first time in my life, but many mornings I'd wake shaking with terror that my new life was really a dream that could suddenly end, and I'd find myself in a drug-induced stupor back in the Flats house of horror. After 5 years of recovery, 2 spent with the Levines and 3 at college, I'd thought I was finally normal, my mind lucid, the demons gone from my life, the drugs cleaned out of my system. 5 solid years not thinking of Birdie or hearing from her. Then I saw him again, the man who'd used her and thrown her away, the man who liked his girls young, nubile, childlike, the man I hated with a passion that terrified me. Towards the end of my 3rd year of education, I attended a guest lecture. The speaker was billed as Gord Franzen, a leading expert on student engagement and author of a string of successful titles, all standard texts in university. But the moment he walked on stage, it was as if a bolt of lightning slammed into the top of my head and seared through my body. My eyes took in the figure at the podium, the sheen of his dark suit, the smooth swath of reddish hair combed to the side and set with hairspray. Like a glossy TV news anchor, the words flowed from his mouth, sending a fine spray of spit into the microphone. I could barely focus. My fingertips danced on the arm of my chair. Those Polaroid pictures flipped through my head like a porn catalog, with 15-year-old Birdie as the fantasy sex toy. If I'd had them in my pocket, I'd have fanned them out like a winning poker hand, shoved them into his face and said, "What do you have to say about this, you creep? What would the cops say if they knew it was you? What if your precious family knew?" But I didn't have them with me. I had no ready evidence at hand to pin him to the crime. Only my junkie sister's word, and now she was gone. Who would believe her anyway? I had to be patient, wait for the right time and place, the right way to make him pay. Now that time was really close. Despite the warm sunlight, I shivered at the memory. But this was no time for distractions. I grasped my briefcase and marched further up the street, away from the university. Gord's offices were situated in the top floor of a glass and brick building. I stood outside to get the feel of the place, even though I knew it already. Had been there years before. Stood outside that brick facade many times in my student days, watching for signs of Gord, maybe even a glimpse of his son. Violent scenarios ran over and over in my head. What I'd do to Gord if I confronted him. A gunshot to the chest, a vial of acid thrown in the face, a knife thrust just under the ribs. I'd imagined them all. I passed through the plant-filled lobby, hummed as the elevator took me up to the 4th floor, and stepped into a modern suite of offices. Nancy was already there. The smell of freshly perked coffee and warm cinnamon rolls told me she'd been busy preparing. I found her in the ultra-white kitchen, cutting up pineapple and adding it to a tower of fresh fruit. In all my thoughts about Gord, I'd tried to put Nancy out of my head. But watching her bustle about in that kitchen, I found myself wondering about her. Had she known about the girls? Did Gord ever force sex on her? Bully her? Degrade her? Why the hell did she stay with him? Why didn't she slit his throat while he slept, his mouth gaping open, the pale swell of his Adam's apple quivering, begging for the edge of a blade? And what about Guy? Did he suspect anything, or had Nancy always protected her darling boy? Nervous? She asked, and I almost jumped out of my skin. I shook my head. Just bummed I can't sleep in anymore, I said, reaching for the coffee. I need this so bad. She ushered me into the meeting room. Gord's on a call. Make yourself comfortable. I grabbed a warm cinnamon roll, sat back and took in my surroundings. White walls decorated with twisted wire and glass sculptures. Shiny black conference tables surrounded by white leather chairs. Pale wood-grain flooring. Typical Nancy decor. Pristine, almost sterile surroundings. Maybe her way of coping with the dirty mess of being Gord's wife. And now I was Gord's daughter-in-law as well as his employee. Couldn't get any closer to him. My palms tingled, my temples ached, my heart thrummed in my ears. I wished Guy would come. I'd never been alone with Gord, and I hoped to hell I could hide my loathing and disgust when I saw him. After all, he was street smart, like me. Perhaps he was already on to me and wasn't letting on. But I had one major advantage over him. I had nothing to lose, unlike Gord, who had everything at stake. As if he'd read my thoughts, he appeared, larger than life, at the door. My hand jolted the coffee cup, sending a pool of brown across the white tabletop. I jumped up to grab a napkin.
Relax, Nancy'll get it. Nancy, he yelled. Cleanup needed.
I mopped at the puddle. No need to bother her.
She'd be hurt if I didn't,
he replied as she swept in with a spray bottle and wad of paper towel. As she bent across the table to wipe away the mess, I caught the slight movement of his hand on her ass, patting it. Proprietary, as if she were a chattel he'd bought and paid for. Her whole body went rigid. I bit my tongue, checked myself from calling him a slimy piece of garbage, turned to glance out of the window, wishing, hoping Guy would show up so I could tether myself to the present again.
So Guy tells me you've no family,
he said, a bolt totally out of the blue. Nancy chewed on her lower lip. Gord, you could be a bit more diplomatic. Maybe ease into the personal questions. He glared.
I think Anna would appreciate a fresh cup of coffee, dearest heart.
She glared back at him, drew her shoulders back and swept out of the room. The door swung shut, leaving me to face his question. He stared straight at me, clearly awaiting a response. My parents passed away a long time ago.
Brothers and sisters?
I thought I detected a hint of rancor on the word sister, but decided I'd imagined it. None. I was an only child. He tilted his head and narrowed his eyes.
So who raised you?
I tried not to blink or look away. My gran, Rachel.
Alive?
Dead.
No cousins, aunts, uncles?
Shaking my head, I tried to focus on the open sky beyond the glass wall. I prefer not to talk about my past. He raised his palms, tipped his head back, checked out the ceiling for a moment, then slapped his hands down on the pile of folders in front of him.
Fair enough. I can respect that. Let's get down to business then.
He shoved a pile of folders toward me, something to focus on. My heart rate immediately ratcheted down to a level I could control, allowing me to spend the next half hour chatting about innocuous matters, like focus groups, interview questions, and data collection, even though I loathed the very air he breathed. Thankfully, the first week I barely saw Gord. I spent my time conducting discussion groups with teens, teachers, and parents in the meeting room on the 3rd floor. A comfy blue room with soft couches, oceanscapes on the walls, and pots of ferns and ivy. It was easy work, and I established an effective rhythm in my discussions. Only once did I forget to record the first half hour of a session, and had to go back to do it again. Guy looked in once in a while, smiled, and gave me a thumbs up. At those times I felt like part of something normal. Something so comfortable I could have forgotten those old promises made in a moment of crushing guilt. I'd tell myself to pretend it didn't happen, move forward, suppress it all. But then the memories came flooding back at night, and I'd toss and turn so violently the sheets wrapped themselves in a tangle around my legs. Then Guy woke up and stroked my back until I calmed down. I was heading towards the toughest part of my life story. The part where I'd find Birdie, or lose her completely, and I wasn't ready for either. 40. Before Linda Martin was assigned to my case, I had a temporary social worker. Martha was 60-ish and retired, returning to fill in for a maternity leave. I was in my final year of education when she called and asked me to meet at her office. At first, I thought she had news about Birdie. I raced to the meeting with the sun blinding me and my stomach rolling with nausea. The child care people had left me alone since I entered university, so I was shocked to find myself in that yellow-walled office again, sitting in a chair across from a big, bustling woman with blunt-cut bangs and a brightly flowered top who'd somehow worked her way through every detail of my life history, yet she barely knew me. After the usual formalities and introductions, she placed both hands flat on the table and leaned forward. I noticed every finger was adorned with a ring, silver swirls, turquoise stones, copper bands. I couldn't take my eyes off them. "I know, I'm a sucker for handmade jewelry," she said, leaning back in her chair. "Every damn craft fair and artisan stall, they can see me coming." "They're pretty," I said, hardly daring to breathe. "Look, I suppose you're wondering why I called you," she said, a brief smile flickering across her face. I nodded. "I've been checking your files," she said, crossing her arms over her ample bosom. I shifted myself to get more comfortable in the metal chair. I remember wondering why the authorities were so reluctant to spend some money and buy decent furniture. Why me? She shuffled the pile of folders in front of her and opened one. "I received a phone call that I think you should know about. It prompted me to check your file, and I found some grave irregularities." I leaned forward. Now this was interesting. Maybe someone was finally interested in me and my case. "Who called?" "Someone who claims to be your father phoned yesterday, asking about you and your sister." I blinked twice, as if the light would suddenly change and I'd find myself somewhere else, somewhere real. "Dennis? Dennis called?" She nodded. "Yes, that's the name he gave. But then I looked through your files to verify the information he gave me, and I discovered that he'd called before." She flipped through the sheets, tracing her finger along rows of numbers and words, all about me, my life summed up in a slim brown folder. "It seems the calls began over 10 years ago, at least 3 times a year. But if I'm reading this correctly, you were never notified, and he was never granted access to you or your sister." So Dennis hadn't forgotten us. He'd tried to find us, maybe even wanted us to come home. My eyes ached, tears pressed at the back of my eyeballs, but I wouldn't give anyone in that office the satisfaction of seeing me cry. "Where is he?" "I can give you that information, but I need you to confirm that you were never notified." she said, fixing me with a quizzical look. I never heard a thing about him. Why? That's exactly what I'm going to find out, she said, smiling. Your file is incomplete, undocumented gaps of time, especially around the time your sister went missing. Did they just forget, or did someone take information out of the folder? I can't say yet, but I found other clients' records that look like they've been tampered with. And 2 of them are girls we know have been missing for years. Why would anyone take the time to do that? Maybe someone wants us to forget about these young women. I can't say for sure, but perhaps the person who's doing it knows what happened to them and wants to make it difficult for us to trace them. She put on a pair of reading glasses and studied the papers in front of her. I leaned forward and whispered, Martha, does it say my sister was sexually exploited by a wealthy, respected member of the community and nobody lifted a finger to help her? She was 15 years old. She flopped back in her chair and shook her head, her eyes magnified by the glasses. I didn't see anything about that, Anna. I'm so sorry. The system failed you both. But I'm onto this now, and I won't let go until I have some answers. I was so choked. I couldn't think of anything to say except, I want to see Dennis. Give me his contact info. She nodded and slid a piece of paper towards me. Be cautious. Start with a phone call. It's been a long while since you talked to him, and you can't be sure what to expect. People change, but not always in a good way. You may have built up unreasonable expectations of him. Dennis is a good man and was a good father. You might remember him that way. Children of abusive parents sometimes paint a glowing fantasy picture in their memories that has no relation to reality. The truth can be a massive shock to the psyche. But I do believe you're mature enough to handle this now. My question is why it was ever withheld from you. I left that office clutching the address in my hand. I wasn't ready to act on the information, but 3 weeks later, when I called the office again to ask Martha more questions, I was alarmed to discover she was no longer there. Reassigned was the official word. But after checking through all the social work departments, I found no trace of her again. Like I said before, people around me tended to disappear. Maybe she knew too much for them to keep her around. I kept the piece of paper in my wallet, waiting for the right moment to call, to think of the right thing to say. What could I say to my father after 14 years? We'd both failed Birdie, and I dreaded telling him she was gone. A year later, one frigid night in December, in my first year of teaching at the alternative school, I rolled out of a cab so drunk Sabrina had to drag me to my front door. I hate to leave you alone on Christmas Eve, she said, blowing on her hands, but I have a plane to catch in a few hours, and I haven't even packed. I fumbled around for my key, dropping it into the snow, then crawling around on hands and knees to dig it out. I was stone-cold sober by the time I got inside the house, and frozen to the core. The frigid wind had whipped the ends of my hair into icicles, and I could barely feel the tips of my fingers. When the door slammed shut, I looked around at the bare room with its floor cushion and TV. Loneliness was a weight crushing down on me with such force. I felt like I'd disappear. Every cell of me pressed into the floor, gone without anyone knowing or caring. I needed a friendly voice to tell me that life was still worth living. So I ripped Dennis's number from my purse and dialed before I could change my mind. I imagined his phone ringing somewhere, far away, echoing down the years until it reached the man I remembered as Dennis. Dad. The man with the long hair and broad shoulders. The man who read me stories. A sudden click, and I held my breath. Hello? Hello? The voice was scratchy. Who's this? Dennis? I said in a small voice. The long silence was punctuated only by the sounds of our breathing. The voice waited, maybe for further proof. It's me, Anna. And then the sound came over the wires and cables. in waves that ebbed and flowed. The sound of an old man crying. Soon I was sobbing along with him, pouring out all the hurt and pain. "I reckon we both needed that," he said when we paused for breath. I held the phone as if it was made of gold. "I feel better." He coughed, blew his nose. I tried to match the man from my memory with this older, more vulnerable man. "I've never stopped crying since I let you two girls go. I thought it would just be for a while, till I could get my feet on the ground. Then they wouldn't let me see you. Said it was best for the both of you that you went to a good, solid family." If he only knew. "Where's Birdie?" The question I'd been dreading was finally out. The question I'd been asking myself for so long now. "Gone?" The word echoed, took on a life of its own. "Gone where?" I tried to explain, but how could I capture years of pain in a few minutes over the phone? "Promise me you'll find her," he said after I was done. No comment on the drugs or the abuse or the pimps. Just find her. "Find her and let her know where I am. I want to see both of you. Make up for everything. If I can do that, I'll be able to rest easy at night." I made that promise to him, though I hadn't a clue where to start. First, I scoured the net for Las Vegas bunny ranches. Pages and pages of curvy young girls in frilled bikinis and thigh-high boots, posing outside wooden ranch-style nightclubs or gathered around bloated bald guys in red silk shirts and cowboy hats. Starlight Bunny Ranch, Moonlight Pussy Palace, Hot Love Junction, all lit up in pink neon, shining down onto the pumped-up boobs and bulging buttocks of 1,000 nameless young girls. I didn't find her there. Earl Rafferty was probably too cheap to put out the bus fare to Nevada. So one frigid March weekend, I took the bus up to Duluth. 41. Lake Superior was still partly iced over. Rivers of free-flowing water ate their way through rough sheets of slate-colored ice, shattering them into a rubble of dirty chunks that piled up against the shoreline. I stood on the harbor front clutching Birdie's picture and watching a thick bank of ice fog roll across the lake. Above it a watery sun rose, an opal disk in a colorless sky. I ate breakfast in a little diner by the harbor. Warm and cozy, it smelled of toast and browning sausages. Huddled on a blue vinyl bench seat, I finished off a plate of bacon, eggs, and all the fixings in record time. I'd never felt that kind of nervous hunger before, but then I'd never traveled so far away from the city, and in this unfamiliar place, I felt a thrill of adventure and hope. Now I understood why all my college friends set off on summer-long backpacking trips to Europe or Thailand, to recreate themselves as someone carefree, open, even joyful. A person who embraced change, not dreaded it. I came to that understanding while I chewed on rye toast and watched the sunlight finally bleed through the mist. After an hour of scoping out the docks and getting more familiar with my bearings, I summoned up the courage to approach dock workers moving crates and laborers leaning over the rails of freight ships. All morning I traipsed up and down, talking to as many as I could. Nobody had seen her. In the afternoon I switched to the bars, chain restaurants, family diners, beer parlors until I narrowed my search down to a couple of places. Seedy hangouts where hookers drifted through like tired ghosts, and wild-eyed guys searched for cheap sex. I pulled up my hood to cover my hair, shrank into a corner seat, ordered a beer and waited. I repeated the routine in all three places, but by late afternoon I was checking my watch. It'd soon be dusk, and the last bus was in less than 2 hours. I'd just drained the final dregs of beer when a bartender sidled up to my table. He had a thick beard and a shaggy ponytail, and kept checking out the front door as he talked. "You, Anna?" he murmured. I could barely see his lips move underneath that beard. I nodded. "Who wants to know?" "Some woman outside.
Says she wants to talk to you.
My heart leaped. This was classic Birdie. She wouldn't approach me directly, always left a note or sent a message, gave you options, as if she wanted to be sure you were actually interested in talking to her. I stuffed a couple of dollar bills into the guy's hand and raced outside. A woman stood in the street, her back to me, shivering, hands stuffed into her pockets, shoulders hunched against the cold in a thin denim jacket. An icy wind blew off the lake, whipping her hair into a shaggy halo. She turned. Through the ice fog, I saw her nose was running. As long as I could remember, Birdie's nose was always streaming. My heart hurt so bad it knocked the breath from me. I offered her a Kleenex, looked closer, and knew it wasn't her. "Heard you're looking for Birdie. Who are you and how do you know her?" I tried to stop my voice from cracking. This girl's nose was different to Birdie's. Instead of a slim, delicate nose, hers was a flattened-out bulb, the bridge crooked and knobbly, like it had been broken and healed wrong. Her top lip was scarred and swollen. "Name's Tara. Birdie is my friend." "Where is she?" "She was here," she said, her voice rough and scratchy, a smoker's voice. She reached into her pocket and took out a pack. Her hand shook so bad when she tried to light the cigarette, she dropped her lighter. I swooped down and picked it up, held it to her trembling hands, and cradled them while I lit her cigarette. She took a long drag, then sighed and released a cloud of smoke into the frigid air. "But we ain't seen her around for maybe a year or more." My voice was strangled in my throat. I'd wanted so badly for it to be Birdie, but Tara looked 20 years older. Skinny, sallow-faced, dull-eyed, a middle-aged face on a scrawny kid's body, all the light and life gone from her. I pulled up the hood of my parka. The wind cut through the opening. "You'll freeze," I said as she dug her hands into her pockets. She shrugged. "Don't matter. I'm a tough old whore," she said, cackling, then doubling over into a wet, hacking cough that caved her cheeks in. I waited until she wiped her mouth with a paper napkin. Her face appeared almost ghostly in the light. "So, how do you know my sister Birdie?" She bent her head down against the wind and started to walk. I followed her along the waterfront away from the ships until we came to a pier. The lake water shimmered through the gaps between the planks, its black surface pocked with ice floes. Beautiful, but deadly. "How many times I walked along here with Birdie and she talked about jumping right in," she said, gazing downwards, "ending it all." I looked into the frigid water. Why did she talk that way? "Our life here is worth nothing. It's like hell on the boats." She grasped the handrail, her breath blowing out in icy plumes as if her life was sapping away into the night. "You're nobody, not even a person. They punch you, cut you, do stuff I can't even talk about. And Birdie was too young, not like the rest of us. She was a good kid, always acting crazy, trying to make us laugh." That sounded exactly like my sister. My heart was sore thinking about where she could be. "How do you know about me?" She flicked the live butt into the water, coughed and spat over the rail. "She always talked about her sister, Anna. Her bodyguard, she called you. Said you were the only person that loved her. Said she planned to make enough money to get away from here and find you." I cursed myself. Why hadn't I come to look for her earlier? "You think she ran away?" She shook her head and took out another cigarette, lit it, sucked back a drag and wiped a sleeve across her frozen nose. The smoke billowed in small clouds as she talked. "Nobody leaves here, especially Earl's girls. Maybe she's hiding somewhere. Maybe she met up with a bad guy. Maybe she did jump. Thought it was her only way out." My mind raced. She wouldn't give up, not Birdie. I shoved a piece of paper with my number into her hand. "Call me right away if you hear anything. Gossip, rumor, talk. I mean anything." She nodded and tapped her cheap red purse. The chain strap cut across her chest. I got something for you, from Birdie. I was dizzy, from the biting wind belting against my cheeks, and the ship's revolving lights playing like strobes across the water. I held out my hand. A ship's horn boomed into the evening as she pulled out an envelope. She told me if anything ever happened to her, to open it. Or better still, if you came looking for her to give it straight to you, and now here you are, like she knew you'd come. What is it? I said, holding out my hand. I don't want no trouble, best you deal with it. I stuffed the package into my backpack. Anybody call the cops to report her missing? You know how many girls like Birdie disappear? So many it'd make your head spin. The wet, gut-wrenching cough returned. When she looked up, her face was bleached like damp paper. And the cops? They're worse than the crewmen. Can't tell the good from the bad. Her phone rang, so I left her at the dockside. Tara, a shrunken, huddled figure. Shoulders hunched, porcupine hair prickly and static from the cold. She reminded me of Birdie. And how she'd be in 20 years. Beaten up and sucked dry. My Birdie. Gone. Disappeared, and nobody knew where. I was no further forward, and I had no idea where to look next. 42. After my initial briefing, I only saw Gord once a week for Monday updates. During those 1-hour sessions, I'd watch him, nails digging into my palms, until the face of the man who ruined my 15-year-old sister became a blur, indistinguishable from the objects around it. And while he rattled off a series of instructions, relayed information about future plans, then listed the week's tasks, I'd study the crepey skin under his eyes and hate him with a passion that would have seared the skin from his bones. Afterwards, I'd go back to my office to settle down. I'd gaze around the blue room with its simple white furniture and sweeping view of the park and try to become someone else. A busy, focused person, not someone with revenge eating away at her insides. When I wasn't thinking about Gord and how I'd make him pay with every fiber of his being for what he'd done to Birdie, I worried about what would happen to Guy. He met me from work most evenings and took me out for supper or to the theater or a concert. We sat over drinks, holding hands across the table, and talked about his homeless outreach project. His plan was to bring me in on the front lines when Gord's project was over. I gazed at his honest, open face as he talked about our future. Together, a team. And it tore me up inside to know this would likely never happen. Not after what I was about to do. I loathed myself in those moments, hated that I was lying to him every minute of every day. But still, I listened, smiled, nodded. For Birdie. You're great with those kids, Anna. We could work together on something really meaningful, something that makes a difference. Then I'd cut down my time with Dad's company. Make a break. He'd already envisioned a future that didn't include Gord. A battle raged inside me. I could tell him. Maybe he'd understand. Maybe we could both be free. But who was I kidding? Gord was his father, and he'd never desert Nancy. He couldn't turn his back on family. When things got really bad the nights Guy was at work, I'd miss him so much I'd slip into his closet and press my face against his clothes, searching for his scent on shirts and sweaters. Another time I did a load of laundry and tried to arrange his socks in his drawer just the way he liked, but I was left with 3 odd ones. I undid all the neat pairs and threw them in a pile on the floor to sort through them again. I made a long row of socks, stretching from the drawers to the bedroom door. Then I placed each one with its matching partner. But still 3 different odd socks remained. Panicking, I tried again and again, until I sat back against the bed, beaten and utterly exhausted. I didn't even hear Guy come in. He found me clutching a huge ball of socks to my chest and sobbing my heart out. "What's wrong?" he said, squatting on the floor beside me.
Anna, talk to me."
For a moment, I thought of telling him everything. I could just unload the whole messy story, share the burden with someone who cared for me. It could be that easy. I opened my mouth to speak, but my jaw was paralyzed. All my resolve simply drained away. The moment passed. I shook my head. He sat down and put his arms around me, held me for a long moment, then loosened the silly clump of socks from my grip.
"I know something's been bothering you, Anna, and I don't want to pressure you to tell me. I told you I'd wait until you were ready, didn't I?"
I looked up at him and nodded.
"And I'm not mad about the socks," he said, smiling, "but I'll tell you a little secret about them."
He shifted around until I was lying against his chest, calmed by its steady rise and fall.
"When I was a kid, and things got really bad at school, or when Mom and Dad were fighting, I'd empty out all my drawers and arrange everything. Underwear, socks, t-shirts, sweaters, in perfect rows. If something was even a fraction out of place, I'd start over again. I'd soothe myself into a trance state where the only thing that existed were those stupid pieces of clothing and their uniformity. It was something in my life that I could totally control. I guess it sounds weird for a kid to obsess about something like that."
I turned to look at him. "Did your parents ever find out?"
He shook his head. "I was a quiet kid, and Dad monopolized Mom's time with work stuff in the evenings, so I was left to my own devices a lot."
"You were a lonely kid?"
"It was good for my grades. Paid off in the end. I mightn't have been a prof otherwise."
I took his face into my hands and kissed him hard on the mouth, then pulled away. His eyes were wide, liquid. "Can I ask you something, Guy?"
He perked up instantly. "Anything. Fire away."
My heart lurched. This was the moment. I held my hand against his cheek and took a deep breath. "Do you love your father?" He turned away from me, then pulled himself up.
"I'm not sure I want to talk about that right now," he said, throwing the socks onto the bed. "Think I need a drink."
I sat there, alone, confused, more conflicted than before. Things came to a head one Monday in the fall when I left work. A young man in a dark coat was waiting outside the door, leaning against a streetlight.
"Anna!"
he called to me. It was Dane. He still sported traces of the goth look, but the long black overcoat was gone, replaced by the greenish parka and backpack of a student. I rushed over to hug him. "Great to see you," I said, stepping back to take a good look at the transformation. He swept the hair back from his face and smiled self-consciously. "Are you taking classes round here?"
"I'm at the College of Art and Design," he said,
a grin twitching at the corner of his lips. I held onto his arm. "That's incredible. I'm proud of you." He stared down at the sidewalk, grinding his toe into the concrete.
"It's pretty good there. I like it."
"Everything's okay?"
He nodded. "Great. My mom's all crazy about it. She packs me lunch every day."
He chewed on his lower lip. "Something's up, Dane," I said. "Spit it out." He looked at me, his eyes wide and vulnerable under the caked-on eyeliner.
"Carla's gone. Left her auntie's house. Nobody knows where she is."
"But she loved it there. She was more settled than she'd ever been." He shifted from one foot to the other.
"Everything was going okay. Then she made a big mistake. Came up to the city for the weekend. Didn't get back to her auntie's place afterwards. That was last week."
Suddenly, the noise of the traffic was a din in my head. The stink of car exhaust made me sick. "You asked around?"
He nodded. "Nobody knows anything, as usual."
"You go to see Robin?"
He nodded. "Says he's gonna look into it."
I reached out and touched his arm. "I know he will. He really liked Carla. Had high hopes for her since she turned her life around. I'll call him too. But come back here in the next few days and let me know if you hear anything from her." I gave him my number, then watched him go, his shoulders hunched. That's when I knew the past would never leave Carla alone. And now she was going the same way as Birdie. It had to be stopped, and that meant sacrificing everything I had for the sake of my lost sister. After all, I could never forget what was in the package Tara gave me on that frigid night in Duluth. 43. Dennis called me again the day after I got back from Duluth. I saw his caller ID and let it ring. How could I answer it when I hadn't found her? It rang for almost a minute, and I ached to pick it up. But there was nothing to say. When the noise finally stopped, I sat down at the kitchen table, poured myself a half tumbler of rye, and placed Birdie's envelope in front of me. I knocked back the drink, reached out my hand and slit the seal. The first photographs were similar to those I'd found in Birdie's apartment. I flicked on the kitchen light to see better, then held them up to the light. Birdie lay on a bed, her frilly little girly dress hiked up, her bare skinny legs spread wide. A handwritten sign on the headboard read, Birdie 15. 3 men stood at the side of the bed staring down at her. Gord's flushed face was clearly visible next to a shorter, blurry-faced man, as well as a silver-haired guy with a goatee. Had to be Carras and Rafferty. The other pictures featured just Gord and Birdie, and were far more incriminating. In the pictures, it was like Birdie's mind was somewhere else, anywhere else, her expression vacant like a doll's. Smacking the pictures face down on the table, I screamed and howled until my voice cracked. Then I ran to the washroom to throw up.
"Visitors from your old school?"
said a voice from behind me. I blinked and realized I'd been standing alone, lost in thought, a statue in the middle of the sidewalk. Gord walked around to face me, smoothing back his hair.
"Looks like you were reminiscing about the good old days. You missing your old job?"
"Oh, no, it's not like that," I said, scrambling to separate the past from the present. "That kid graduated this year. He's come a long way." A chilly breeze ruffled my hair. Gord buttoned his overcoat.
"I can always smell the fall,"
he said, scanning the golden-leafed trees.
"It's my favorite season."
"Busiest time in teaching," I said. "New beginnings and all that." "Well, you'd know about that, wouldn't you? I mean..." His brows knit as I blathered on, terrified to allow even one moment of silence between us. I was still mumbling about something inane, like putting up inspirational posters on classroom walls, when he checked his watch, stepped out onto the road and glanced down the street.
"He's late."
"You expecting someone?" He nodded as a familiar silver SUV approached, swishing to a halt beside us.
"You'll have to excuse me now, Anna. My ride's here,"
he said, opening the passenger door. Carras's silver head craned forward to look at me. Past and present collided. I staggered backwards on the sidewalk as the car swished away. It took me a few seconds to realize they were gone, leaving me in the terrible present. Me, Anna, teacher, educational researcher, respectable woman, beloved wife of Guy Franzen, son of a monster. I glanced up at Gord's office. The windows were dark except for one that glowed with the night security light. It was as good a time as any to take a look inside his inner sanctum up on the penthouse floor. After all, I'd waited a long time for this moment. But my insides coiled in on themselves at the thought of the task ahead. I checked the street in both directions. It was dark, deserted. Guy was in class. I had at least 3 hours to kill, and I was ready. The day after Duluth, I hid Birdie's pictures somewhere safe. Dennis kept calling me, but I ignored him. I'd done without him for so long I didn't know how to be around him again. Better to let him stay in my memory like he'd always been. Didn't want to spoil it by seeing some broken-down old train wreck of a man. Besides, I hadn't found Birdie yet. Couldn't explain how hard I'd tried for so many years to cling to her, protect her, the princess wearing the crown. I saw her now in every kid that walked through my classroom door. Broken down, hungry, rejected, tattooed, pierced, scarred, angry. I tried to save them all, but none of them were Birdie. I ignored him for 3, maybe 4 years, until the phone call came. The call I'd waited for but dreaded. Linda Martin, her voice echoing from the other end of an infinite tunnel. "Anna?" "Yes, it's me." I took the call in the staff room, a cup of stale coffee in my hand. The sun shone through the barred window, and a robin perched on the tree branch. Nice, normal, happy springtime. Tweet, tweet. "You still there, Anna?" "What's up?" "I have news." "Is it Birdie?" "I need to see you." "Did you find her?" Tweet, tweet. Why doesn't it goddamn shut up? It's messing with my head. "I'm coming there to see you." Tell me now. I'm on the way." But she couldn't tell me because she didn't find me there. I left so I didn't have to see her lumpy, saggy ass under the faded Gap jeans. I shut myself in my apartment kitchen and wouldn't open the door, so she came around to the side door. A uniformed cop was with her. She let herself in. I couldn't hear because I pressed my hands to my ears and backed away from them. "We found her body, Anna." A weird sound like a child's wailing came from my mouth. I slid down the wall to the floor and sat there rocking back and forth. Linda squatted down, put her arm around me and held me. "Rachel Levine's coming in from the country. She'll be here soon, don't worry." All I could say was, "Rachel, Rachel." I sat like that for maybe 2 hours until Rachel showed up and put her soft arms around me. She was the one who took me to the cop station, who held me up when my legs buckled under me after they showed me Birdie's green ring and her little denim jacket and asked me if they were hers. She was the one who cradled me like a baby when the sweet-faced cop with the photo on his desk of a toddler in overalls explained that dental records helped identify a decomposed body found buried on a farm outside Duluth as Birdie's. Birdie's was the 6th body unearthed in a nightmare harvest of missing women at the home of Arliss Stroud. He was a local handyman and carpenter who'd hung many a door and framed numerous barns for people in the neighborhood. Seemed he made a whole lot of trips to Duluth in his spare time, and rarely came back alone. It was all over as quickly as that. My search. Finished. Half of me was finally gone. Forever. I was off work for a year after that. A good part of it was spent in a hospital where I slept all day and gazed out of the window at night, trying to think of nothing. Pills dulled the edge of feeling until I was ready to come home. After that, I endured 6 months of therapy. Long days made bearable by many trips to the mall. Always the mall. The scent of cleanliness, the sparkle of lights and nice things, guaranteed to take the sting of pain away. Robin welcomed me back like the father I never had, and the very next day I called Guy Franzen's colleague, Brian. I'd already vowed to hunt down the bastard who ruined Birdie, but I decided to do it through his precious son, Guy. 44. Gord's office reeked of Axe. The sweet, flowery stink reminded me of a funeral home. I flipped his laptop open. Careless and arrogant, he'd left a screensaver without password protection, so it was easy enough to open the history and find the chat rooms. I took out Birdie's note from my purse, the one that came with the envelope of photographs. I never could figure out what she meant by toxic boy and the string of numbers listed on the torn-edged scrap of paper. But I had a hunch. I typed it into the login column and click. A long string of talk bubbles. Toxic boy and his friend Payne, Scandal, Driller, and Catastrophe shared fantasies with each other as well as photo and video files. A real community of sickos. Toxic described how he took a little girl's clothes off and made her scream, and her slut of a mom knew about it too. Then Payne sends a file swap. Fresh pictures. So hot you'll explode. The file was nowhere to be seen. Even they weren't that stupid. I spent the better part of 2 hours combing through folders on the desktop. Nothing. Gord was too smart to leave them somewhere they couldn't be permanently erased. I sat back in his chair, trying to figure out how his mind worked. I knew they'd be in the office somewhere. It would be a turn-on to know he could have them under his nose. At the center of his empire, immediate gratification at his fingertips. 1 minute he'd be in a well-lit lecture theater lecturing earnest academics on the best way to cultivate young minds. The next minute, he'd slither away to the dark confines of his office to feed his sick fantasies. It must have given him a real buzz jacking off after hours in the pristine comfort of his well-appointed office. Somewhere, a USB was hidden. It had to be. My phone buzzed. It was Guy. I couldn't talk to him at that moment. Couldn't associate him with this crap. Guy was a victim too, just like those kids. Gord and I had both screwed him over, and he didn't know it. I went through the drawers. Nothing there among the pristine, obsessively ordered paperclip containers, tape dispensers, pencils, erasers, and file tabs. I stood in front of the bookshelves and scanned the spines. On the bottom row were all his books, a lifetime's work based on a framework of lies. On the top shelf, a row of novels, thrillers, murder mysteries, the usual junk. In the middle were 2 copies of Lolita. It seemed too obvious a hiding place. But then I remembered the scope of his vanity. This guy thought he was invincible, that the rules weren't meant for him. He destroyed people's lives without a second thought. I pulled the books down. One was real. The other revealed ripped-out pages, and nestling inside, a silver USB. On the page, 2 lines were highlighted. Lolita, light of my life, fire of my loins, my sin, my soul, Lolita. The tip of the tongue taking a trip of 3 steps down the palate to tap, at 3, on the teeth. I plugged in the USB, blinked once, and images flooded the screen. A gallery of young, skinny bodies, splayed out, twisted, their faces turned away. Thin wrists secured to bedposts. Gord was in some of the pictures with girls like Birdie. It was enough to incriminate him 100 times over. And then I couldn't look anymore. He was loathsome, vile, an addict. I'd read about people like him. My heart raced and my hands shook as I downloaded the contents of the USB onto the desktop. I glanced up at the clock, plenty of time left to finish the job off. I waited as the bar inched along to completion. Car headlights swished by on the street outside. I prayed that Gord hadn't forgotten something and had to come back for it, that the door wouldn't slam open to reveal Gord, Nancy, or worse, Guy standing there, wondering what the hell I was doing. My mind was working overtime, so I concentrated instead on the screen. So many videos and images took a long time to download. 14 minutes remaining, it said. I told myself that was normal. It would probably only take 5. Once it was safely on the desktop, I'd hide it in a secret place. I'd learned the trick from a student last year, a veteran hacker of corporate computers. Only I'd know where it was hidden, but Gord would have no idea it was even there. It would stay concealed until I told the right person exactly where to find it after they'd seized Gord's computer. After I'd handed Birdie's photos over to the cops and told them her story. Then everyone would know the truth about Gord and his sick buddies. Finally, the authorities would have all the ammunition they needed to put an end to Earl Rafferty, Carras, and Gord, to lock them away for a good long time, throw the keys away if I'd had my way. No doubt many other respectable pillars of the community would be caught up in the sting as well. Maybe it was too late to save Carla, maybe not. The electronic ping told me it was done downloading. I did my secret hiding trick, closed the laptop lid and put the books and everything back exactly in place. On the way out, I spat in his water glass and shut the door. Out on the street, I felt calm, peaceful for the first time. My phone rang. Guy again. I clicked the receive button and spoke before he could say a thing. I had to protect him, get him away from here when it all came crashing down. "Hey, sweetheart, I was just thinking, we don't need to wait a year. Let's celebrate our 6-month anniversary in Vegas. It's coming up next month."
45. Las Vegas, November 2019.
"If he's any kind of a man, he'll understand why you had to do it," says a voice from behind me. The hand squeezes my shoulder, comforting, warm. If breaking Guy's heart was part of Gord's punishment, then why do I feel so empty? Why do I want to run after him, throw my arms around him, tell him I never want to hurt him? He made a home for me. I love him for that. The person hands me a cold beer.
"Drink this. You'll feel better."
I take the bottle and press it against my forehead. The cold feels so good I turn around to take another look at the gaunt-faced man behind me. I can't believe he's here. After all these years, I'd never have recognized Dennis if he hadn't sent a photograph to prepare me for our first meeting. He's shrunken height and in girth, stooped, sinewy, sucked in, not the husky, long-haired hippie of 20 years ago.
"I mean, when the shit hits the fan, you might be the last person they'll want to see. At first, anyway. You'll be like a turd in a bakery."
He starts to chuckle at his own joke. He's lost a few teeth, but his eyes are still young and lively.
"Nobody likes it when you mess with their family. Ask me, I'm the expert. I nearly decked a few of those do-gooder social workers when they wouldn't let me see you."
Dennis has chin-length, choppy gray hair now. He told me he cut his long hair when he found out about Birdie.
"You got real family now, Anna. Your mother's folks. They're up in Fond du Lac. A whole bunch of them waiting to meet you when we bring Birdie home. Aunties, uncles, cousins, maybe even a couple of little bastard half-brothers and sisters I don't know about,"
he says, winking. But I'm not laughing right now. The thought of all those strange people I've never met scares me. And right now, the only person I know that loves me is about to get up and leave. Guy looks so helpless. He's a gentle, good man. He doesn't deserve any of this.
"Just kidding,"
says Dennis, the smile leaving his face.
"I'm clean now. No booze or drugs for 8 years. Your mother's people helped me out, rented me a 2-bed log cabin on the riverside, and gave me a whole lot of family love to make me feel human again. I do some hunting, fishing, cut the grass at the local golf course, clear the snow in the winter. I'm set. I thought I was all alone in the world just like you do now. But there's no need to be lonely when there's people who love you. I know it'll be a bit strange at first, but these are good people. You'll see."
He tugs at my sleeve. We have a flight to catch. "Just give me another minute, Dennis," I say. I can barely see Guy now through the tears that turn everything hazy. It's like tearing off a Band-Aid. I should rip it off quickly so it doesn't hurt. My body aches for Guy. And then I remember something I read on the internet about this couple who'd been married for 63 years. When the wife was dying with cancer, the husband sat for days beside her bed and massaged her calloused old feet because it made her feel good. That's the kind of intimacy and devotion Guy promised me. I'll never find someone like him again. And it kills me to think of all the pain he'll endure when his family is destroyed. How will he cope? What about Nancy? I can't even think about it. Now the cops have the file and Gord will be arrested. The story will soon be all over the news and the empire will crumble. Any time now, Guy will go back to the hotel and find the note I left him. I feel like a coward explaining it all in a note. Maybe he'll get the call. From Nancy. Maybe from the cops. In the note, I said I love him, and I'll be there to support him if he cares to find me. I also told him about Birdie and Gord, and how this was all about justice for the sister I loved and lost. If he's really the man I fell in love with, He'll understand. He'll be on my side. Then I told him I have to go away for now and do one last thing for my sister. I have to bring her home to a family that will honor her memory, then lay her to rest somewhere peaceful and untouched, somewhere clean where trees grow and snow falls, where the sun shines and rain cools the ground, where life is treasured. And I already know what the headstone will say. A kind and gentle soul, who gave the world so much joy and only asked for love in return. My sister, in body and spirit. Birdie was here. Dennis lays his hands on my shoulders again.
Listen to me,
he says, turning me around to face him.
I have to live every day with what I did to you and Birdie, abandoning you like that. Maybe if I'd tried harder, stuck around, she'd still be here. But I didn't. I let it go. I let her go. If you love him, maybe you shouldn't run. Maybe that's taking the coward's way out.
Guy's on his phone again, but he's not calling me. He stands up, clasping the phone to his ear for a few moments. Then his arm falls loosely to his side. He flops onto a nearby bench, his arms splayed out at his sides. He knows about Gord. I look back at Dennis. His eyes are moist and weary-looking, the lids wrinkled and drooping at the corners.
Maybe you can save him, Anna. Make something good of your life. I'll wait here for you. I'm not going anywhere this time.
He squeezes my shoulder again, and I lean in and hug his bony shoulders. Then I step out from the shadows into the glare of sunlight. Come with me, I say softly, reaching my hand out behind me. This feels unfamiliar, a show of weakness and vulnerability. And yet, this is Dennis, my father. Father. I roll that word around on my tongue. It's sweet like candy. He follows as I move out from the cool of the alleyway into the blazing wall of heat in the plaza. Guy spots us, his brow wrinkling at the sight of the shrunken old man padding along behind. I put a hand to my face to shield my eyes from the glare. Guy lunges toward me.
What the hell's going on?
He gasps, catching my arm. I thought I'd lost you. I turn to Dennis, who's pulled a ball cap low over his eyes. This is my dad, Dennis. Guy pulls back. His brows knit as he glances from me to Dennis.
I don't get it. You didn't say anything.
Remember, you said you'd be patient, and when I was ready, you'd listen. He rakes a hand through his hair. Beads of perspiration glisten on his forehead.
I know. I did, but now's not the time. Something terrible has happened, Aunt.
I stroke a dampened curl of hair away from his eyes and hold my index finger up to his lips. I know all about it.
How? How's that possible?
He holds onto the arm of the bench and steadies himself. I stroke his shoulder, try to reassure him. Will you come back to the hotel and let me explain? His eyes are wide and startled. He pulls back like he's trapped.
I don't know. I mean, you're scaring me.
Dennis moves to my side, his body resting against mine as if to shore me up.
My daughter has a good heart, son. She's got quite a story to tell you, if you'll listen.
Guy chews at his lip. I reach a hand out to him. He studies the wedding ring now glinting in the sunlight, then reaches out and, with the tip of his finger and thumb, lightly turns it so the stone is centered.
No more secrets or lies? He says.
I clasp his hand and shake my head. Just the truth. And it starts with my beautiful sister, Birdie. This recording of The Secret Sister was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Laura Jennings. Produced by Ben Coy. Text copyright 2021 by M.M. DeLuca. Sound recording copyright 2023 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording may not be copied or played for an audience without the written permission of Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.